If you're coming for me, hope you're ready for a demon. I got eyes in the back of my head, I'm seeing. Take me for granted and you know I'm leaving. I'ma take what's mine with the webs I'm weaving. I could take this crowd from seeing to believing. Got a taste for blood and my tongue keeps bleeding. From the words I spit, so sharp, so freezing. So cold, behold, frostbite they feeling. I could tear you apart or I could go heal them. Don't believe in fate, don't believe in ceilings. I just need a taste and my mind starts peeling. I don't pace myself, I grind on kneeling. Got lust for change, I just love the feeling. I ain't gonna give up. Got too little time, I'ma live up. Head down, push forward through the tough times. Cause anything worth doing is a tough climb. And I ain't gonna give up. Got too little time, I'ma live up. Head down, push forward through the tough times. Cause anything worth doing is a tough climb. Cause I'ma live life for the fight, yeah, I'm here to get it. I got drive, got sight, always have a vision. I don't lie at night, I be in my feelings. I'ma be fine, need time, and I'll soon be winning. I live life for the fight, yeah, I'm here to get it. I got drive, got sight, always have a vision. I don't lie at night, I be in my feelings. I'ma be fine, need time, and I'll soon be winning. I can feel the blood creeping up from the heathens. Got will, got fight, got pride, got reason. If they wanna go eat, then you know I'm gon' feed them. If you're coming for me, hope you're ready for a demon. I can feel the blood creeping up from the heathens. Got will, got fight, got pride, got reason. If they wanna go eat, then you know I'm gon' feed them. If you're coming for me, hope you're ready for a demon. Never stop, I'll get it if I want it. Gotta make to myself a promise. I won't quit, keep going till I got it. I won't give up till I'm on top.
Yo, no, I ain't the type to give up. If I do something, man, I do it till I get what I want. I turn a business out of nothing into something I love. I got a poker face, but honestly, I'm not one to bluff. I flip a switch, never miss, man, I always stay up. Don't let them see you, bitch, always have a plan to stay tough. This life ahead of you ain't easy, it was built to be rough. But that's what makes a personality, is tragedy, bruh. So keep your head on your shoulders. Now we ain't out here moving rocks, we out here moving boulders. Now we ain't getting posterized, we out here making posters. And we ain't got nothing to hide, we move forward like soldiers. You better wake up for the pay stub or you'll pay up. Don't make love to the game, bruh, fuck the game up. Change up, rearrange stuff to your greatness. Famous for the way up, play the game, bruh.
Never stop, I'll get it if I want it. Gotta make to myself a promise. I won't quit, keep going till I got it. I won't give up till I'm on top, yeah.
You know I'm always honest, there ain't no way I'm ever stopping.
I won't quit, keep going till I got it. I won't give up till I'm on top,
I'm always flirting with pain, she like to hurt me and maim. I'm always working to change, but she's still lurking the same. I keep on building a dynasty while the haters be trying me. But they hate from inside, you see, hate themselves in society. So I let them speak quietly while my actions speak wider. See, they be hiding in privacy with the screen. Oh, the irony to hate someone who's trying to be whatever they would like to be. We all feel the anxiety, we make our own rivalries. Yo, so where is all the positivity? I feel like we all just hate on everything, it's killing me. Thoughts build quick, causing different possibilities. Negative thoughts will cause different disabilities. So do better, work hard under pressure. If you got no time, work smarter than ever. Don't ever let them tell you that you can't never say never. And turn your mind into the truest of go-getters.
Never stop, I'll get it if I want it. Gotta make to myself a promise. I won't quit, keep going till I got it. I won't give up till I'm on top, yeah.
You know I'm always honest, there ain't no way I'm ever stopping.
I won't quit, keep going till I got it. I won't give up till I'm on top, yeah.
all that good stuff, man. And looking forward to you guys coming back on here again, man.
Absolutely. Not a problem.
Reckless.
All right. I know you guys are hungry, but I hope that the wait was worth it because MRM blessed me with letting me go last. So I'm going to cook for you guys for a second. The first thing is that you need to understand is regardless of where you find yourself at right now, and I use this loosely because you are all individuals and you all have your own lives to live and you have your own choices to make. But we as a culture did not come from poverty. Our history did not start with slavery. We are not perpetual victims. That's the first thing. The second thing is looking at where we did come from is not a sign that we are weak. It is a sign of how strong we are as a people because we are still here. At present, we are not necessarily as a culture thriving, but we are still here. So the base foundation of resilience is there. The choices that you're making now and like the people who you have pouring into you right now are giving you the tools. And that was one of the things that I always had growing up. I did have influences that came at random points in my life because I was an athlete. I did get into trouble a lot, but I always had people who sewed into me enough that when I came to the realization that I didn't want to live the knucklehead life that I was living, I had the tools. You are being given tools now. It would be more efficient for you to make those good decisions now and make those changes now, because at the end of the day, regardless of what happens to you isn't necessarily your fault, but it is your responsibility in how you respond to what happens to you. That means something can come in. You get to choose how you internalize that, how you process that, and how you respond to it. That's the reason. And I'm not going to get too biblical on you because I can't speak to it the way that Ty does, but that is the meaning to me of the passage, no weapon formed against me shall prosper. Ooh. Now, I say that because like we live in a society where you can be dumb and still get wealthy. I'm real dumb. I'm too dumb to listen to people when they say things to me that go against the trajectory that I've decided I'm on. So everybody, when they told me I wasn't going to graduate, I was too dumb to believe that. I did threaten my principal. I'm not going to lie. The response to that was, I can find out where you live. But I graduated. Like, when they told me that, with your background, you're gonna be out of here by 20, 21, maybe. That's your life expectancy.
Y'all hear that? That's what he said. He was saying, like they were saying, he's not gonna make it.
Yeah,
like
they told me that. And you know what's funny? And this is the thing I'll tell you. And this is the thing that happens when that fog clears. And I say this to my counselor all the time because I'm friends. One of my best friends growing up, one of the guys who came through it all with me, his aunt was a counselor who basically tried to get me to drop out. And I make sure to tell him every time she calls, he's like, oh, so-and-so is on the phone. I'm like, make sure to let her know that I'm still making more money than she is. Because I won. Everyone who told me when I was coming up, none of them are able to afford to eat at the places I eat. None of them have the contacts that I have. None of them have the lives that I'm building. And like, I'm not even done yet. Like, I'm just now hitting that stride to where it's like things are falling into place and I'm seeing results. But it's so much better than what they said I was going to be. That like, I understand that I'm an anomaly and I wouldn't want anyone to go through what I'm going through, but I'm telling you, as you're sitting there and I'm sitting here, I was where you were. When I was 16, I had moved out. I was gone for a year. I left home. Actually, I didn't even move out. I literally packed my stuff up one morning after an argument with my mom because she said I couldn't survive by myself and left and was gone for a year. And I'm an advocate. I'm an advocate of like when people talk about being able to walk away from people, I cut my entire family off while I was getting my stuff lined out because they were not supportive of where I was going, because they couldn't see the vision, because they dealt with a certain version of me and they didn't believe that I could do the things that I could do. And I was like, okay, well then I'm going to have to cut y'all off until I can come back and show you. I'm going to have to go out here. I'm going to have to hunt. I'm going to bring back the wolf pelt. And I need you all to fall in line. Like, I grew up with a single mom who is very masculine, who's under my leadership now, because I explained to her, I was like, I'm the catalyst for this family to move forward. And I'm willing to make those sacrifices. And that's the thing. This comes with a sacrifice. The good life comes with a lot of sacrifice. You don't get to have fun. You don't get to do what you want most of the time. Most days I wake up, I got to go deal with stuff I do not want to deal with, that I don't want to do. And I'm a partner in the company I work for. I'm at the top as far as that's concerned. Like, it's there's days that are hard, but you know what? I get up, I get my morning workout in, I get my coffee, and I just got to do it, whether I feel like it or not. I go in every Monday now because of my stuff that I'm doing on YouTube. I sleep for 3 hours and go in and work a 12-hour day on Monday, every Monday. Every single Monday, I don't feel good at all. And I got to go in there. I got to motivate my team. I got to be a positive influence on the management. And I got to make sure that everybody else is straight and not contribute to the stress. Like, I got to make it fun. Like, if you want to have a good life and be above average, you just got to be that guy. Like, you have to sacrifice. And the thing is, I don't do this for me. I do it for my family because, like, my family did everything that they possibly could to make sure I had this skill set and these tools. So I owe it to them. I owe it to everyone who went through all the horrible stuff that we're supposed to supposedly be victims about. Just think about that. You got generations of people who, if you want to start from slavery forward, that got whipped, went and worked for free, built this country for free. For y'all to sit around here with your lip out talking about what you don't think you have to do? What you don't think you have to do? You got 5,000 generations. Only the strong ones reproduce to get you here, and you're going to spit in the face of every human being that led up to you getting to the seat that you're in right now, to have someone like Ty pouring into you, to have people care about you, to even snarl your face up. You should be thankful that you were born in this country, because bad here doesn't equate to death. If you were in this, if we all came through the situations that we came through in any other country, we would be child soldiers and probably maimed, scarred, and not here.
100.
You have generations of people behind you that have pushed forward for you to be where you are, and you do owe it to them. You owe it to your bloodline to be the best person that you can be, however that plays out. You owe it to everyone who came before you, and nobody wants to talk about that. Average is not good enough. Too many people died for you to be here, for you to exist, for you to get the opportunity. And those genes are in you, and those people are screaming from the past. You should want to live in existence where if somebody 100 years ago looked and said, "This is my ancestor," they'd be proud. And I want you to sit there and think about that. Would they be like, "This is dope. Like, I trudged through this field. I made it. I conquered this land. I made it to reproduce to get you here." Would they be proud, or would they sit there and go, "Jesus, I should have offed myself"? Like, there was no point in me doing any of the stuff that I did, because that's what happens when you waste your life. Every single person in your family tree becomes a fool. It was a waste of time for them to produce the person that produced you. We have a duty to the genes that are in our bodies to do right by those people by doing the best that we can, because that's what they had to do, not only to survive, but to get it, to make it so that we could be here. We owe people. We owe everyone before us. And I'm going to leave it at that. And you guys really need to sit on that. And that needs to be at the forefront of every decision you make from here forward, because now that you know, unfortunately, you can't unknow. And that goes for everybody listening here, because I'll be the first person to ball some people out on sucking at life, because you owe everyone who came before you. And that's why I find weak people and people that are wasting their potential so disgusting. And I'm gonna leave it at that. So like, I hope you guys enjoy your meal, but moving forward, you need to earn them.
Man, Reckless Ray, man, hey, I really, really appreciate you dropping it off right there. That's gonna be one of my little 5-minute shorts and all the different things. I'm making that a short. Trust me when I tell you that, man.
Tag me in it.
That was completely peace right there, man. Y'all, that's awesome. And yeah, I know. Look at they over there like I know. When y'all get grown on your own, you want to start your own channel and all that, and then y'all can go back and say, "Oh, I remember this dude named Reckless Ray." Yeah. But until then, nope. So, Reckless, bro, appreciate you coming in here and doing that, man. Hey, we will check you next time, man. Look forward to seeing doing this again.
So, y'all might got a little bit thrown off by the thumbnail this week, but I'm on a rant. I'm on a rant this week. I'm feeling myself this week. I've had a lot of really interesting interactions, specifically this week. I'm starring that comment. Sugar Bum will follow up on that. Oh, thank you, Murder. I'm happy that you made it, Feminine. Oh my goodness. You know, the family's in the house. This is great. Special shout out. Actually, hold on. We're gonna just go ahead and throw this up here. Sugar Bum always interrupts me anyway. Special shout out to Sugar Bum. I feel like my channel's legit now. That one half of my troll squad, Sugar Bum, is in the building, actually on my channel, which is dope. That makes me feel good about myself. I feel like I made it. That's a demarcation point when she comes to my channel and tell me I'm ugly. And tell Snowman he ugly too. This is dope. But no, I will not be getting Rose anytime soon. It gets about this long. This is as long as it actually gets. It doesn't get any longer. Like I don't cut it. It won't get any longer. It just gets like this. So then I got to trim it a little bit. But I've had a couple of interesting interactions this week that have really made me start thinking about the importance of what I say, how I say it, and the meaning behind it and the intent behind those words. Because a lot of people get out here in these YouTube streets and want to talk egregious and want to complain about things such as modern women, submission, the bag, who's got what. They want a pocket watch. And the one thing that I don't see in a lot of these spaces, hold up, I got to pause. Jada, Kelsey, no, Travis Kelsey from the Chiefs. This is a Chiefs shirt. Show some respect for my favorite WWF football player, Travis Kelsey, who told them to know their roles and shut their mouths before he went and won the Super Bowl. Dang. Patrick Mahomes' partner in crime, part of the dynamic duo, Travis Kelsey. He actually has a black card in Kansas City. Little known fact. So, but what I'm saying is I see a lot of people talking and there's not a lot of solutions, and people are drawn to the messiness and they stay in the messiness. And then we end up with a bunch of dumb parrots that don't know anything, that think they know something, and they're confidently ignorant. And there's people in these spaces that are listening to people like myself, that are listening to people like Modern Renaissance Man, that are listening to people like Angry Snowman, that are listening to people like Jay Rillo, shout out to you, that are listening to people like the Brother Rage Nation, that are actually looking for answers. And as much as I enjoy partaking in the messiness, in the BS, in the toxicity, and as much as I enjoy having those conversations, after the experiences that I've had this week online, where I've had people tell me that I've helped them, where I've had people tell me that they were almost brought to tears by my words, we have to be more solutions focused, or nothing's going to get fixed. And that goes across the board, because there's people out here, and this is everywhere. People will sit out here and complain and bitch and do things incessantly and talk about how men are supposed to be acting, you know what men are supposed to do? Solve fucking problems. That's what we're supposed to be doing. Now, I'd understand sitting around and just incessantly complaining with no solution in mind if y'all was women. But I see a bunch of men doing this regularly that get put in position to do just this. They get paid to do just this. And I'm starting to wonder if those men aren't just enemies that are there to just put up distractions. Like, we can sit and we can talk macro every day, but your bank account's at zero and you're not on your square. We can sit and talk about what's going on across the street, but you don't want to address what's going on in your own home. We don't want to take those steps. And like, we can sit here and, like, I mean, I was over on, oh God, I forgot whose panel it was. And I wasn't on that panel. I was just tapping in on the show to see what they was talking about, but they were talking about it's gay to ask a man to cam up. Now, me as a man, when it comes to somebody complaining or somebody bitching about submission or how women are supposed to act, I need you to cam up so that I can know if you're built like shit. When it comes to men talking about what we need to do to save this country, I'm not going to lie. I need you built like Snowman or Mike. I need you or Rage Nation. I need Snowman and Rage Nation to have that conversation, bro. You can't be coming here looking like a perfect circle. And I'm not talking about the band. A perfect circle with rosy cheeks as though you are a toddler talking about how you're going to save this country. Like, I'm sorry, I'm not buying it. And I do need to see your face, because when I look at Rage Nation's face, or when I look at Angry Snowman's face when we're having a conversation, those men mean what they say. When I'm talking to Casey Mo, he means what he says. It's easy to get online and say anything. And y'all do. Y'all do. And then there's no follow-up to the conversation. Right after that soliloquy, Snowman called me on the phone immediately. We had a 20-minute conversation and another live panel after that panel about that topic. And about the importance of positing some solutions. And I understand he might annoy you, but that man has knowledge. He presents it the way he presents it. Not everybody's going to speak to everybody, Sugar Bomb. He doesn't annoy me, but like sometimes he yells at me. And he does send me oppression text first thing in the morning. So, I mean, there is that. But, you know, like there's people out here, and there's a difference between pointing out a problem and continuing to point out a problem, and then looking at a problem, and then admiring a problem, and then monetizing your entire platform about the problem and never finding or positing any solutions. And that brings me to the topic of the show. It's, what do we owe? And as I stated, I mean, my opinion on this is the reason that I come at people the way that I do online. It's the exact reason when I'm on these dudes' necks, just as much as I'm telling these chicks, like, good luck to you, have a nice life. That's why. Because I'm just sitting here looking, I'm like, you know, like, if you have a debt, you have a genetic debt, you have a familial debt, even if you don't like your family. If your family sucks, it's your job to not suck then, because somebody made them that didn't suck. Like, only the winners made it here. All the losers died, which is why when I say these dudes that are built like shit don't deserve anything, that's why I say that. Because historically, all the losers died. Every last one of them. And they weren't allowed to reproduce. So if you're here and you're built like shit, and by here, I'm not necessarily talking about being on this stream. I'm talking about existing. If you are here, you're the result of a bunch of winners getting to reproduce. So you should carry yourself as such. If everybody in your family sucks, you should be the person who doesn't suck, because people who didn't suck had to make the people who made them. So somewhere in that DNA, there's some winner locked up in there somewhere. I don't know exactly where it is, but I'll tell you this. it's in there, and you're gonna have to find it. You're gonna have to find it, and you're gonna have to put in the work. You're gonna have to do some stuff, but it needs to be found, and you should do that for yourself as well as others, because we do have a debt to the people who brought us here. I mean, you should be striving to make sure that those people did not waste their time, because like I said in the video, like, your existence, you should assume that somebody's watching that, or somebody was thinking about it. Do you think that, like, when you were being conceived or conceptualized by your great ancestors, that they were looking at there and they go, well, I would really hope that this person that I made way down the line is just sitting around talking about what they're too good to do. Or better yet, I'm surviving wars and sword fights and pillaging and Vikings and whatever else I got to get through. Gosh, I hope the person who I made like generations down the line is built like a fucking butterball. I don't think that's they want those men to be built like men, like battle ready men. In some of these cases, these people were thinking far down the line. They're like, I just hope some motherfuckers that can outrun a lion exist, because these lions are eating us. And then you pop out with cheese crumbs in your belly button, and the only thing you're good at is Halo and nothing else. And then you get online and you complain and make yourself look even shittier, because then I got to look at you, and then I'm going to have to check you and tell you that, like, hey, bro, you might not deserve submission. Like, you might not deserve someone to get on your program, because you don't have one. You can't even spell program, and you want somebody on your program. It's wild to me. It's wild. Like, I don't know on what other plane of existence, or what other creature just lives with this amount of just like expectation of like something is owed to them and that they don't owe anyone anything. Like, that concept is goofy to me. So I want to hash that out. I mean, like, I think I don't necessarily think that's always going to be money. It's not just money, but like, you should probably make as much as you can, because we live in a society where we have to transact in money, and that makes it really hard if you're poor. And I know there's going to be some of you out there who are supposedly happy. You could be happier. We'll just put it that way. And like, most of the people who say, well, I'm happy, so I don't need this, and this, they're lying. They're always lying. And you know how I know they're lying? It's because every time they say some stupid stuff like that, it's always in retrospect to someone who has more than they do, or has more options than they have. Oh, well, I'm happy where I'm at. And it's like, that's cool, but I think it sucks where you're at. So, I mean, for me, if I was where you were at, knowing what I know, I would be unhappy. So just pray to God you don't know what I know. But I mean, if you listen to this, you kind of do. And so good luck sleeping tonight being a loser, because it's not going to be good. You're not going to sleep well. I mean, I've been pushing myself harder since I fucking said it. And I already thought that shit, but I verbalized it and I heard it. I just listened to it again. I'm like, I got stuff to do. How do you think I'm looking at you? like if I think I suck, bruh, I don't know what to tell you. Like, we got work to do, people. And it's time to get out there and start doing it. That's what I'm getting at. And I want to have a talk about it, because like, that's a good conversation where people can like get some thoughts out. We can build together. We can have some good ideas, and like, hopefully people walk away at least motivated to try doing something. I mean, I'd start audiobooks. Like, you can get them there. You can find them on YouTube for free. Something. There's plenty of motivational speakers out there. I'm not one of them. I'm going to tell you suck. But there's plenty of people out there that are like you got to do something, and it's better to start with something small and make the move from there than doing nothing at all and continuing to just exist and languish. Like, you're wasting your existence. You only have so much time on this earth, and most of you are wasting it. So that's going to be the topic, and I'll drop the link now because Jay Rillo is already on me about it. And I'm making a new banner because, like, I set this up weird because I wanted to use some different things, and here we are. And I worked hard because I had to stay late because I didn't want to make my family suck. So that's just what happened, you know? There we go. Okay, cool. All right, so I'm going to drop the link for everybody coming from everywhere, all 10 of you lovely, wonderful people, and we're going to talk about some stuff. And you can bring it up, and obviously I will answer questions because the chat is the most important thing to me because y'all are great, and I think you're all awesome. So I'm going to drop that down there because I want y'all to come up and rock with me. I know Jay Rillo. Jay Rillo, you got a promotion though. Jay Rillo got a promotion. Jay Rillo is making some moves, man. I be keeping tabs on when you say you doing stuff and moving in the direction you need to be moving, bro. Like you doing what you need to do. Oof. See, now I'm back in the chat. Yeah, seeing some of these comments. Y'all are going in. I love it. Whoever said money don't create happiness never had money to begin with. And exactly, honestly, who's happy with just being mediocre? Facts. Because I'll tell you who's not looking for mediocre. Women ain't looking for mediocre. I'll tell you who doesn't respect mediocre. Men who aren't mediocre don't respect mediocre men. I mean, honestly, Rage, in the same vein of that sentiment, it's like those will be the same dudes who will sit there and be like, yo, I'm happy making 30 grand a year. I'm happy. 45 grand a year is enough. I can make 40 grand a year. It's fine. I'm happy. You're a slave if you go to work. I make 30 grand a year sitting on YouTube begging people to donate to me. While saying I don't beg people to donate to me, but like, how those numbers don't work and that math don't math. So, but everybody else is a slave because like they go and get the bag. Also, you built like shit. So but you want to sit up here and act like we're equals. Like we are not equals. Like there's no way that you're going to sit up here and tell Rage Nation that y'all are equal when Rage Nation's been wearing wife beaters since forever because he earned it, because he can, and he looks like he could smush your head like a melon. And you're going to sit up here and tell him with your big smushy face that he could probably rearrange without hitting you. Like he could just like make it into something else and expect him to be like, yeah, we're equals. Like, no, we're not. Like, he's built different. He's made different decisions. Like, we have hierarchy. Yes, Murder 100. Good point. Self-doubt is the main killer of drive and ambition. Facts. We got to rebuke that. We rebuke self-doubt. I mean, even if you have self-doubt, just start trying stuff. If you try a bunch of stuff, you'll win at something. Like, another good one from Rage Nation. Just remember, in our grandparents' day, just remember, 50K in our grandparents' day was the equivalent of 123K today. If you make 50K today, you are broke. Facts, bro. Like, I mean, depending on where you live, like you can make it work. And like me personally, I'm more of a maximizing what you have coming in person than a paycheck person. Like I could care less what you make. I care about what your wealth is looking like and if it's growing. And so, because like, I mean, me for the longest time, I swore up and down. I was like, if you make 50 grand a year and you can't get rich, you're stupid. Like, or you've made some really bad financial decisions. That was my thought process. I can't say that now because of inflation. Like, I cannot say that. Like, 50K a year might be a struggle. But what I do know is if you have good financial principles and a drive, you'll figure it out because there's a million side hustles out here that you can do now. We are in a gig economy. It's not hard to work an extra day or work some extra hours. especially if you're just putting in 35 to 40. Like if you're doing the bare minimum, then like, you might want to kick that up. Now, if you're making 50K and you're working like 60 to 100 hours a year, a week, then, I would find a new job or get it back down to 30, 35, 40 hours and then side hustle that until you don't have to and just put all that money away. But people just feel entitled, and that's the worst part of it. And like with everything that's going on in this country, that whole sentiment that whole time has run past if we're going to fix any of this stuff before it's too late. Because if you're sitting around feeling entitled and you're sitting around just letting the world change around you and everything is happening to you and not for you or through you, then you're going to be in a bad place, because the society at large, no one's coming to save you. I know there's a lot of you out there who are advocates that the government should fix all of this. And like the government's the ones who are implementing a lot of this. So we can't expect the people that are acting out against the better interest of the populace to also be the same entity that saves us. Like, it just doesn't work like that. Like, if I'm punching you, you can't expect me to help you beat me up. Like, I'm actively beating you up. Like, I've already picked a team. It's the winning one. Like, so you're gonna have to do something about that yourself. And that leads us to why self-reliance is such an important thing. And it's across the board. Like, you should be the head of agency for all faculties of your existence, right? Be it health, be it wealth, be it your relationship, be it your spiritual journey. Bruh. Murda's dropping some money game here. Hold on. Apple just debuted their new credit card, which saves you 4.5% cash back and related savings account. Great opportunity. Approach with caution. That is interesting. Apple's trying to get rid of banks. Also, the government's trying to get rid of banks. Everyone's attacking banks right now. I think that's going to be an interesting financial fight that's already started happening, because the Fed's trying to do Fed Now, which is an attack on banks. Fortunately, at the present, it is illegal for them to be the sole bank of the nation. We might want to keep an eye out on if they try to change that under the still of the night while we're distracted with all the calamity that's going on. But Apple and a lot of tech companies, because like Google will probably be following suit in a similar vein. I'm surprised they haven't released a card yet, but it's probably because Google is so much more open source than Apple is, that it's easy for them to roll out a financial product when their products are A, 100% under their control, and B, they only have so many models of things that they made themselves to release these other options onto. The one thing that I will say is, from a convenience standpoint, it's about to get real interesting. It's about to get real interesting. I thought it was real interesting when Samsung started releasing their wallets. Oh, what's going on? Jada's in the back. You let me know when you're ready to come up. I don't know if you want everybody seeing you doing your hair. I can see you. But like when you're looking at something from that perspective, it's like the more convenient it becomes. You ready to come up? You hit me in the back when you're ready. Booyah.
Hey,
How are you?
I am doing fine, sir. You are doing such a good job with hitting a lot of things that need to be said to our community, to people as a whole, but definitely to our community. So shout out to that. I am
Thank you.
impressed.
Well, I like being on people's necks just as much as anybody else. It's just I don't. Well, since I'm not making any money and they're not paying me for it, I figured, it kind of feels good to actually help people too.
See,
Like
the
it's.
people
I mean,
can be fixed in a way. I think that we can only go up from here. I mean, we've trickled down, and trickled down over the generations. But I think that if we actually have the talk with our people, we
Yeah,
can change some minds. So I'm happy you have not completely given up and that you are having a conversation about more solutions, attacking the
yeah,
issue, the true
yeah.
issue, not this gender war stuff, the true issue, and then telling them that, it's time to get off your booty and let's get down to some solutions because that
Facts.
is the real value. If you're not talking about that a lot more often, then
Yeah.
what are you really up here for? If you want to be a detriment, just say, you wanted to be a detriment and make some money off of the crazy dysfunction, okay?
Right, right.
But you can't get up here and people be talking about some, no, I'm trying to build people. No, you are causing calamity.
You're causing calamity, and it's just
Yes.
endless arguments, and it's like how much time do we have to argue about the same stuff? Like, and the funny thing now is like you're seeing content creators run out of stuff to do, and like now they're just like they're having to deviate through these other avenues, and it's like, well, that's cute and all, but like I don't know that I'm trying to be up here trying to get Melanie King to take her shirt off because I done talked about dick and pussy too much. Like,
What?
oh yeah. MTR is out here just he's doing some interesting stuff. We'll leave it at that. Like,
Wow. Okay. So I
y-
need to tune in a little more often.
yeah, it's the
Well,
manosphere. Well that, and we're coming into a political season, so you're gonna see a lot less of the modern women conversation. It's gonna get political here probably over the next 5 weeks. Like,
really? Because last time I checked, I thought they were still talking about modern women, even with elections and politics
well,
and
I
all of
mean,
that going
I'm
on.
well, it becomes more. Well, that's when they kind of deviate, and it becomes more men's issues, which I'm all
Okay.
for. But it's like they're not authentically talking about men's issues all the time, because as soon as the election's over, it's just going to go back to like this is all women's fault and we hate them. So, like, so it's they take a break. It's a breather to like let them like harvest some more women to talk about.
Ah, okay. So then that means it also gives some of the women a breather.
Yeah, yeah.
Ah,
Yeah. So it'll
finally, women
it'll
get a
be
break
you
from
should
the
be voting
madness.
for these people. I don't know. It really depends on what the Democrats do this year. If they release another no voting, no fucking video, I'm gonna jump out of my window.
Oh my goodness.
Like I
Listen,
couldn't.
I am not a Democrat, so I was excited to know that I was not a part of vouching for that no voting, no bucking. I
I
couldn't
mean,
believe it.
it was wild. There were so many levels of how did we get here that came up when that video released, and I didn't.
Absolutely.
Like I couldn't. I was happy I didn't have. Actually, did I have a? No, I wasn't. I was participating in panels, but I didn't have a channel because I would have lost it. I would have been 100% stuck in a corner of the red pill space. That would have been horrible. Because like I didn't like it. I
Yeah,
was just like, oh, I don't.
I didn't like it at
I
all. It
don't
was the
rock with
craziest thing.
this.
I was like, wait, is this supposed to be like a comedy skit? This can't
Facts.
be
No,
real.
no,
Like
it was
this was a
very.
real. When I first saw, I was like, oh my goodness, is this comedy?
Yeah.
This is for
No.
real. This
Yep.
was really a. Who
It
paid
was
for
for
the
real.
ad? Who paid for the ad? When I went down the list to see who paid for the ad, I was like, oh my goodness. I
Oh,
was
there
like, y'all
was
just gonna let anybody play y'all like a fool, eh?
there was definitely some agenda. Angry Snowman's in the building from the mosh pit.
Uh-oh, hello there, angry snowman.
Yo, what's up, man? Can you hear me?
Oh,
Yeah.
whoa, wait a minute,
Are you
hey.
actually at a bonfire right now?
That's at my bonfire right now.
I thought it was an overlay. I was like, that's a cool overlay, dude. I'm like, oh,
It
you
No,
actually
it,
was.
set
Once he
stuff
walked
on
up, I
fire.
was like, whoa,
no,
wait a
I'm
minute.
burning shit in my backyard. That's a nice thing about living in the country.
Dude, I wish you lived
I
in the
hear
country
that.
by me. I'd come watch you burn stuff. I love
That's
burning stuff.
dude, that's
Oh,
that's just
Lord, you did.
all the twigs and down the limbs and shit from around the perimeter of the house for me and the boy cleaning up this winter.
That's
This winter.
Oh,
Now
ridiculous.
we got
okay.
now we got to go out and clean up all. We got 2 trees that got about half of them got knocked down over the windstorm last year.
Oh, geez. We
See
literally
that?
just had one last night here. It wasn't fun. I slept through it though, so I didn't. I mean, I woke up and saw the aftermath. I was like, "Oh, that doesn't look like it was fun for anyone."
Well, after
So it might
Detroit
be.
had such nice weather, late
Yeah.
70s, early 80 degrees. Why I say that like it was like it's dates. I'm sorry. But nonetheless, I realized I said that like, wait, why I said that like it was dates?
Oh,
Um,
I felt it
but
though. I
we
felt it.
had that and then we had hail the very next
yep.
day.
That's what we've been having here too. It's like it'll be like super nice, and then it just gets cold for like 2 days. Then it comes back, and it's like some weird storm thing, and it's windy. It's been windy for so long that I think we have Chicago's wind.
Just a little bit of water.
Mm.
It ain't even raining that hard. Girl said it's
Really?
vegetables.
Oh my
I was
goodness.
talking to the boys.
Mm.
It started
But
raining a little. Started sprinkling a little
Nonetheless,
bit.
I am excited for what you're doing. If this is going to be the type of content you'll have in the middle of the nights, I will gladly tune in. I don't know if that's what your purpose is at night, but I think your last couple of ones, towards the evening, nighttime, has been almost you having those nice soliloquies going on, and I'm here for it. I'm
yeah.
also here from the early morning stuff too, okay? As you can
Well,
see, I'm up
that's what
bright early in the
that's what
morning
I was
after
about to
my
say. I
morning
was like,
yoga.
"You're up super early too." I was like,
Right.
"What's up?"
For those out there that want to call me a, a poor white trash cracker in a trailer park, you see that right
After you
there?
just choked.
That's a
It's
street
a
light.
street light.
Yeah, that's my own street light on my own property.
Oh snap! You literally have your own street light.
Yes, I
That's
have to
freaking
pay
awesome.
for it too.
He said I have to pay for it.
I was
So
about
what
to
are
say
the?
you probably have to if you in an area where you can create bonfires.
Oh,
So
hold
you
up, hold
probably
up,
do
hold
have to
up.
have your own.
Wait a second. Hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up. I don't have my
Hello there,
things
Black
yet, but
Ray.
Big Bad Bull just hit me with that 25 ball, man. He always supporting from the shadows. You could have
Shout
said
out to Big
hi,
Bad Bull.
bro. Shout outs to Big Bad Bull, the mod father. Thank you so much, bro. Mike, how are
Shout out to
you?
that.
See,
What's up,
Mike.
bro?
Hey, so is that how this works? You just change the color of the wife beater?
He changes the color of the what?
Of his wife beater. So he
Oh yeah,
always is
that's
in a
Oh,
wife beater, like every
okay,
time.
yeah,
Yeah.
I don't know who he is, so I'm like, the who?
legend. You ask Snowman. I got every color wife beater there is.
That is awesome.
So do
That
I.
is awesome.
More colors than just white, Ray.
Shut your mouth. Listen, my dad who beat me didn't have
Listen to
any
you
of the
with
other
listen to
ones.
you with the top colorism going on right now.
Dude, what? That's messed up.
I'm just saying that.
So wait a
If you
minute.
watched
Did you
Chuck
wear a
back in
black
the
wife
days,
beater
you know
because
why
you're
we
on my
called it
channel
that.
today and not Snowman?
Oh no, this ain't a racist thing. This ain't racist. You're my brother from another mother.
I know. So no, so Jada, so it's really interesting. So Snowman and Mike were both involved in militias, right?
Yes.
Yeah. And so I met Mike and I was like, I met Snowman and he was showing me the videos, and then we talked to Mike, and Mike's actually has some really good insights on the legal system and the way that collectively all of our rights are being taken, and it's not just targeted at one group. They're literally taking rights from everyone.
Well, the way
And
Mike
so like
wants to
what was
the way
that?
Mike actually wants to do things is the proper channel, and is the one that's less likely to end up in a lot of bloodshed, and that's with a redress of grievance against the federal government. You know, not only does that, not only, and the reason why that's so much more important to try and go that route is that if it was to ever go to a world court, which everything goes to a world court, especially when you're talking about a country status, it'll end up in a world court if we were to ever fight our federal government. And that's the only way that we'd have any kind of holding or have any grounds to stand on in a world court to legitimize what it is we're trying to do.
And so would one of you, for the people who are not familiar with that process, would one of you explain what a redress of grievance is?
It's like the Declaration of Independence.
It's the Declaration of Independence conformed into today. What it is every American citizen has the right to address their grievances to the government by law, and it's our constitutional right. And remember, like I always tell everybody, don't think I'm a white supremacist or a militia or this or that. Listen, the Constitution is umbrellaed under every individual. Even if we don't get along, even if I don't like you, it protects you as well. It protects every individual in this entire world. And that's what it's about. It's about protecting Americans as a whole. Whether you believe in the right or left, it really doesn't matter. Listen, we all have constitutional rights, and you should know your rights.
I love that.
Well, look,
and that was one of the things that like really kind of piqued my ears when it was like, this is something that's all of ours. And like
it is.
The conversations that we're having are, like I always say, are conversations that they don't want had, because like they don't want people like you talking to black people, period. And they want them to think that you're radical and like, oh, I believe this, or I'm taking part in the militia. And when I was looking at because like I didn't get to meet any of the militia people that were here during our marches and stuff, but when I was looking at the way the video that Snowman shared, how they were interacting with the public regardless of who it was, they were just kind of there and making their presence known. But like it wasn't in an act of aggression, like people were coming up and asking questions and having conversations, but it wasn't like, hey, these people are here specifically to agitate or aggress against you people. I'm like, that's probably something pretty interesting that people should tap into a little bit more.
About flexing muscle or trying to show who had the biggest balls or that we were going against anybody. It was just to show that we were there exercising our rights.
And people have to understand that the militia is very diverse. Mm-hmm. So, and this is what people don't understand, because the media portrays different. And not only that, they'll have other groups that will show up that have infiltrated to try to make us look bad. But what you have to understand, in the militia, we are like the United States. We are mixed in every single way. Mm-hmm. We're every race, color, creed. It doesn't matter. I mean, listen. That's what this world is about. It's about a melting pot, and we all fall under the same rights, and that's what we all have to fight for. We may not agree with each other on certain principles, but we all have to find that one thing, that one commonality between every side to fight for together.
Mike, I would add, I don't even think it's one thing. I think that when people actually speak to people, they find out that you're probably about 65% aligned. Like, I'd say I agree with you and Snowman on about 75% of stuff. I'd say 70 to 80 at this point, because like stuff has gotten so bad that it's just like, oh, some of that stuff that I thought was a little bit kooky ain't so kooky. Like, that's actually what's happening. But
dude, I'm going to tell you what, for the black panel here, right? You have to understand, being one of the heads of the militia and one of the, literally, I mean, I built groups from nothing in a militia. I mean, mind you, 648 groups now in the United States. Let me tell you something. I used to sit and have conversations, civil conversations with Black Lives Matter, where we used to sit there, the heads of and we used to sit there and agree on more than you would know. Just because we had different ideologies and there was a lot of animosity between each other, there was still a lot we agreed upon that we could fight together. People just they don't realize that there's a lot of ignorant people on both sides that just don't realize that there's always something we can fight together to make a difference.
Okay, I got a question for the. I got a question.
A lot of stuff Black Lives Matter say.
What was that?
Go ahead.
That's funny because I don't agree with a lot of stuff that Black Lives Matter states.
Well, here's the thing. Here's what people don't know. There's two different Black Lives Matter. A lot of people don't know that.
Yes, it is. Okay, so if you're not talking about the others, then I understand.
No, he's talking about boots on the ground, because he was dealing with people where they were at,
that are actually doing
that
something.
Are active, like activists, like actual activists.
Gotcha.
I had a question I wanted to pose to the panel. I think it's a good one with this diverse of a panel. And I'm going to start with Mike, and then we're going to go to Snowman, and then we're going to go to Jada, and then I'll answer. Okay. What do you think? The question is, what do you think is one of the main barriers that are keeping. Oh well, Jesus. Oh, he just dropped back. Okay, that are keeping us as a whole from having those conversations. Like, what do you feel is like if you could pick one thing and be like, yeah, this is a clear line where people are not crossing it, and it's creating conflict to where we think that there's division where there actually may not be. Because in my experience, go ahead, Mike.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, in
ahead.
my experience, when you actually talk to people or actually put yourself in those situations to where it's like, hey, these people aren't going to like you, you find out that that's not actually the case. Like, for instance, I work a partial blue-collar job. I work with a lot of blue-collar workers. And everybody was like, oh, those guys are all racist. Like, you're going to be the only black guy there, and they're going to hate you, and they're going to be mean to you, and they're going to treat you bad. And it's been the polar opposite. Like, I work really hard. So everyone that I met, I'm not going to lie, there were some guys that I met project management wise that were a little standoffish. But that aside, after they saw my work ethic and they were like, oh, this guy actually knows his shit, it's been cool. Like, straight up ever since. So my question is, like, what are some of those barriers that we have where people could go, hey, if you're experiencing this, you might want to lean into it. Cause like I've got quite a few, but I want to get one from everyone on the panel because I think that you guys will have some value to add into that.
Well, I'll hit the nail on the head. I'll hit the nail on the head right now. It's the fallacy that racism actually exists. Racism is pushed on society. I mean, that's all it is. It's pushed on society to cause division. And when people actually look around them and look at the people around them and talk to the people around them, racism it is pretty much dead. Since 9/11, it was dead. The problem was we had administrations and media and things that put it back into play. And I honestly believe, like I said, this. If you were to take true, actual racism that exists in the United States today, we can abolish it tomorrow over coffee. That's how quick we can abolish it. And I honestly believe that it's racism being pushed down American citizens' throats when in actual reality we shouldn't be divided. It doesn't exist. I mean, let's just say, listen, number one, we all came over on boats. All our ancestors came over on boats. So let's just get that straight right off the bat. All our ancestors, okay? And that's just the way it is. Like, forget racism, forget the bullshit. And it's not just black first, white. I'm talking every race, color, creed out there. Even with religion. Listen, religions, they sit there and they fight about religion, but they don't realize how similar all their ideologies are. So that's what I say about that.
Okay. So, Snowman, what you got? Weigh in on it.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, first off, I want to start out by saying this. Everybody needs to understand in America that if you aren't part of the military and you ain't part of the federal government, that you are militia. Everyone. Straight up. All right. Second, I want to reiterate to people, I know that you've been taught your whole life that the Constitution was written for the white man and that it has stuff in there written in that was written to make black people be seen as less than human. That's a lie. You've been lied to, because I want to point out that in both the Declaration and in the Constitution, both with the two documents that work hand in hand with each other, the one thing the founders made sure they did is when they were talking about us, the people, that they referred to everyone in that document as the people. They never said man, they never said woman, they never said black, they never said white. They always said people, the people. So that means that was for you too. I think that the biggest barrier that we have, and I don't think a lot of people are aware of it, Red. I mean, you've talked about it, and it's the language barrier in the United States. That's what's preventing a lot of conversations from being had. We all speak American, but we all speak a different dialect of American, specifically blacks and whites. Our slang is different, and it's done that way intentionally. That way we think that we're sitting in saying things that aren't being said, and things are taken the way they aren't meant to be taken.
Mm.
And that happens a lot. You know, there's a lot of people in this country, and I used to be one of them, man, that we on the white side, we all think that we know what black people are about, what they're doing, what they're up to, what their goal is. We think we know everything about them.
Mm-hmm.
And the truth of the matter is we don't. We don't at all. You don't know nothing about them until you actually take the time to engage with them and learn and understand. And in the same light, there's a lot of blacks that think that they know everything about the white man and the white woman and what's going on in our communities and how our mind works and what our agenda is. And I'm here to tell you, you don't. Unless you've taken the time to sit back and have a discussion, and I'm talking more than just one. Unless you've taken the time to sit back and listen and hear what a man has to say, you don't have a clue. And that's the problem. Is both sides of this main racial divide in America, we all think we know what the other one's doing and know everything about the other one. But the truth of the matter is none of us know what the other side is doing or anything about them. The only thing we know is what we're taught by pop culture, by the fucking media, and by movies and all that shit. And in all reality, all it would take is for us to actually stop assuming things about each other and have a discussion with each other, and a lot of these problems would end.
Mm. Okay, I like that. I like both of those answers. Okay, Jada, you're up.
Okay, so as you know, I got dropped off. So I did not hear the question.
Oh, you didn't hear the question? Okay, so
yeah.
I'm sorry. So the question is, what do you feel? We're trying to dial in on one thing. So everybody gets one thing that separates us communally as Americans, black and white, from having these conversations and being able to build with each other versus having these like separate sides where everybody basically like what Snowman said, where everybody thinks they know what the other group is doing or thinking or their opinions or how they navigate. But the reality of it is they don't. Like neither side knows what the other one's doing. It's like the left hand never talks to the right hand.
Okay, so I would have to say the one thing that I could think of mostly would be that no one is willing to just put down what it is they are versus who it is they are. So if we let go of all of that other stuff and just lived as regular people, you know what I'm saying? Just live as a people, even if it's rich and poor, whatever. But we live as a people rather than worried about who's white, who's black, who's Hispanic, who came to this country versus being born in this country. I think if we actually throw that to the side, we could actually live better as a people.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? I think that is a major thing. I know some people say money doesn't account for racism either, but for some people, if they're racist and they have money, whether it's black or white or whoever, they're racist and they got money, that does bring in a narrative for them to be able to place money where it could be a detriment to a certain people rather than their own. You know, some people will put money into stuff that affects other people that they would never do that would affect their own in majority numbers, right? So again, that's where I would think at. Also, if y'all don't mind me going ahead and mentioning this, because I can't, in my mind, I can't just let it fly over. I was going to, but I decided not to. I know the young man down at the bottom to the left.
Yep.
He said we all, came over here on a boat, et cetera, but there's only one group as a majority number that were brought here by force, meaning it was not their will. And again, majority. It means it was not their will. When our people got here, they weren't even given the choice to live as humans. They were controlled. They were abused. They were assaulted. Some of them were murked for fun, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I could go on, but I don't have a need to really do it. But I just couldn't let it go without saying like, well, we might have all came over here on a boat, but I don't think majority of us wanted to come on the type of boat that we came on.
The only thing I have to rebuke to that is technically there isn't just one group, because white Irish slaves were actually treated worse than black slaves. Two, which we've discussed before on panel, is there's no evidence of how they came over on the boat. So it's all history, and what you have to understand, and I understand you're talking from a history standpoint, but if you look at history as a whole, we've been lied to through and through with history, through and through. And there's a lot of things that people don't think of how history and the fallacies of history were created to divide people even then. So I want you to just take that with you and think about that. And think, listen, I understand you say, oh, this is my culture, this is my history. We've all been lied to in history. And we know it now because there's evidence coming out. So you really got to think about the facts of that history and how it actually happened. And I'm not saying you're wrong at all, because if the history was the truth, I'd be furious as well. But like I said, white Irish slaves honestly were treated a lot worse than black slaves. And that's the truth.
Well, to
Okay,
Mike's
so let's
point,
go. Let's just go through that thought about it. Irish
Well, I mean,
slaves.
well,
Irish slaves have not come over here in a high abundance as with black people. And that's why I specifically said in a majority fashion, the majority of us that are here, right? We are descendants of millions that were brought here. Irish cannot say the same, correct?
there was only about 800,000 brought to America, and that is a historical fact.
Okay, but the one thing that I was going to add,
that is charted versus the over the time millions that got here from there. Are we going to not act like
but
it was
we're also leaving out a couple of key historical facts though in regards to slavery. In the North,
bring 'em in.
There was no segregation, and blacks were not enslaved up there. Not only that, we had
blacks
black
were not
slave
enslaved
owners
where?
in the North.
In the northern states.
Okay,
Segregation didn't exist in the United States until the slaves from the South were released.
Continue.
So, which I'm not saying that was the majority of black people, but like we also had black people that owned slaves, that owned plantations.
The thing that I wanted to point out,
so there have been each race of people who have owned each other as slaves before, no?
Correct.
Correct.
I mean,
okay, so that's not even a point to that's not even a point to really make, because that happens, right?
No. I can agree with you about.
Sorry about that. Go ahead.
I can agree with you to an extent about slavery, because obviously per group percentage, yes, 100%, the majority of black people that came over here. But like the deal is, historically, whiteness was something that was granted by the courts. So like there wasn't just like, oh, hey, you came over and you kind of look like us. It was like when Irish people came over here, every single Irish person. So like if you're gonna talk group and talk whiteness, then you got to take into account that historically whiteness was something you applied for in its initial onset. That we have historical court cases of people who came over here from Korea that were like, hey, I'm lighter than you. I want whiteness. I want to be able to own land. I want to be able to do all the stuff white people can do. And they were like, no, mongrel, we decided we don't like your eyes and you don't get to be white. That's actual facts. So like when Irish people came over here.
Isn't Anthony Johnson a black man, the person responsible for making a court case where he went to court, and rather than black people being indentured servants, which that's what they were when they first came over here too, was indentured servants, he actually won a landmine court case that took them from indentured servitude to being property, and that was a black man that did that.
Oh shit! Drop that link. I didn't know that.
I honestly couldn't even hear what he said. I was
going
to ask y'all if y'all could summarize it for me. I couldn't really hear him.
No, he was saying that there was a landmark court case
that Anthony Manning or Anthony Johnson or something like that.
Okay, so he was saying that there was a court case that actually made black people move down a peg from indentured servants to slaves, because initially they were brought here as indentured servants. And there's a court case that's apparently on file where a black man went and wanted to keep his as property, so it made all of them property. There was a transition from indentured servitude, which ended, which was literally, that's historical slavery before we got to like the Americas and the West and the transatlantic. Slavery is stopped after you got conquered after a while. Like you ingrained yourself into the society that conquered you. because every
Well,
society that
you gotta
invaded
remember,
took
you
the
gotta-
conquered as slaves. Like it was that used to be normal. Hold on,
well,
what
I'm
did
not-
you say the name was? Angry Snowman.
I think it was either Anthony Manning or Anthony Johnson. I'm looking it up. I'm real quick. He was one of the first black slave owners.
Anthony
That was
Johnson,
the
the
guy that they
farmer.
based off of. If you ever seen The Underground, they based part of it after him.
Yeah,
Oh,
Anthony
really?
Johnson.
Okay.
So technically, back to the
Okay.
thought of there were more of us.
Mhm.
Like I don't negate problems of other people, right?
Right.
Things were done, they were bad. I don't negate none of that, right?
Mhm.
Though again, my only pushback is if you're going to say, we all came over here on a boat, but we didn't all come willingly.
It's just slightly different
There's
boat
really not a
positions and
pushback that can be
boats.
done with that. You say who?
Right. I said it
then,
was slightly different boat positions and boats.
Well, listen,
okay,
it's
we
definitely
didn't have that type of pleasant thing going on. But also within that, I noticed that he said, and I do believe history does not really give you everything that can be true, right?
Right.
So I get
Doesn't.
that. I agree with him completely on that. Though we do know it was pretty harsh because not only did slaves write about it, not only did freed slaves write about it, and not only did slave owners, slave trackers, slave ship boat workers, they have their diaries. They spoke on issues. They wrote back letters. So we can get a good idea that, yeah, those boat rides were pretty bad.
Well, I was like in regards to the slavery piece, like everyone who came over from Europe that toured the South wrote about it too, and not in a good way. Like,
Right, that's what I'm saying. Like it
I mean,
was bad. We can't say like we can't. And I don't
well,
believe all of the
I mean,
history because of this,
for
that, and the
for
third.
me,
So we don't have a record of
we,
it being bad. Yeah, it was
but I
bad.
mean,
We
but I
got a
mean,
record.
we can look at the history that actually happened. I mean, we can look at Black Wall Street. We can look at all the other cities where like black people were run out, and then they went and made their own city, and then they went and burned it down, and then killed all the smart people. Like, I'm like, my thing is, if there weren't some slaves, you would not have people that upset about people minding their own damn business. Like, that's like their head. But so actually, that's a good segue into mine. So
I actually got this lawsuit pulled up when you're ready too, or I can tell you about it real fast.
I'm sorry.
Oh,
what?
go ahead.
Am I the only one that can hear snowman
No.
that good?
Here,
Oh,
you know what? Finish your statement. And what I'll do is I'll get on my computer and I'll use my computer.
Oh, you're using your phone. He's using his phone. He normally has a really good
Oh.
mic where he just like bellows at people.
Yeah, because that's what I'm used to hearing him say with the last sometimes I see this video. So
Well,
I'm
here,
like,
while he's switching, that segues into my point. And I think the thing that separates us the most, personally, is the way the people who came before us indoctrinate us into this world. I know for a fact that racism is not taught; it is learned. Those opinions are not, you're not inherently born with those opinions. Children just want to play. And I've told this story a bunch of times. Like, the reason that I have a different paradigm and I'm willing to go associate and have a conversation with Snowman, or associate and have a conversation with somebody like Mike, and then have people over on certain other panels tell me that I'm racist as soon as I show up because I talk to these people, is because my family didn't raise me knowing about racism. Like, they put me around people who were not like me and let me figure it out on my own.
Well, Ray, that's part of your problem. That's what's wrong with you now, because that's what they say, right?
Right. But
that's what's wrong with you now, right?
Seriously, it's like that the education that you're given. Like, when you talk to other people, I'm like, did your parents teach you about racism? Like, yeah, they told me I can't trust white people, and I'm like, okay, then. Like, my parents literally never told me that. And the thing is, they experienced actual racism. Like, I live in a red line city. Kansas City has a big history with redlining. And my grandmother could never go to the plaza with her husband while they were together. Like, they had separated. He had moved out of state before she could go to the plaza. And I come around in the 80s and she's like, you're going everywhere that you want to go, and we're not going to say anything about it. Like, she took that to her grave. My mother told me those stories as an adult. And like my mom, who literally told me the house that they moved into when my grandmother lived in the suburbs, when they first moved into that house, they came and like threatened to burn the house down, the whole community, because they were the first black people to move in there. Like, my mom never put that on me. She was like, cool, you're going to be around white people. You're going to be around all sorts of kinds of people. You will sort this out, and then we'll tell you what our family went through after you're an adult and can like process this based on the lens that you made for yourself. We are not allowing our children to make these decisions for themselves, because when you feed those opinions, like, oh, and it goes both ways. Like if a white parent's like, yeah, you can't trust black people, they're criminals, or they're listening to Sean Hannity and they're just like, yeah, that's how they all are. And the kid hears that. Now he has that seed to go, well, I'm not going to make these assumptions on my own. My dad says I shouldn't talk to you people. And then you have a bunch of black kids who, and I mean, you can see the results of this when these people get on panels. Look at what they did to Snowman, the way that they disrespect him when he shows up. Because this is supposed to be a black space on a platform made by white people. Like, what are we talking about? Like, we make these spaces. We have grown adults who are trying to self-segregate. And then talking about, I'll say whatever I want about you, but if you say something racist, then E-Black's going to get on a panel and cry at just pearly things looking like a mop because of words. Like, it's the way that they're, and like, you know what? Actually, E-Black's not even old, so I don't think he experienced racism. He just looks old, which is worse because he's black. That's counter stereotype.
But the division's never going to end.
Yeah. No, and I get that.
I mean, the division's never going to end. If see, why do you think people like me and Snowman will jump on an all-black panel? Listen. Yeah. For me, you have to understand, and you know my history. I grew up in some bad areas. I worked in some bad areas. My best friend growing up from 2.5 years old was from Ghana, straight from Africa. My best friend in the world. Now he's in prison, but he was my best friend in the world, straight from Africa. No one ever treated him differently. I grew up in a different type of environment.
Right.
And his family, even his family, straight up from Africa, never felt different. You know what I'm saying? Because no one treated them different, and it's being a product of your environment.
Mm-hmm.
You know, when you're taught racism, and you're going to believe in racism, and that's the problem with media and government and all those ideologies being pushed on citizens of America, because the division shouldn't be here. We're past all that. We have more mixed race in the United States than we have actual, white people or black people. Everybody's mixed. Everyone.
Hold up. Wait a second. I got some facts for you, because I got a teammate now who is really into history, just like I am, but he's not up here, so he's looking at the history stuff. So this is in regards to Ireland. Ireland quickly became the biggest source of human livestock for English merchants. The majority of the slaves to the New World were actually white. From 1641 to 1652, over 500,000 Irish were killed by the English, and another 300,000 were sold as slaves. Ireland's population fell from about 1.5 million to 600,000 in a single decade.
There you go.
The difference, but see, and I get that piece of the history. The difference being, and this is how they've played the separation game, was since whiteness was granted, when they allowed the ones who survived whiteness per the court system and the privileges that it bestowed upon people who were considered white, that's where the divide came in. Because I had this conversation, and I actually lost a friend over it. It was a really good friend of mine that I'd known for forever in the dance community. And a buddy of a break dancer who's a friend of ours, came down from New York. He is very Irish, very good break dancer too. Kid's dope. He is so dope. But we were talking history, because I like to talk history, and he was telling me basically what Jeremy told me, because like I didn't know that much of the history. And he was like, yeah, this. And my other friend, who is also Irish, came over and got immediately offended at the fact that we were even talking about the Irish as though they were ever slaves, and then got offended that like he was like, oh well, my family didn't come over here as slaves. So then me being me, because I've been dog walking people since forever, I was like, well, it sounds like you were on the wrong side of that boat then, bro. Like, and then just stared at him until he walked off. Like, because I'm like, you're like, because he was just like, he came over and immediately tried to challenge him. It was like, where'd you hear that from? And he was like, my great grandmother, dude. Like, what are you talking about? Like, everybody in my family knows this. We're Irish. And like, he couldn't grasp the concept because like his family history, he didn't have that. And he also had this air of like, oh, I would never be a slave, which honestly, like, you a little bit racist, bro. Like a little, not racist, you a little bit prejudiced. We got to stop calling everything racist.
Okay.
But like the fact that him being
racist,
put on the same level or worse, because the conversation that we were having was how Irish people were treated worse than black people during slavery because they were valued as less than black people during slavery.
Could I answer, Murder Amanda?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
See, my biggest thing is, listen. There's always going to be a class in society, right? And I know you said you're thinking like our government. We need to have the slave class and the dummy class because they're what keeps the motor turning while the rich succeed and get wealthy. The problem is in the United States, they rarely allow you to leave that class, and you have to be people like me and Reckless here, like where we push forward in society no matter. You look at me, all right? You look at me in a wife beater, tattoos everywhere. I look like the biggest white supremacist piece of white trash there is, right? You would never know that I actually own 5 companies. I own 2 5-star companies across the United States. I make plenty of money. I'm happy with myself. And like I tell people who say money doesn't buy happiness never had money to begin with. Because the more you succeed, the happier you are with yourself. And this class thing and this slave thing, it's all garbage. Listen, you're the product of your environment. The only one who can take you out of it is you. You can't bitch and complain, and you can't blame anybody else, no other class, no other race, no other creed, no other religion. It's you that is in charge of getting you out of the situation you're in. That's it.
I agree.
He said you look like DMX's half brother. I love that. Murder is my name.
Murder.
Awesome.
I was going to answer murder when it came
to taller than DMX, though. I'm 6'2".
But being that we're talking about black topics, I'm like, I'm not even going to address the Indian. Do I have Indian in my family part?
Well, listen, technically I'm Sicilian. All right. You know, I'm mixed too, if you want to go down my bloodline. I mean, shit, you might as well call me inbred too, because in the Italian society, they used to marry their first cousins.
Damn.
Well, I am mixed with some stuff, but I have always just fell up under the umbrella of I'm black, and that is fine.
You want to know what? You're American. We're all American.
Right.
Why are
we gonna be Americans from now on?
Well, yeah, you're right. I am. I'm American,
but
though.
You just got a deeper tan than me. That's it.
Like even with my daughter, when her skin was lighter before my mother put her in that Mississippi sun, they would ask her like, what was she mixed with? And I would be a bit offended. Like, why would she have to be mixed with something because she's pretty? That used to bother me because only when you looked cute did people say, what are you mixed with? I'm black. I'm black. I'm mixed with black. I'm black.
But I mean,
that's where that comes from. That's why I get annoyed when that question is asked, but not where I take it.
It's just like, yeah, but I mean, that means you're mixed with everything. Cause like, it's like, there's no genetic phenotype that says black. Like you don't get a 23andMe and it comes up black. Like,
I know, but it just growing up. That's why I said, growing up, they used to bother me. And so when I hear people say that with my daughter, it's like, what are you talking about? Why does she have to be mixed with something because she's cute? Why does she have to be mixed with something because she has long hair? How about maybe we just happen to manage our hair? Could that be a possibility? People who manage their hair usually do have longer hair.
Well,
you know what I'm saying?
This is the thing that I've always found interesting. And my 2 exes ago, who was also white, she used to get super upset because she'd be like, oh, well, you know, like I had to fight to get in here and these men and the patriarchy. And I was like, just don't work there then. And she was like, well, no, because like I was the first woman to do this, 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 and this, and this. And I'm like, and she was like, you know, like we've got to break down barriers. I was like, we don't have to do shit. I was like, first of all, I don't want to be in any building where I'm not wanted personally. Like, I'm not trying to be forced to be in here, you know, like, but the other thing that I was telling her was because like, it was the same thing when they were talking about like, oh, well, they don't make plus size women's lingerie. I was like, they don't have to. I was like, if there's like 500 of you fat bitches out here that want to have lingerie, why can't one of you make a company to sell to the other 499,000?
That's being called an entrepreneur right there.
Like, well, no, that's what I'm saying. I'm like, if you're not going to be serviced, I was like, if you're the best at what you do, and this company doesn't like, so for instance, I am one of the best at what I do in my area, and actually in this region. If a company doesn't want me because I'm black, that's their loss. I'm freaking awesome. I will go somewhere else and I will put you in the dirt over there because I'm also a competitor and I want everyone else to be out of business.
But I don't think that's it, because listen, in today's society, no one wants to work. The only way you're recognized is by your work ethic and how much you put in, regardless of who you are or what color you are. Listen, I don't give a crap. I don't give a crap who you are. I'm going to hire the kid that's doing what he's supposed to do, that's learning what he's supposed to learn, and that makes my job easier as a boss. Period. I don't care who you are. I don't care if you're a cockroach, crackhead. I don't trust crackheads because I don't like thieves and I don't like liars, and they're both. But that's besides the fact. If you're doing your job, if you're doing your job and you're doing what you're supposed to do, and you make my job as a boss easier, you know what I'm saying? I don't care what you, I mean, maybe I'm a different person. Like I said, you're always the product of your environment. Tonight's a prime example. Since I'm such a white supremacist skinhead, like tonight's a prime example. I was in QT, right? There was this girl with the cutest little black baby there was, man. And he was running around grabbing candy. And this white crackhead walked in, almost bumped into him, gave him a dirty look, and like kind of like got snarky with the mother. I almost yoked him up. And of course I said something right to him. You want to know why? Because that's how I function in society. To me, there's no seeing race. There's no, I mean, I know, listen, it's good to be proud of your heritage and everything like that. But in today's society, all these they need to wake up to realize that we're all here to function in society together. You know what I'm saying? As long as there's division, as long as there's that there is no middle class anymore, so you're either rich or poor. But what I'm saying is, what I'm saying is we're all here to function together, and the only way we succeed and make a functioning society is together. You know, and people have to get over. You know, they just have to get over it. Everybody's got to get over it, and that's white, that's black, that's Chinese, that's everybody, that's religions. Everybody's just we're in America. We're a cesspool. It doesn't matter what you are. We're here to function. We all have the same rights, the same everything under the Constitution. There's no reason for division, and I know people will fight me till the end of it, but I'll sit here and speak it. I've proved it. I've held rallies about it. I've been to DC about it. I went to the White House about it, and I've been in the Capitol about it. And I'll still preach this. Do you know the SPLC, the biggest liberal friggin' site there is out there, couldn't even do a hit piece on me?
Did they try?
They tried.
What did it look like? Were they like, well, he doesn't have hair, skinhead?
No, they actually made me sound good, because that's when I was calling out all the bullshit that was happening on the right side with the division and people being, I call them constitutional convenience. They think the Constitution only applies to them and not to others. And for me, it applies to everyone. You know, that's why I held a unity rally. When I tell you I held a unity rally, I had a transgender speak on Second Amendment rights. So I'm going to tell you right now, when it came to the Constitution, that proves it falls under all. I had every race, color, and creed out there fighting together. We literally visited the White House together, visited the Capitol together. So, you know, when I talk about things, I also act on them. I also prove myself, and I get out there and I do it. You know,
I think that actually lends to a great deal more credibility. You know, like, because you're so active. You know, Jada, we need to have him and old Simp God on a panel together. I think that would be a great conversation.
That would be interesting. Okay, so Mike, I don't know you, so give me a breakdown of you. Are you racist?
Hell no. Why would I be racist? I just said I grew up. I just said my best friend growing up was from.
I figured not. But I know, like, sometimes when you say things, like, okay, well, they say I'm the biggest. Like, wait a minute. So,
well, no,
that's just what they say
I just
about
want to
it.
make sure. Okay, so that's just only hearsay, or just
Listen,
what they want to say.
If you were to take my face and alter it to everything that people say about me, I'd have a Nazi mustache, but I'd have Jewish Jerry curls. I'd be a drug addict, a murderer, a mobster, and you name it, they've thrown it at me.
Okay,
I mean, like they call me a Nazi. You want to know why I laugh? Because I'm actually an Italian Jew. So I mean, like I said, I just say that. I just say that in general. Like I get out black panels and they're like, "This white motherfucker, this bald head Nazi." But for me, here's the thing: words can never hurt me because, like Ray always says, you can never touch my money.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Listen, I'm a 2-time high school dropout. I was a fuck up, and I'm honest about it. And you want to know what? I built 5 companies, 2 that are 5-star rated. I sell on the internet. I sell everywhere. I do everything. And you want to know what? I'm into everything. When I say there's a side, like Reckless was talking about a side hustle before, when I tell you I'm into everything, I'm into selling livestock. I have the largest super hot pepper farm in the United States. I have a podcast. I have businesses all over.
Jesus Christ, we're tired of hearing about your largest hot pepper damn farm in the United States.
I'm not, bro. I love peppers.
Let him enjoy his hot peppers, okay?
You know what? You're tired of hearing it.
My vegetables on the screen. Let me put it back up here so y'all can see.
You're tired of hearing it, but I set the world's hottest pepper record. I beat the Carolina Reaper, just to let you know.
Yeah. You broke all the records.
No, I really did. I'm not lying.
Didn't they do that?
And you want to know what I call it? Yo, you want to know what I call it to make you smile? I call it Pepper D for D's nuts. Because every single motherfucker wants to talk shit. I swear to God. You think I'm lying? Look it up. It's all over the place. You think I'm lying?
So you're called Hot Nuts?
Oh, see, she grows too. See, I respect that. I like that.
Oh yeah, I grow a lot of stuff.
So hold on. I got 2 questions. I got 2 questions. Hold up, I gotta show Murder some love. I got 2 questions. So first one's for Jada. From Murder. Miss Jada, have you encountered more in the workplace racism or sexual harassment? Which have you encountered more?
Let me give it its respectful due and let me think it over real quick. Give me about 5 seconds.
Okay. Oh, Jesus.
Ray, you know me. I haven't worked for a lot of people, okay?
I know.
So give me a second. I got to think about it.
She got to think way back.
Yeah, I gotta think back, and even if I say let me think about some of the clients I've had, so that's why I'm like, give me a second, let me recall.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, so I'm gonna go with I ain't even gonna say that. I'm gonna say sexual harassment. I was gonna say sexual harassment because sometimes guys want to pay me with pain.
Oh gee, what?
But technically, it's not really harassment It's not harassment if it's just like a suggestion. I'm not that nervous of men approaching me and saying certain different things. So I can't see it as sexual harassment, but I know some people say that's sexual harassment in the workplace.
Well, I mean, if you look at a woman for more than 3 seconds now and maintain eye contact, it's sexual harassment.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, if it's something a little more aggressive, like if they were trying to offer me the peen in a slick way and be like, girl, you go take this peen for this work, then that's different. So no, I'm going to have to say racism. I get more assumptions about my race sometimes, and then more assumptions.
Is it racism or is it just questions though?
No, it's actually racism. I'm gonna say it's racism. I'm gonna give you an example. I interviewed with a lady. First of all, she seen my resume. She seen I can't even tell y'all that extra part. She seen something else, and then when she had me come in for the job, she was like, "Oh, I didn't expect you to be black." And I was like, "Why wouldn't you expect me to be black? Would it matter?" And she was like, "Well," it's like, "Well," it's like, wait a minute.
But then again, my question.
Well,
My question
You
that
say
I
what?
asked though is I'm assuming that with your with your resume and with what you have to back you up, the things that you've done in life, was it really one of them things to where it wasn't would you expect other black people to have the same kind of resume and pedigree that you have, is what I'm asking, or are what you're doing typically what they would consider actions of a white person trying to get ahead in life? Because let's be real about
State that
things.
again.
We live in a day and
State that
age
again.
where there's certain things that if you do to become better than everyone else, to become successful financially and otherwise, it's labeled as whiteness now and part of the white patriarchy.
Okay.
I understand what you're asking.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me give you some context. We are talking 1998. 1998, I applied to work at Comerica Bank Corporation downtown. I was a young woman. I had not graduated from high school yet. And the lady expected for me not to be black, which, okay, I can understand if you're saying like, oh, well, not many black people apply for this job, but they do. They do. The position that I applied for, black people also worked at other places. It's not like it was some phenomenon all of a sudden. But her answer to, what do you mean by, you didn't expect me to be black? She said, well, because, we're kind of filled up.
Oh, I gotcha. Well,
And I'm like,
that is
how did
racism.
it even correlate? That didn't even sound like it went together.
She's I know exactly what she's talking about. They've already filled all their affirmative action place of quota. So
basically. So I no longer qualify all of a sudden. I was like, wait a minute, this lady talked to me over the telephone, told me how great my resume was, how she enjoyed talking to me, and I show up. And before she could even walk me into her office, when she called my name and I stood up, she was just like, oh, like, what did I just witness here? This had to be racism, right? So this was my first time facing racism on the job. And that almost kind of hurt my feelings a bit. Because I'm thinking like how we were perfectly fine before she saw my face. Like, where does that come from? I had a white teacher in kindergarten, and my white teacher was awesome to me. So I've had several white teachers, but I had a white teacher that was just like awesome.
I'm just here to tell you that some white people are just assholes, because I'm gonna tell you what, me personally, you know how black people experience racism from other black people.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, white people are more racist to some other white people. Like, I've seen and been victim of racism in my own race, straight up.
Mm-hmm.
And they will say some shit, and I'm gonna tell you what, they will say some shit, some nasty, hurtful, just downright despicable shit to me that they would never even dream of saying to you.
That's ridiculous. Okay, so hold on. Okay, so we're going with racism for Murda's question for that. Hold on, let me get Murda's question for Mike.
That will be racist.
So Mike,
I'd have to say, if I think it over, I've had more actual racist moments than guys just flirting with me on the job.
Well, it sounds to me like you haven't had a whole lot of shitty moments then, though.
Well, you know what? No, I haven't had a lot of messed up moments either way. I don't.
Hold on. So wait. So with all due respect, we're gonna pretend in another world, Mike, where you don't have your wonderful wife now, okay? Because you're a happily married man. But
would you date me, Mike?
You have to define what happily is.
Jenna, you can't talk to Mike like that. He's taken. Also,
you need to define what happy means.
Let me tell you something about me.
I heard him say that he was Irish too, right? So Mike Rage, would you date me?
Jada, leave this man alone.
Hey, I like Irish man too. Now sit back.
What I'm saying is, now mind you, I have a beautiful wife and I'm happily married. But let me tell you something. In my world,
he started laughing. He's like, listen.
Let me tell you something. I've been with every single type of woman you could possibly think of on this earth. When I tell you, let me tell you.
You date the rainbow.
I have to watch out. My wife's in the other room. Listen, I've been with every race, color, creed. I've been with everything. And you want to know what? Would I? It makes no like that. I don't know. That's just like stupid question. Like, listen. How can I explain this? So compatibility is compatibility. It has no, there's no stipulations on your compatibility with an individual. Period. Like there's no there. You know what I'm saying? There's no gray. Like I don't know. See that to me, and I'm sorry, not to him. I know he wasn't trying to be racist, but that's like a racist question for me. It's like, listen, I don't know if you guys know nothing about my past, but I was a freaking whore. Even my mother called me a whore. I mean, I was a whore. If I can get in, I was getting in. And I'll tell you what, it didn't matter. It didn't matter. I mean, don't get me wrong.
Well, first of all, I'm offended
so
as a
I had to
black
change
woman.
your name, Mike. You're
I'm gonna
founder of
say
the
that
United
I am
Nations.
highly offended. Listen, I am highly offended that he didn't say, would you marry a black woman? He just said, would you impregnate him and raise a child? Can we get married around here?
Well, no. So the thing is,
No,
I think
I'm
that's
joking.
no. But I was talking about Mike in regards to the question. So like, you got to understand, like the internet, and this is the thing that I found, and this is the reason I give a little bit of grace before I go in on people. A lot of people are coming from backgrounds where, because like, he came over from like Murda is over on I Seen a Little Podcast Network, and there's some people over there who really don't get to interact with like a whole lot of white people at all.
Okay, so I can believe
you know what I'm saying? So like when they ask a question like that, they're just like, and they hear these narratives, they're like, oh, you can't date this woman, or don't go around the white people, they're gonna think you're a monkey no matter what, or they wouldn't
if you act like one or not.
Right, but
I'm not mad at that statement.
It's a thing where it's like, those are questions that people have. Like me personally, like my girlfriend's white, so like I know white people ain't that racist. Like I work at a company where
there are some. It's
just you, and it's just that first.
Shut up, dude.
I was just getting ready to say, now look, you can't say white people as a whole. Now there are some white people that are racist. Everybody has a group where somebody is racist somewhere in that group.
And that's the point that I was trying to point out, that we can't sit and say that white people aren't racist, but we can't say that they are either.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? It all depends on the person, because look, I'm of the old school belief of what racism is, and that's to be prejudiced against someone because of skin color, religion, sex, creed, all of those things. Just to be generally prejudiced, to not like someone because they don't look like you.
Yeah,
right.
That's racism. If you think about it, this is what racism is today. It's people who don't fit in and can't be adaptable. It's exactly what it is.
Facts.
You know, and look,
I don't know if I can say that's what it is today.
Well, I mean, what else?
Those are the people.
I can understand why you would say it that way, though.
Well, look, I'm going to tell you this right now, and this is an honest, factual statement. Any white person that's going to come up to you or anyone else that looks different than them and tell them that, or you, that they have privilege over you, that you are lesser than they are, they say, I know I have white privilege. Those are racist people. I want you to understand that. Those are the real racists, because they have literally sat and convinced a lot of people that because they will sit and accept they have white privilege, that they're somehow showing some kind of grace and mercy over the people that don't have privilege. And really what that is some arrogant motherfuckers that have found a way to come and tell you to your face that they're better than you, and for you to accept it.
Facts. I 100% agree with that. I've found that in my dealings with people who are white and liberal, if you go down the rabbit hole far enough, they're racist, bro. Like
every fucking last one of them.
Because the standpoint is you have to be a victim, and then when you check them and you be like, well, my life's better than yours. Like I have more money than you.
Right.
Every metric, like, I wouldn't trade places with you.
Far better than you are.
Right. Or when you don't agree with them about whatever kooky ass idea they have, they're like, okay, let me break this down the way you'll understand, Blackie. Slavery. Like, I'm like,
And
no,
see,
dude.
and see, that's it to me. That's really sad that there's a lot of people that have diminished their entire history and existence to nothing more than slavery, because black
Right.
people are a whole hell of a lot more than that.
Absolutely.
Hey, you
That's why I
heard it.
always
You
say our
heard it
history
from the
does not
angry
start with
snow beast,
slavery.
man.
That's
If y'all
bad.
right. I'm like, Angry Snowman just dropped a bar that I ain't heard in the Black Manosphere in so long or ever. I don't know,
What
man.
will
Maybe
you
that's why
hear
they
in the
don't want
Black
you around,
Manosphere,
Snowman.
Ray?
I know it's not
Do
why they
you
don't want me
expect to really
around.
hear too much over there in that area? Let's
It's
be
not.
No,
It's
but
real.
nothing
like,
but fuck shit, dude.
yeah, it is.
And I
And I'm
did.
not just saying that because I'm a woman. I look for men to have solutions and to be logical.
Mhm.
And being in some of them spaces, listening to men, I'm like, oh my goodness. If I allowed the men on YouTube and social media to speak for the whole, I would be running for the hills.
Well, I'll be honest
Facts.
with you.
I did not let you lead me.
I'm going to be honest with you. It actually brings great joy to me to see that there are black women that are finally starting to come to some of these panels and talk with men and their black counterpart with reasonably. Because the one thing I want you to understand that I've noticed as a white dude going to a lot of these black panels, all black panels, is that every time a white dude hops up on a black panel and starts having a productive conversation with a lot of these brothers, and they get them to stop looking at all the smoke screens and the shiny shit that they want them to look at, and we start having a real conversation about shit. That's when all these angry black women start showing up in the chat saying shit like, listen to that fucking snow beast up there sitting there acting like he's smarter than you, telling you how shit is, telling you how you're dumb. And they do everything in their power to derail a conversation that's positive with a white and a black man, because it seems like they don't want to see it happen. So for me, it's a breath of fresh air to start seeing some of you black women come over here and be reasonable and understanding and wanting to have a real conversation rather than wanting to cause conflict because you see a white man and a black man having a productive conversation. So thank you.
Oh, no problem. No problem, hon. You're welcome.
I
I
was
tried to
like,
tell you before, I ain't that bad.
I was like, you saw Sugar Bum didn't want to actually stick around. She's great, and she's one of my personal trolls, but like she doesn't troll my channel anymore. She just comes and says hi and then goes and says mean stuff to other people.
Well, look, man, I told her that first you saw her comment to me,
Yep.
Me and her got a love-hate relationship. It's all right. It is what it is. But I told her, I said, I still need you to come over and sub to the mosh pit because she's like, I don't even like you. Why would I go over there? I said, well, over there, I'm making only black women moderators. And I figured even you could take 15, 20 minutes from the street corner to come over and moderate my channel for me since you be getting some kind of power.
Let me head on over there.
Bro.
Let me get my stuff together so I can get modded up and start timing out people.
That's not what it's for, feminine.
Oh my god!
No, I don't really time people out like that. You gotta really say something. But I did time Chris out the other day just for fun.
Oh, you ain't right.
The P90,
the
P90 J, man. I'm not a fucking Glock fan at all. Murder.
Murder got more questions.
Why aren't you a Glock fan?
Because
I'm just wondering because my mom's not a Glock fan either. And
Glocks are fucking. Their Glocks are plastic junk.
Really?
Absolutely.
Okay. Oh,
they're plastic.
I'll tell you what, man. I love my 29 SF. I don't care. I care. That's my daily carry.
Me personally, I'm more of a fan. I carry my everyday carry is a Smith & Wesson SD9.
Oh, okay. So
that's what I like. I'm a Smith & Wesson fan.
So the reason I asked for the clarification there is my mom was on the police task force that picked the standard issue gun for the police department. And she was telling me like she was like, it's a great gun. If the first bullet comes out, the whole clip will come out. But the only failure they have is on the first bullet.
A lot of times they act like a 380, man.
Yeah, it jams round one if it ever jams. If it ever jams, you're going to have a problem on the first one. If you don't have a problem on the first one, you'll dump the clip, no problem. But for the police officers, they were like, that's the most important bullet. And that was the only way we could make it fail was on the first one.
Dude, that's why I don't like 380s and I'll never own one. It isn't the first bullet, but it's the third bullet. And it's almost every fucking one you shoot, dude. Every one, they'll fucking stovepipe jam on you.
Dude, my 29 SF, man, ain't ever failed. It's 10 millimeter.
No, I'm talking about a
that's what I'm
380.
saying. But if it ever did, it would be the first round. That like she wasn't saying that they failed regularly. She was saying when they could make them fail, it was the first bullet, and they were like, "Well, if it's one in 10,000, that officer's dead because he needed to shoot, right?"
Absolutely.
So that was what I was saying. She wasn't saying that it was a bad gun. She was like, well, because like a lot of the officers liked them so much that they went and bought their own after the fact. But it was just that the one point of failure for the firearm itself is the first. The first one. What the hell is this?
What? Now
this dude in the back, like,
but dude, is it the red-faced, racist, bearded guy?
No, it's a different person, but I can't see the whole name. Hold on, let me pull it up. Let me see what this says. How many STDs do you have?
All of them.
The name. Hold up, we're gonna have to put up a stream because they might be trying to come for us.
Change his name to Blue Waffle.
Oh no! Oh no!
Not the Blue Waffle.
Hold up. Let me go to the layout here because I ain't trying to get the stream taken down. Because if they're coming for us, it's because of
me and Mike.
Yeah.
No. Okay. There we go. Okay.
The two white kids who lived in the ghetto probably longer than they have.
I'm gonna bring him up. We're gonna see what happens. I don't know because this. Gosh. Oh goodness! Hold up. Let's see.
Fucking now! You are facing. Get out of my
car! Yep, go ahead and drop them.
Okay. Wow, we actually have real trolls.
Welcome.
Yep.
You're welcome, Ray.
Yo, that's someone. Yo, let me tell you something. If he was screaming at the camera like that, that's someone who's just got issues, man.
That wasn't anybody. That was audio being played.
Right, it was audio. So the audio was playing, but it was a black picture that was set up there. So, yeah,
I
that's why as soon as I heard the sound, I was like, "Man, just drop it."
Yeah, at least you dropped it before it said some pedo shit.
Yeah. I was like, I'm not playing with these people. That's awesome though. I've really made it. We got actual trolls.
Ray. You ain't
trying to put dicks on my channel.
You ain't made it. You ain't made it.
You ain't got helicoptered yet.
No. I'm telling you ain't made it until you got hundreds of hate streams being made about you.
Dude, that's free promotion. You got to go back out. Well, okay.
I'm telling you, I know. That's why I said you ain't made it until you got hundreds of hate streams being done about you, dude.
Listen, bad publicity is good publicity, man. They don't realize that, especially in business.
Dude, I watched my very first channel when they were doing hate streams about me, man. I watched my fucking numbers jump overnight, like 350 subs.
Facts. That's freaking awesome. Well, were they hate watchers or were they actually like people that were coming to
I didn't give a shit either way, dude.
You're like, I'll take it.
Probably coming to find out if I was really racist, man, but I was okay with it. You know? Dude, the thing is I've come to the conclusion with that channel I was doing something that not a whole lot of there wasn't really anybody else doing, and I was having regular panels, I've told you this, with people from everywhere. You know, just talking about the things that are going on affecting the people in today's society. And I'm talking, I had people with PhDs come on, people that were had doctorates in health, education, healthcare, science. You know, people that I had no business that I really was not, dude. I did not have the credentials and was not qualified to be talking to these people that I was talking to, but I did. And I had conversations with them, and it was the greatest thing ever.
I learned how to make it so that you guys can share this to your guys' platforms as well. I'm sorry for not.
I was wondering when you was going to do that.
Dude, you never taught me how, dude. You're the one who always has it on. I don't know how that works.
All you had to do was ask.
Oh, okay.
Well, I need you to help me. I need you to teach me how to do clips. That's what I need.
Who, me?
No, me. No, he loves my clips, man.
Well, I just need to know how to make them. Like I don't know how to
show you.
Yeah, I'm dumb, sort of.
I'll tell you what, StreamYard is so much easier. Like I was using Streamlabs for a while, and I hate it.
Yeah, I love StreamYard. It's just like every time I look, I find like a new thing I can do.
Well, see, the nice thing about simulcasting too is you're able to build bigger audiences that way. Like the other night, Ray, do you realize the other night when you were sharing, when the Not So Common podcast was sharing, and when I was streaming, we had at the height of it like 70 people watching.
That's freaking awesome. Yeah, no, that's what I was saying. I just like I looked at it because like this isn't my StreamYard, so like I don't know what I can do in here yet. So, so like I'm looking and I'm like still learning how to use it, and like I'm like, oh, there's that. Like, okay, cool.
Well, see, what I think I'm going to start doing is I'm going to find a way to give people access to the actual Mosh Pit channel. That way they can link the Mosh Pit channel to their StreamYard. That way they don't have to have access to my StreamYard, and they could use all their clips and their stuff and banners that they have.
Yeah, but you gotta be careful who you allow access to that, dude. You get one kermuffin, and they can screw it up for the whole bunch.
Well, you know what? The thing is I don't think anybody's going to screw it up. And I look, man, I've been doing this long enough. I know how the game's played now. That was my problem with my first channel, dude, and how they was able to take me down. Because I'm the only person I know of that got their warning strike, their first strike, their second strike, and their third strike all on the same day.
Yep. Hey, just so we know, we all need to say a prayer for Reese. He on them Philly buses right now with the zombies, bro. I hope you make it home.
Bro, man, I hope you get home safe, brother.
I just looked outside. It's dark, bro. Like you better get off that bus, man.
Reese.
Dude, just remember if I hope you took and like rubbed some dog blood or something all over you. That way they you smell like the rest of them. You smell too fresh, and they're going to know that you're not one of them, brother.
Oh my goodness.
Philly ain't that.
Dude, you don't know where he lives in Philly. Jesus Christ.
I've been all over Philly. It ain't that bad.
Dude, I'm gonna tell you what. Where he lives in Philly's fucking bad. I ain't never seen nothing like that, dude.
It's so gross.
Dude, it makes South Africa look like Wonderland.
Facts.
I'm going to tell you what, man. I think East Orange, New Jersey is probably the worst of them all, and no one even talks about it. I think it's worse than
Dude, this place makes North Korea look like you went to Disney World.
Oh, no.
I worked in the worst of the worst, bro. So for me, it's like, I don't know. I'm so numb to it, it don't even matter. And now I live in Oklahoma with a bunch of crackheads.
With a bunch of crackheads.
Hey, you know what? The one thing about crackheads is when something comes up missing, or exactly where to go.
Bro, I just had a crackhead run through my yard today. I swear to God. Well, my neighbor's yard. Run through my yard, hop the fence. I'm like, yo. And he looks at me. I'm like, you don't live here. And he runs. I'm like, this is Oklahoma. Like, I could have shot you. Like, and I almost did. But, I can't wait. We just bought a house. I can't wait to move. Middle of nowhere.
Well, look, dude, I'm gonna tell you what. Nice. If you don't know where your stuff went, the other nice thing about crackheads is if you get on a good rapport with you, when they come up off of somebody else's shit, they'll come to your house and you'll get some good, nice shit for a fair price.
Oh, me, yeah, because I'm gonna turn around and rob them. What? Just like I'll be like, "Who'd you rob?" I'll turn around and rob. I'll do the same. You come to my house.
You got your natural hair too.
I'm the type of guy that can hear a mouse fart. I'm up, locked, and loaded, and doing perimeter check. Like seriously, like I swear to God, like I am locked and loaded, doing perimeter check around my house in the middle of the night, 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm around the house. That's just me. I mean, I don't know why.
Shout out to Venus. Shout out to Venus.
Hey,
we having productive. Tell her, feminine. We having productive, peaceful conversations over here tonight. We learning.
Yes, we are. Do not let the white men on the screen scare you.
Boogeyman.
Which one?
Oh no, bro! Somebody just paneled up, and the name is Malcolm X, and it's got a picture of that dude that. Oh, he left. It was a picture of
That's a troll.
It was a troll, but his name was Malcolm X, and it was a picture of who's the very light-skinned dude that anytime something happens to a black person, he's always on Twitter going ham about racism.
Benjamin Crump? No, he's really black.
Oh, he's Benjamin Crump is black.
Yeah, he's black.
Oh no, it's Talcum X now. It's Talcum X. Hold on.
Oh, Talcum X. Okay.
I'm gonna bring the screen up so that way we can see what's going on here, I guess.
Oh Lord. Here we go.
Actually, I'm gonna go ahead and unmute him. Okay, hold on. Okay, Talcum, what you got for us?
How y'all doing tonight?
Doing awesome. How are you doing, huh?
I'm doing all right. I heard y'all were talking about some issues that I just wanted to be a part of.
Dude, you are stupid.
Why do you do these
Hey,
things?
will you please?
So-
Can you give me a synopsis of the
No,
Berkeley
don't,
debate?
we don't
please,
even
sir?
have a troll. We have Jeremy. You
Yeah,
fucking
no,
dick,
shut
dude.
up, dude. Why you gotta call him out like that? Let him troll. Let the man troll.
He's such a jerk, man. Because like I was concerned there was gonna be a dick, dude. Like I'm not gonna lie.
Look, Jeremy, if you're gonna do this shit, we'll let you play your characters, but you gotta at least give your boy a heads up. That way he knows
Facts,
it's you
dude,
coming
like,
up,
send a text.
and then you can do your thing, dummy.
You know, the only
That is
thing,
so funny.
the only thing is though, is that I'm blacker than that dude.
It's the truth.
Oh my
It's
God.
so
You know, I've seen pictures of him. It ain't no lie.
No. So Jada, hold on. Venus, welcome to the panel. Also, thank you for
Hi.
stopping through.
Hi.
So,
Hey,
no.
Hold up.
So-
Hold up. Can we do me a favor real quick? Can you run back that question that you asked everybody else? Because I'd like to answer it also.
No, we don't care about your answer.
No. I will, because Venus might want to answer it too. So, and I'm going to recap with what everybody else said first, because there was some really good context, and I really wanted to thank you guys for answering that question. I asked questions for me. Fuck everybody else. And so, like, I wrote down, I took notes. I wrote stuff down. I was listening. But the question was, what separates us? And so far, we've covered language, which is the difference between the way white people and black people speak, which can be misinterpreted either one way or the other. Artificial racism, which is the perception that all of one group or all of these people act a certain way. Dropping identity, which would be like identity politics, the facts that we put up these barriers to self-segregate ourselves. And then mine was upbringing, which is indoctrinating children into a culture that believes in racism instead of letting them figure it out for themselves and then letting them know the history, so that way they can actually process it and choose how they choose to move forward with that knowledge. But like having a foundation of like, I just went out and met people and this is how I was treated, so I made my own opinions already. Jeremy, you were up.
Well, real quick, ask the question the way you asked it to them earlier, not just the synopsis, because the actual question is important.
No. What do you think separates us as a culture from working together to actually like make things better? What are the barriers? Like what are the things, like if you could gravitate to one thing and pick that as the wall that keeps us from talking to them or them from talking to us?
Okay, that's what I wanted to hear. So the real problem is that people aren't seeing themselves in other people anymore. So when you go to argue with somebody, you are, you got your point in your mind and everybody wants to argue fervently about their point. They don't want to listen. They want to wait until it's their turn so that they can spout their shit. And they never look at you as a real person. If you voted for something different than I voted, all of a sudden you're just the enemy. You're not me anymore. And we're not the same. And that's, to me, the real issue. And that's why people can't really come together and actually have real conversations.
Okay. And then Venus, did you want to jump in on that?
One thing that comes to mind immediately is just like the perception of Black people in terms of like what's portrayed media wise, and not just in this country, in a lot of countries, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that does shape the perception of others. Like people, there are people who have never met Black people, but they have already like a preconceived notion about who and what we are, and that we all operate the same way. Another thing would just
Like
be
we
like,
all like chicken and watermelon.
right. And another thing
I hate chicken and I don't eat watermelon because I'm allergic, but nonetheless.
Well, I mean, I like both. So you see, we're two Black women on two different sides, right?
Right.
So, another thing was
Like white people put raisins in potato salad, which literally has never happened ever in the history of white potato salad.
Damn, y'all make me forget my next.
And they will drop out all the seasoning. They will drop out all the seasonings, though. I've had some very bland
fucking stupid, man. You are dumb. You are dumb as shit, dude.
Why y'all cutting at my answer? Y'all making me forget.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, Venus.
My other one
bad, Venus. Sorry
would be
about
like the beauty standards, right? I was just saying, in this country, historically, it's been like white is right, and like the lighter the skin, the better. So like that's just something in my mind a white woman can't really relate to, right? Like I just think black people have and like everybody does, but we all have our own like unique issues and struggles that other groups can't really understand, some of which other groups don't even have to go through.
But my I guess the question therein is, of course, absolutely, like everyone's upbringing and their experience, and there are certain things that, like, obviously somebody that looks closer to you is going to experience that you don't. But the issue that we're positing to stamp out here is the fact that we are not able to work together as a society, which, like, all
Well, I think there's
problems.
a lot of deep rooted hatred on both sides sometimes.
Right.
Yeah.
And so like that's kind of where we're looking at, because like obviously I've got some very far right leaning gentlemen on the panel with us, and well, that you would say quote unquote, but like Mike speaks to it in a way that really caught my attention, and then Snowman has a lot of context to that same deal. He's just not nice. So
Dude, I've been working on it. Damn.
I know.
You make it sound like I'm just a complete and total prick about everything.
I want to.
I'm not patriarchy, at least.
Facts. Well, if patriarchy was on, you wouldn't be able to tell us apart, which would be a whole other issue.
Even me and patriarchy get into arguments, man.
Oh well,
and I agree with 90%. Well, I'd say about 75% of what patriarchy says. A lot of it's in his delivery.
Yeah.
No.
Well, if you look at me and Snowman, if you look at me and Snowman, even though we're very far right leaning, conservative constitutionalists, we still don't even agree on everything.
Hell no, we don't.
Yeah.
We don't agree on everything, but we know how to speak to each other and help each other understand, what we're both talking about or how we feel on each end. You know what I'm saying? And that's what everybody should be able to do.
Well, dude, we're not the Borg. We're not trying to save and the collective. The collective is not the most important thing to us. We're supposed to be different. We're supposed to see differences in life. We're not supposed to see everything the same. If we saw everything the same, we would never have innovation and nothing would ever change and we would never move forward.
There would be no creativity, no
facts,
no standing for anything. There would be no need for anybody to have testimonies to anything, because they didn't have to overcome anything, because everything's been awesome and great in their life, right?
Right. Ain't that the wonderful thing about free
That's why
will?
sometimes I tell people, like, if you believe in the Bible, then you should believe in Isaiah 45:7. 45:7 tells you he not only created good, but he created evil, and he was fine with it. When he said, I form the light and I create darkness, I make peace and I create evil. I'm the Lord, I created all these things. So it's not meant for the world to be perfect and awesome and good and great. Everybody's not supposed to think alike and be happy and peace all together in a kumbaya moment. Everybody's not supposed to be rich. Everybody's not supposed to be poor. Everybody's not supposed to be one color, or, you know what I'm saying, one height, one mindset. So if we could just understand that and move with the people who want to move in the direction that we're going, I think people will be happier in life. Because if you sat where you're celebrated, you sat where your progression is, this is where you want to go, and these are the people who want to go that way, most people will be fine. When people are not living in the way that they actually truly want to be, it's because they did not put forth the effort, and they're mad at anybody for either not putting forth the effort, or excuse me, those who did put in the effort, or they're mad at the ones who are trying to. Because sometimes there's nothing worse than a person who, like y'all said before with the money thing, right? People who are talking about how money isn't awesome and money doesn't make you happy. Money doesn't solve all things.
But it makes the world
That gotta only come from a person who ain't never really had money.
That comes from a person.
So then sometimes when you're trying to make money, they don't understand, and they're trying to keep you sometimes from making money. People become your major distraction if you allow them to. They'll become your major distraction the moment you realize, I want to do better in life and I want to have money attached to it.
You know, ma'am, sometimes
Amen.
sometimes the first people that you really got to cut out of your life in order to be able to move forward in a positive manner, to have forward progress in your life, is some of the people that you care about the most. Sometimes those are the ones that are actually doing the worst damage to your life. They're the ones that are holding you back the hardest. They're the ones that are keeping you stagnated, and they're the ones that won't allow you to do what you need to do because they're always chirping in your ear, negative, negative, negative.
Yep.
If you allow that dark cloud of negative energy to constantly hang over your head just because of family loyalties or blood ties, then you're always going to lose. And that's another big problem with I think American culture, because American culture as a whole has been told that they should have family loyalty and blood ties to each other. Regardless of how they treat you, regardless of how they act, you should always remember that blood's thicker than water type shit. Fuck that, man. You know what I know is that water will carve through stone. Blood won't.
That's true. Okay, so listen. What's funny is that I always say white people in the movies. Now, it's always funny because I do know some people that do that in real life. White people in movies have taught me that I don't always have to deal with my family. Shout out to those movies where white people will get married and their family has never met the husband, never met the children. But here it is, your children are like 10, 11, 12 years old, and now they're going to visit the family at the reunion.
My dad hasn't met my son was a year old the last time my dad saw my son. He's never met my daughter, and he's not ever going to meet her daughter. Neither is my sister. Wow. Neither is my brother.
You know, a whole nother thing that nobody really talks about is that we're all focused on this culture or that culture, white culture, black culture. And most of us, as Rage was saying earlier, don't really fit into those boxes. And ironically, the one that we do fit into, nobody really sees themselves that way. Because Snowman said angry. See what I did? American culture. But honestly, it's Western culture. And that's what we really should be focusing on. Like, that's what should actually bring us together.
I mean, so are you insinuating that we all need to go get some like pumps and a skirt and change our pronouns?
You're done.
I'm sorry.
I can't with you anymore, man. I want out of this car.
That was such a soft pitch. It was a soft pitch. I'm sorry.
That ain't Western culture, though.
I mean,
no, and I'll tell you what, I strongly believe in old Western culture. I do. I strongly believe in it because don't get me. I don't want to get into it. We got women on the panel. I'm going to get freaking roasted, but I strongly believe in old Western culture. I really do.
Wait, what is old Western culture?
Oh, y'all can have the conversation. Go
traditional lifestyle.
Yeah, I know. I just wanted him to say it.
You want me to say it? You want to know? You want to know what? Listen, I understand women are very successful in society nowadays. I'm going to say this in a nice way, but I believe in. Listen, everybody knows, and I'm sorry to say it, and you're not going to like this. Man rules the world. When you look into society today, when you look in the workforce, when you look into the corporate market, man rules the world. I miss the day when families were families, women were in the kitchen, they were classy, and I don't mean cooking, clean, and everything like that. I just mean as a white, classy. I mean, when a husband used to walk into the house and his woman looked good and she was in a dress, didn't matter if she was ugly, didn't matter if she was fat, she was classy.
And you could smoke dinner in the oven. Oh.
And I'll tell you what, that's what kept families. The problem is laziness, not just on women's side, on men too. It's laziness and no compromise. You know what I'm saying? Back in the day when there was a support of the household, man or woman, you know, when the other significant other came home, you know, the house was clean, things were done. It was the family culture, the Western culture. And I'm sorry to say that man ruled it because they did. They were, you know, men were providers. We're always going to be providers. We're thrivers. You know what I'm saying? And men have it the hardest. Women may not want to believe this, but in our culture, men have it the hardest, period, right now. Whether you believe it or not, we do.
Well,
okay.
Well, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Why do you think the women like rebelled against that and were unhappy?
because it's in their DNA.
I don't. Oh,
No,
go ahead. Let
I
Mike
don't-
answer.
The reason why I say that is if you read the Bible, that was something that God cursed women with, that they would always rebel against the man.
No, but I'm asking specifically, like that scenario. That scenario, I want him to answer like that scenario you just gave about the woman being home, right? Like homemaking, in the dress, whatever, while the men did all the providing. Why do you think women had an issue with that?
I don't think it was women that had an issue. I think it was created by government. Honestly, it was the inflation. It was a two income household where women were forced to work and forced to provide as well as men. I think social media has ruined society. I'm sorry to say it, it's good in this aspect, but I think it's ruined society where it's made people lazy. There's no mental stimulation, no social interaction. I think that's the biggest problem. It's so easy for someone to go on the internet right now, Facebook, Twitter, whatever, and cheat in 2 seconds. There's no loyalty. Like if you look on my chest, it says loyalty is life on my chest. Loyalty means everything. Loyalty and respect. And back then, couples respected each other. But I don't think it was women who rebelled, to be honest with you. I think it was something that was created in our society by a higher power, if you want to say that.
I also think it's twofold, actually. Because I can see what you're saying, but also when we end up having what you would consider prosperous times, and the 80s into the 90s were fairly prosperous times. So when you have situations like that, then you get people in people's ears like, oh, women, you've come this far, but we haven't come all the way. What we really need to do is be able to compete against men and do these things, right? So they get out there and do that thing. And everybody's trying that new thing, but in all actuality, women on a whole are far more unhappy, far more cases of depression. I mean, it's showing that not being a caregiver in any way is affecting women on a whole.
Well, look to that. A lot of the issue that I see, and to add to what Mike was saying was, look, you got to look at what he said originally is 100% fact. Society itself, everything that we actually use and have the privilege of enjoying today, all revolution, in industrial revolution, societal revolution, it has all been done by man. Men have been the ones that went out and created all this stuff. Now you have a bunch of women that are coming out and they think that they should have the same level of respect and understanding as the men who built the world. You got women that had, all throughout history, you don't see historical evidence of a real woman that was an innovator that helped innovate society and move society forward. It's always been men doing it.
Well, in all fairness, that this is kind of a new thing where women are even able to.
But that's not the case either, because all throughout history there have been different nations and tribes of women that have tried to be all women ran nations, and they all failed.
Well, I don't think it's about all one gender or the other, but that's just an unfair comparison. Historically, what women have done when women weren't really able. Now, do I think women are capable of doing exactly what men do? No, that's delusional. I don't think that, but I don't think it's fair to really compare like your resume against theirs when it hasn't been like an even opportunity playing field either.
So the one thing that I would add to this is we would have so many hundreds of years before it would ever be an even playing field, because if women want to go hunt, they're going to have to rewire themselves to go hunt, which means that there's going to be generations of women that are going to die pretty miserably in the process of doing that at the clip that a man is already built to do, because we've been doing it for a long time. The other thing is, and I don't even think it sounds bad. My deal is I don't want women to have to face the trauma of dealing with men, specifically like the ones on this panel.
Right.
In any type of competition. Like I honestly believe, and I understand that this isn't the standard, but I believe that like that's our job to go take that trauma and have to be masculine.
Well, we can deal with
trauma.
It's
not that I don't, and I'm not going to say that I don't want a woman to work. I want her to work by choice, not because she has to, because that's a different level of stress than going, hey, I got a dude that's got me and I can just go explore things that I'm interested in. And if old Mike comes running through and he's freaking bulldogging me, then I can just like not be there. Be like, I got to do this shit. Like I got another place that I can go. The issue is we've overcorrected. I think women should be able to do whatever they want, but it should be done by choice.
I'm with you.
I also think
you said women should be allowed to do whatever they want to do.
He means like
it should be done by choice.
Have to work. I agree with him.
Like having 4 days. Okay, never mind.
I swear to God, Jada, if you don't stop, I hate you so much.
Well, you want to know what the?
Okay, I'll bite. What's this 4 days?
Oh Lord.
Here we go. Okay, so Jada's been.
Nothing. I just like him to be my friend for at least 4 days out the week.
She's harassing me. This
she
is
means
harassment.
More than friends. She means more than friends.
Thank you. Even Venus knows what's
up. Right,
she's trying to do polyamory or polygamy or whatever the hell it's called.
Just give the woman some of that D and be done with it, man.
You know,
bro.
You know,
handle your business, man. Handle your business.
If
do your job.
That would be
how many shades of red can we turn a brother?
Oh my God! You know
just
what?
do your job.
I'm not even thinking about the D.
I'm just giving him a hard time, ma'am.
Okay, I'm gonna be honest. I did have a dream like 2 nights ago, but nonetheless,
oh, wow.
it was not the D.
Oh wow! What was the dream?
Dude, I sent her back to go take a cold shower, bro.
This is too much.
I'm joking. I'm messing with y'all.
You're not right. You see what I gotta deal with out here, bro? Like I can't even have a serious. This is the detraction that happens when men are talking to other men who don't look like them. Look,
I am a good distraction.
Nothing but the devil. Look at it. Okay.
She was looking at Mike's wife beater. I'll put Mike up there. Mike, you got to deal with it now, bro. It's your problem.
This is nothing but pure old ugliness right here. Don't worry about it.
What?
I am old, ugly, and gray, but I own that shit.
You are not ugly.
She said she likes
ugly.
Yeah.
Look at that. Look at this, bro. See,
listen, I'm gonna tell y'all right now.
People.
I changed my avatar.
Put me on the spot here. What the fuck is this shit?
Hey, dude, but redheads are not kryptonite.
Here is funny.
Hold on, no camera.
So I said, look at Snowman.
Wait,
flip Mike off screen. There you go. Flip Mike back up.
Oh God!
Oh my goodness.
You see when a damn what do you call it? A succubus comes on and changes the whole energy. It's the devil. Nothing but the devil.
Oh my goodness! This is awesomely great energy. This is a black woman that's finding enlightenment in a black man. And enjoying and listening to him convene with white men. He's not afraid to talk to white men. So
how do you go from toxic masculinity and Western world to this?
You see, it's the devil. You know.
See, this is
all you had to do was give me 4 days, and we wouldn't even have to go.
Oh my God!
How do you try to come in a relationship and then take majority of the week? Like you need to be asking and work your way up. You got to start on fries, and then you get on the
respect, Venus.
First of all, it is not my fault that she settled for 3 days. I see 4 open days. I'm going for all 4.
Trying to fill them slots.
Damn, she ain't. But she's saying she ain't even letting you have one of them to yourself.
Right?
No. It's like nobody cares about me, man.
And I do care about you, but I mean, like, what man wouldn't be around me and be in total bliss?
Do you get foot massages?
Yes, I do.
Oh shit.
Yes, I do. I am a woman who loves to kind of almost wait at the door when a man is on the way home, have his slippers there ready. You know, I like to have dinner ready as soon as.
That's why she didn't argue Western world.
Dinner.
She's already on. She's already on.
That's why I had to ask.
She's already on board, man.
Bro,
I am. I'm completely on board. I run bath water. I check and see if the man wants to be massaged in the bathtub. Do you want me to bathe you? You want me to do your feet for you? I am all down for it.
See, I'm gonna tell you what. If I wasn't already married, she would already have me bought and sold.
Oh my goodness.
Seriously,
Hold on.
I'd be like saying, we need to hook up. What's your digits so I can pull up?
See what I'm
For real.
saying?
Look,
I'm
they
not
don't
so
believe you in the
bad.
chat, baby. He said it sounds like
B-Rad.
cat. And I agree. I
So
agree.
Wait, who?
this is
B-Rad?
B-Rad.
Wait.
I love B-Rad. He's a homie. But B-Rad gave the quintessential red pill answer. He's like, I ain't buying that shit.
Right, but wait. So Ray, weren't you there when I played that recording of a guy
I
who
did.
hit me up that I used to date? Did he not sound like he was going through a bit of misery and needed me back because I was so freaking awesome?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, I'd be lost without my wife. I ain't gonna lie. I would.
That's
I'll
a
tell
good
you
thing.
what.
See, so
I'll
I
tell you
am
what.
great. I mean, that
Supposed to be.
man spoke about me like I could have been his savior.
Dude, I'll
So
tell you. I'll
My
tell you
wife-
what. My wife is the alpha of all females. Snowman will tell you she is alpha. But I'll tell you what. Western world, I still get dinners
Well,
on
I don't want an
table. I
alpha
still get
woman, man.
everything.
That's for you, not for me.
Well, I mean,
Yeah, but
the
you wanna know
reality,
what?
the reality of it is, she is not an alpha woman. She's an apex woman, but she treats her man right.
yeah,
Right.
Yeah.
That's that's not necessarily being an alpha woman. An alpha woman,
right.
by the definition of what's told out in these YouTube streets, is, oh, you cleaning yourself. If I'm serving you, I'm a slave.
Yeah, an alpha woman out here is oppressed by you, man. You better go
Facts.
sterilize yourself if you want to have
Yeah.
sex with her.
Like she's coming home and having competitions with you and like talking
No, I'm
about how many
talking about.
dudes she busted
I'm
down.
talking about in society and in the right movement itself, like what we used to be involved in. Like she's alpha. She was when it came to
So she's
women. I
at the
mean,
top of the women.
Yeah.
But dude, even
but
me,
at home is
even
different.
in that, dude, but even in that collective, man, I wasn't a big fan of that, man. I didn't like those women that were outspoken. I liked my wife that, we spoke at home. She knew what her place and what her role was, and that was that,
Yeah, but you gotta understand.
I didn't like her out there involved in that shit.
Everybody likes what they
You
like.
gotta understand though. My wife held 43 rallies and did more in the Patriot movement than most of those guys.
That's all right, man. I didn't want my wife out there holding rallies. I really didn't. I didn't want her part of it. I wanted her at home, taking care of the kids and all that shit when I was doing that. That way, if something bad were to happen, the kids didn't lose both their parents.
That's
see, that's what I say about these black rallies and marches and stuff. I don't think the women should be there. I don't think the children should be there.
There's a time and a place
because
for
we
women and
know that
children.
different crazy things can happen, and we are not as prepared as a people to have our women and children out there on them streets dealing with that type of situation. I will say that I'm big on not having that.
While I'm looking for B-Rad's sandwich comment, I did notice J. Rillo said matriarchal societies still exist today, believe it or not. That's true. You can have a matriarchal society after you've eliminated all the threats. What we're saying is, if it's gangland out here and you are taking resources and you live next to a place where it's like, yeah, all the chicks are in charge and the dudes are wearing pumps and dancing around in the streets, A, they're probably not going to have any buildings over 4 stories. B, the people next door where the men run things are going to go take their stuff. Like, that's historically what has happened.
Hey, sir, since you're back to history, man, and since I'm back up here, can I read you that little piece of history that I was telling you about earlier now before I forget about
I'll
it?
give you the floor. Read it.
The whole Anthony Johnson thing. Anthony Johnson, in case those of you that are in here now don't know, he was the first black slave owner in America. He was actually an indentured servant, and he got his freedom. And after he got his freedom, he decided that he was going to get a plantation. He actually ran a tobacco plantation, and he bought a bunch of indentured servants himself. But anyhow, it says when Anthony Johnson was released from his servitude, he was legally recognized as a free Negro. He became a successful farmer in 1651. He owned 250 acres and the services of 5 indentured servants, 4 white, 1 black. In 1653, and you notice they said 4 white, 1 black. Okay. In 1653, John Casar, a black indentured servant whose contract Johnson appeared to have bought in the early 1640s, approached Captain Goldsmith, claiming his indentured servitude had expired 7 years earlier and that he was being held illegally by Johnson. A neighbor, Robert Parker, intervened and persuaded Johnson to free Casar. Parker offered Casar work, and he signed the term of indentured servitude. Johnson fled a freedom suit against Parker, or he filed a freedom suit against Parker in the Northampton Court in 1654. The court initially found in favor of Parker, but Johnson appealed in 1655. The court reversed the ruling, finding that Anthony Johnson still owned John Kaser, and the court ordered that he be returned with the court dues paid by Robert Parker, the guy that just got told he was a slave again. This was the first instance of a judicial determination in the 13 colonies holding that a person who had committed no crime could be held in servitude for life. Though Kaser was the first person who was declared a slave in a civil case, there were both black and white indentured servants sentenced to a lifetime of servitude before him.
Dang.
So that was a black
Okay,
man, a
so
black slave
go
owner
ahead.
that did that to his black indentured servant, made him a slave by law.
Man, black people sold black people.
Yes.
Bro,
Yeah, okay, so
for real.
I mean, but that
That's what I
has
was about to
happened a
say.
lot in other different places too, right? But here's the thing about this is the thing about Anthony's case. Anthony had a problem with other blacks that did not like him. And so when he did become free, he took that anger out.
That's
Ooh.
everybody, though, ain't it?
That
Bro,
was the
wait a
truth
minute,
of his
wait a
history.
minute.
That's
That was
every
the truth
that's
of his
every
history.
human
It
being on the
doesn't block
planet.
nothing.
This
You
brings
say
me back
what?
to my conversation with Jay Prince about light skins, bro. Like, come on now. Like, we still doing that shit to this day. That nothing has changed.
Yeah. So
Right.
I'm just like, that was the truth of his story within, what happened or whatnot. I'm not saying it made it right or, any of that. That is just what it is. But one of the ones that really, really get me outside of him, and this is not like to rag on my people, it's just a thought. Are y'all familiar with William Ellison Jr.?
I've heard that name.
I'm looking it
Okay,
up
so
right now.
he was someone who achieved highly as a slave owner before what was that? Before
the revolution or before the emancipation?
Yeah, I'm thinking it's before the revolution. So don't quote me. I think it's before the revolution, right?
It was before the Civil War,
So
yeah.
okay, all right, awesome.
Yep, 1838
So
was when he was born.
he was very hard on some slaves versus the other, but his thought was that he did it to try and build them more than try and be the traditional slave owner, as opposed to the way you look at Mr. Anthony Johnson, right? So his take is I had to be this great with the slaves in order to protect them, because they wouldn't have had no help elsewhere. They wouldn't have been able to eat. They wouldn't have been able to do all of these different things, right? And what I see is, I think sometimes some people are just like Mr. William Ellison Jr. They see themselves as doing something good for their people, but they're also holding their people back. They think they're doing good, but they're truly holding their people back.
South Carolina alone had 171 black slaveholders. Just South Carolina.
Bruh. So
see, that's another thing that I think.
That's why we can't get along now. It's genetic.
Well, see, that's the thing. Look, I think that's something that is being left out of history that matters, because look, the one thing that I remember being taught in world history when I learned about the Irish and I learned about the Scottish and I learned about the Dutch is that they were enslaved by people that looked like them. I did learn that my ancestors were enslaved too by people that looked like me. And that's something that they try to hide. It seems like it's like they try to sweep that under the rug with the educational system in America, that with, what they call chattel slavery and the transatlantic slave trade, they make it seem as though only white people were the ones that were slave owners. I think that adds to some of this deep rooted hatred.
So,
well, I mean,
but they are.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Casey. The biggest problem with what everybody has to say about slavery is that it's almost like we look at it through a vacuum, as though this is the only place that has ever happened, and it was only one group of people, and it's wildly inaccurate. I think if our educational system would focus on the fact that it was a worldwide pandemic, it was a pandemic that lasted all of all of human history. So,
well, I mean, if you're going from that rate, though, there that is acknowledged, but there was a difference in the way that it was carried out here, because, like I was saying earlier, every civilization that conquered every other civilization took that. Whoever got conquered, whatever was left, y'all slaves now. The deal was eventually you're just gonna be us. So there was an intended end to it. The slavery in the West, there was never intended to be an end to that. Matter of fact, they went through all the steps to make sure that they were like, these people aren't even humans anymore, so we ain't never got to stop this. We ain't letting the cows go. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's a little bit different when you go, we're going to compare all slavery as though it's the exact same. Like it wasn't the exact same.
Nope.
Because the intent behind it, they were like,
but I understand.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's the only pushback I'll give for that statement. Like, yeah, we've had slavery we still have slavery in Libya right now.
Libya ain't the only place. There's more slaves on the planet right now than any other time in history.
You know, there's more slaves in Africa right now than any other country.
Yeah, here's what's crazy, though, is that I guess that's still kind of my point, though, is that you know where there aren't any?
Here.
Right. So, and the transatlantic slave.
Actually, there is.
I mean, yeah,
well,
technically, 13th Amendment, yeah.
And technically, we're all slaves to the government.
Right. Technically, we're all slaves. That's what I was going to say. So, but and not the government, but to the Federal Reserve and the banking cartels. But that's a whole nother thing. So, yeah, don't get me started there. But my real deal is this. I don't know. Is there anyone on this panel that isn't derived from some form of slavery?
No.
Right. So that's done. Real quick.
I am an American. I have not derived from slavery.
I am an American.
I have, so I don't know what the hell she's talking about.
I don't either because
this was something that we discussed earlier. I've
been a damn debt slave my whole life.
American.
Yeah, but here's the deal.
You've been a what slave your whole life?
A debt slave.
Right, exactly.
Did I ever tell you my philosophy?
It's a fucking debt that I never fucking incurred.
Did I ever tell you my philosophy on getting taxed to take a shit?
No, what is it?
What?
Oh, listen, I'm gonna explain something to people.
That's why you only take shits on company time.
Listen, Americans are taxed over 50%. We all know this. Okay.
Really.
In actual reality, yes, we only make 30 cents to every dollar. People don't realize it. So here's how I tell this to people about being taxed because they don't understand. People think the more we're taxed, the more money we're going to make. So you pay car insurance, you pay for your gas, you pay for your car, you're paying tax on all that, right? Now you have to drive to the store and you have to buy toilet paper, right? You get into the store, you buy your toilet paper, you're paying tax on that. You got to come back home, right? Then when you take a dump, right? You flush that toilet paper. Now you got to pay tax on water and you got to pay tax on sewer. Then when you're done with that toilet paper, you got to take that cardboard and you throw it out. And now you're paying tax on waste. So think about that. Think about how many times you're taxed just to take a shit. Talk about slavery.
That's a fact. That is a fact.
Yeah,
that's why you only shit on company.
I do understand it.
That's why you only shit on company time, man. That way you get paid at least for some of it.
Unfortunately, I own my own company, so I'm screwed.
Oh, Jesus.
Like at least a little bit.
Mike be standing by that toilet.
Dude, I'm gonna tell you what. Before I had to retire because of my back, I never took a shit at home. It was always at work. Always. Except for Saturday and Sunday. If I got the Saturday and Sunday off, because that was a rare time.
Oh, okay. I'm looking like those as nice days or something. Okay, so look, I noticed that we were talking about I want to make sure I don't let it fall too far away where I forget it. So the most slaves are not in Africa. I'm
right
not
now,
sure.
actually,
right now they are.
Yes.
In in 2023, all the way from 2018, actually. So this is before COVID.
Okay.
2018 all the way to now, the most actual ones that do not also count sex slavery, it is actually North Korea / Asia.
Well, I could see that.
That is where most of it is. The next one up would be India.
Dang. Wait a minute. You telling me in
India's
North Korea
right
where they
right-
don't have food, they just running through chicks like that?
India's right beside Africa, though.
That's
I mean, it literally
Well,
sits right there in the
beside, but it's
Mediterranean.
not.
Wait,
I get it. It's right beside, but not. I don't want it to be
Right, I
like
get that.
Africa has the most slaves. The true
gotta
factor
disrupt
is
this.
that they are not.
Okay, so I'm disrupting right now.
I'll accept that answer. I mean,
No, listen.
Sex slavery
we
counts.
got to use our logical brains right now. You're telling me a country with no food got the stamina to fuck so much that they can have sex slaves?
No, she said
What are you
minus
talking
sex
about?
slaves.
What?
She's talking about sex slavery. Like
Those
No,
numbers
that's
are
what
minus.
I'm saying. But they don't have food in North Korea. Like, where are they getting the stamina for the thrusting?
Listen, she said that those numbers are minus the sex slaves. If you add in sex
Minus
slaves,
the- okay, so listen, if I did add in sex slavery, the reason why I took out sex slavery was for a different reason. If I add in sex slavery, Africa is still not at the top, it's still third. But what would take place would be India would have to switch out with Europe.
What?
Yes.
Bro, I'm never Googling
Eastern
that.
Europe.
That is
So,
wild. No.
That's how those numbers go.
dude, the sex
But I took out sex
the
slavery
the sex
because
slave trade is rough up in like Prague and shit, like dude, like that. In that area,
Wow.
seriously,
Ain't that
you hear
crazy?
about people coming up missing up there in like Eastern Germany and all that stuff. Prague, where where the Ukraine, where northern Russia is, Poland. I mean, it's bad up there.
Well, I'll tell you what, all the Russians, when they come to the United States, they're pretty much essentially the same. A lot of the Russian women, because I used to bounce in strip clubs for years.
Oh,
And,
wow.
Oh yeah, something you didn't know about me. Yeah, I used to bounce in strip clubs for years, and I'll tell you right now, Russian slave trade is huge, and they're not free until they pay their debt. So I mean, they have no choice but to go and work in the strip clubs and do these things, and they're out money before they even start work. I mean, they're out $20 to the house, $50 to the Russians who brought them there. Every single night they're out $70 before they even start working. So it's a big slave trade. Same thing with China. China, a lot of people don't realize all the Chinese immigrants who come here pay a debt to China. And if you don't, they'll actually kill you, find your family in China and kill them too. It's actually just happening with the whole Chinese police force that they found in the United States. But you have to understand, Chinese immigrants here, they don't go through America, not even for banks. And they're offered 100-year mortgages, not 30. So their families carry on that debt as well. So they're always in debt to China. So essentially every Chinese immigrant here is actually a slave, but people don't talk about that.
Wow.
But yeah, that's what people don't realize. That police force, this is what they don't tell you. I'm sure you guys heard this story on the news. But the police forces they found in the United States, the Chinese police forces that were acting and had no jurisdiction, what they were doing was they were finding Chinese illegal immigrants. And they were capturing them here, reporting back to China, not only killing them here, but killing their families in China as well, because they came to the United States illegally and didn't pay their debt to China.
Oh, geez. Yeah, no, that's crazy. Ugh. Well, we ain't got to deal with that. So
there's a lot of useless knowledge in this brain, I'm telling you.
Bruh. Oh, dude. Hey, the simp god swung through. Bro, I'm going to drop the link, bro.
So Georgia sent me this picture. This is apparently a picture of early 20th century. So it'd be early 1900s. Aristocratic African family with a couple black slaves standing behind them.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Hey, real quick, just so that we're clear, the reason I was saying what I was saying is because the slavery in the past doesn't actually fucking have anything to do with any of the people on this panel right now.
Facts. All we can
Facts.
do is talk about it and either be angry or try and defend it, and really we shouldn't be doing either.
No,
Am I
because you
the
wanna
only
know
one
what?
who just doesn't agree with that all the way?
I think.
Tell me about
it. Yeah, I can't. I agree with.
Tell me about it.
Hold on, Venus on their next. Hold up, we gave her this floor.
Oh, okay. So Venus, I'm sorry. What was your question? And I
Am I the
realized I
only
was
one-
on mute this whole time. But go ahead.
Am I the only one who disagrees with what he just said? He said, slavery has nothing to do with anyone on this panel.
Oh, I disagree. Well,
Yeah, I
y'all
don't
know
agree
I
with that.
disagree.
I
Y'all
don't
know I
agree with that
disagree.
either.
So.
I think that I'm sorry. And who said that?
I said that.
I'm sorry. I can't see who it was.
Casey.
I said that.
Oh, Casey Mo.
Yeah.
Casey, are you white?
Yes, and
he's more black than Sean King is, though.
Well, no, he can't be if he said that, because like
I'm also
my
ADOS.
people really like suffer from like post-traumatic slave syndrome, and I know that sounds like a joke, but it's really not. Like
Casey, do you
generationally, a lot of mentalities have been passed down.
Okay.
To where like black people are just conditioned to think some not all are conditioned to think certain ways that they kind of inherited like subconsciously, whether they realize it or not, because of our history. Also, like there are things that like over the I don't know, like over since slavery ended until now that have been put in place because of the hatred for black people that have like systemically work to cripple them. Like there's just so many things that have happened that still like had a trickle down effect on black people, that I don't think that's a fair thing to say.
But that's
just my opinion.
That's indoctrination of the bloodline. I'm sorry to say that. And as far as I mean, that's indoctrination of your bloodline carried on. That's how the racism carried from generation to generation and bloodline to bloodline. What it comes down to is government and media pushing it on society. See, in everyday society, if you walk outside right now, if you come next to me, you're not going to have racism. You sit down with me, hang out, have coffee, have a beer, bullshit, and I'm going to treat you just like I do any other individual. The problem is that I understand it's part of history. And if I go back into history with Italian history, I have a lot to be angry about too. The thing is I'm not going to carry that because myself as a person, I didn't live it. I live in today's society, in the now, and what's happening in front of us. And the fact is I don't see racism. If you've seen racism, it's because you were taught racism. You were taught it in one way or another. And if you experienced it, those motherfuckers should be fucking have their heads popped off like a friggin' pop top. I mean, listen, in today's society, I'm sorry to say, racism needs to die. It needs to die because it's a thing of history. It's exactly what it is. And if everybody wanted to be mad about history, you'd be walking around with an entire society of pissed off people.
Yeah, if you want my opinion, I think the only people that cause you trauma are your parents and your relatives that constantly push this hate-filled narrative in your head, because that's where it all comes from. Just like it comes from hold on, Casey, I'm not done. Just like I think it comes from, they get it from their parents, and their parents get it from their parents. Look, the one thing that I will tell you that I didn't hear growing up, even though my family was just as equally as fucked up, they were not the the well-liked family in town. They had a reputation in the court system and amongst the members of the community, and this, that, and the third. But I wasn't told that I couldn't do anything, that somebody was going to prevent me from doing shit, that I needed to watch over my back because they were going to be looking at me a little bit harder.
Right. So
you know what I'm saying?
I
think that makes
Hold
it
on.
different.
Before you go, Casey, I'm going to slide in behind him.
Okay.
And then I'll slide in after y'all. That did not sound right.
I know, pause.
Yeah, it didn't sound right.
I heard Casey laugh.
Sounds to me like Jada's coming in hard with that, coming in hot and hard with that, with that strap on, man.
Oh, Jesus. Hold on.
No.
Okay. So this is how things go over here. First off, I wanted to welcome Daryl, my brother.
What's going on? What's going on, family?
To the panel. We get a little wild the later it gets over here, Daryl, but you already know how it is. Like, luckily you don't have anyone over here you'll have to go in on. It's a cool crowd. But I agree.
Mr. Youngblood City said a straight gangbang.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Yeah, these
That's
are my
so ate
people.
up.
Oh no. My innocent ears.
The one piece of context that I would add is I was like, I think we're more affected by the stuff that happened during the era when they were burning cities and killing off all the people who were producers. Then we're more directly affected by that than we are by slavery. But the other thing, Venus, I wanted to add to that also was my great grandmother, who was actually a slave, is actually, I think she's probably a little bit lighter skinned than Jeremy's great grandmother, who was black.
Right. So with that lead in, so I come from a very unique perspective, because on one end I am a descendant of American slaves. I am ADOS. But on the other side, I'm Irish. And I'm going to tell you something, that Irish shit, that wasn't good anywhere. No matter who you were and no matter where you were. And my whole life I didn't even know I was ADOS. What I really thought that I was a Cherokee, which also, by the way, historically ain't that great. So but what I've noticed through my life is that everything that everybody calls like the black struggle, I lived all of that shit, every bit of it. Even before I knew that I was even a part of it, I lived every bit of it, except for one small portion. I was never taught that self-hate. And I think that's a really important thing that really should be discussed.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
A lot of people have it, and it's bullshit. It's real bullshit.
Well, honestly, and this is why I don't like when people like try and say they understand. You cannot possibly understand. I just hate hearing that, honestly. But you are correct.
Right, and that's real stuff. So like for me, now I'm 44. In my bastard. In my lifetime, I've been turned down for a job because of my skin color. So I've also been fired from a job and told it was because of my skin color. I personally don't know anyone else who has that story that's under the age of 65. Nobody.
I've been fired from a job because apparently I said a comment, grab her by her pussy, that I never said.
Yeah, that's not the same, bro.
Sorry.
Yeah, that is totally not the same. So,
No, dude,
like,
my point is,
like,
my point is this was right after the whole Trump thing came up, so he was trying to say that I was acting like Donald Trump, and that was why he fired me, and that was bullshit.
I mean, to that point though, I can say, like, I've seen that happen to other white men. Like, I've seen it, like firsthand, where it's like they've gone in and they're like, we're gonna get this dude up out of here, and
yeah, I've had
the company just defaulted to be like, hey, like, you up out of here, sorry,
bro. I've had companies come at me so hard that they would drug test me like every 2 weeks to try and get me bail, knowing that I smoked.
Do you guys mind if I address Venus real quick?
You're on. You got the floor, man. I made you big.
Venus, you say, how could we ever understand, right?
Yeah.
I need to ask you a question. How could you ever understand? You didn't.
I don't pretend to understand other people's struggle. I understand like what goes on over here.
Listen, here's the thing you need to understand. Everybody struggles. That's a part of life, and that's a part of success. Everybody struggles. What I'm saying is, when you say, how do we think that we understand? Well, how do you understand? How do you understand what slavery is when you didn't live it? From stories that you heard?
Well, I'm not okay. So to be clear, I'm not claiming to understand slavery. What I'm talking about is the black person's experience today as a result of slavery. Slavery has shifted the way black people's experience ever since they were quote unquote free has been a direct result of slavery. Like, there was just like thing after thing after thing: discrimination, segregation, redlining, police brutality, racial profiling. Like every decade, you can point to some shit that was specifically targeted toward Black people. In addition to being somewhere where you like Black people have what I think the major difference is. Like there's a lot of Black people. I'm not gonna say all, but like that self-hatred thing is real. Like no like sense of identity. Like because you're growing up somewhere where all of the things that are held to like the highest standard or that are deemed positive historically don't look like you. That does something to someone's psyche.
All right, well, let me explain something to you. I'm from Brooklyn, New York, right? Everybody knows about the mob days. Everybody knows what happened and how we were profiled and how we were stopped by the cops and stopped and frisked all the freaking time. And even worse, we were beaten. I mean, they beat the shit out of us. We went through the same exact thing. The same exact thing that you think you feel. You say, I don't understand. I could tell you firsthand I understand. And I could tell you all about it. All about it. Because we were.
Can I jump in for a second? Can I jump in for a moment?
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Okay. So here's the thing. Because I've heard it said at least 3 times on here. And I've wanted to let it go because, you know, I tell y'all sometimes it's not even worth it. But I feel like it is worth it as I continue to listen to Venus, Cassie Mo, Mike, and y'all. Listen, Ireland slaves were.
This wasn't. I was talking about Italian.
You say what?
I was talking about Italian, but go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. No, I mean it was mentioned after Venus said she didn't believe in it or whatever, right? So, or not believed in the slave thing, but she was basically saying that she didn't believe in what I think it was Cassie Mo that said that about the slave thing affecting us today. Oh, okay. So
I can't even remember what exactly did he say. I'm sorry.
He was saying that it's the effects.
Nothing about slavery has anything to do with us today. Yeah, I didn't agree with that. Yeah,
because we didn't experience it. Because so what I think he's getting at though is the same thing that I say, like the way that I was raised. Like if no one told you that you were in dire bondage and they let you go out and like you were around other people that didn't look like you, and then you learned about slavery after you'd set some base levels and been socialized around people, and you didn't grow up with you better be scared of them white folks or those white people are going to come do something terrible to you at the onset of your development. Because the deal is the younger you are when you are indoctrinated into that belief set, the more that programming sets. So then you're having to learn how to even exist around people that don't look like you at this point. And within the Black culture, we can't even exist around other people of color that don't look like us for real, because like we're mean to them too, and then we're mean to the lighter skinned people. If you don't implicitly agree with the tenets of our victimhood, there you get disqualified. Jay Prince literally told me I wasn't Black, so I don't have to be Black anymore.
But see, Ray, this is why I disagree with you guys, right?
Ray, so many people have taken your Black card, like you don't have any more. Like I still accept you, but I'm the only one.
But that's what I'm saying. But like that, so like when you look at it from that conjecture, it's like, and I had this conversation with Tyranny when she wanted to run in the Victim Olympics, and I asked her a simple question: if her mindset was every Black person's mindset, how do we move forward? Because my lifestyle.
Now, tyranny is next level. Tyranny is a pronounced, like, admitted racist, like for real.
Yeah,
like,
but you know, Ray, the problem is.
Ray, what you?
Oh, go ahead, Jada. Go ahead.
Oh,
go ahead, sweetheart.
The problem when we having conversations about racism, whether it's the white guys here or Anton or anybody else, who, in my opinion, are flagrantly ignorant. Flagrantly, I haven't heard one thing tonight that was accurate. Right?
What do you mean? Which part?
To say slavery don't affect people today, again, nobody would say the Holocaust don't affect Jewish people today. As a matter of fact, they get payment for that shit.
Not from America.
I mean, because America didn't cause the Holocaust. Again, something else that's stupid as fuck to say. You don't have to say not from America.
No.
But question. I got it. They
okay.
They get payment from the motherfuckers who actually did the crime to them.
Fair.
Right, okay. Which was not Americans, which is That's third grade information. We don't have to interject that into my statement.
Well,
With all due respect.
my
I
thing is,
got you.
we're
Whoever's
talking
talking
about
first, I'm
America, though.
done. With all due respect, we don't got to act like women today. We don't have to do that, right? Like, we don't have to talk about slavery because that's a way for uneducated people to not talk about what's happened in the last 20, 30 years. What we should be asking ourselves is, why is African American men getting more time with the same priors for the same crime than white men? Right? Now break that down to me, and I guarantee, because I've heard these arguments before. That's not racism. There's something wrong with that judge. That's not racism. That's discrimination. No, that's racism, right? Hold on, I got you, right? Because that's just one thing, right? Then we can go into the medical field, right? Where black women are dying 3 times as much as white women, again, with the same medical background, having a baby. Why is that? Why are there multiple reports of black women throughout history, right? I can start with Henrietta Lacks, and I can keep going, right? Again, and that's the medical system. And I'm gonna end it here, right? Because like we can have this conversation and bait and switch bullshit all night. But again, right? Even state and federal investigators are saying, yeah, man, when Gabby Petito went missing, right, little white girl, whole goddamn country knew about it. Whole country. 3 black girls went missing in the same city at the same time. Ain't nobody hear about it for 5 or 6 months later. Local news. It never even made it to the federal news. Never made it to the federal news. This is what we're talking about. What we're talking about in this country is blatant racism, is blatant discrimination against African Americans. And usually what I hear is people want to go back 600,000 years ago to talk about slavery when there's stuff happening now, right? Again, and Ray, this is really the last thing I'm going to say. There was a young couple in California who, again, redlining don't exist. Racism ended 1,000 years ago. But yet this couple went to have their house appraised by a white man who shouldn't be racist because that don't exist anymore. Yet his house was appraised $500,000 less than it should have been. And when he put white photos in there, now the appraisal from the same appraiser, right, goes right back up. Interesting, right? Because I'm like the men usually that was saying slavery don't affect people. Imagine me telling you I'm going to take $500,000 out of your home, right? And it's not going to affect your children or grandchildren. That's idiotic.
Well, you're blaming the wrong people.
Well, hold on. I wanted to answer. I got answers for all these.
Okay, go ahead. Because he's blaming the wrong people. He said it in his own statement.
After that,
So
can I
from
finally get to the point
absolutely.
that I was trying to make not too long
Yes,
ago?
Jada,
before I
I'm
was
sorry.
cut off of even making my
Well,
point.
listen, guys, I'm going to jump off, but I want to say it's been a pleasure. All the women, too. Thank you very much
Mike,
for
we're
jumping
here
on.
every
tonight.
Thursday.
See you later,
Every
Mike.
Thursday,
Have a great
Mike.
day.
Ray, I
Anytime you
love
wanna
you,
come
bro.
on,
Be
man.
good, man. Angry Snowman, everybody else, nice meeting you.
Nice to meet you,
Nice
Mike.
meeting you. See you
Bye.
later.
So in regards to the time for the sentencing, I 100% agree with you. That system is very racist. 100%. My question is, why are we being criminals? Why are we that's a specific system that we should not be participating in. Period. And
I'm listening, Ray. Let me call. I got to call my kid. My son called me, but I'm listening.
No,
I got it on my other
Talk to your
phone.
son.
I'm
Talk to your
listening.
son.
I'm listening.
So in regards to that system specifically, we should not be participating. Period. Like, we need to have a standard to where, like, that's an abnormality for us because we know that's a landmine we know about. And in all honesty, I would like for them to lock up the white criminals for longer because, like, I want the criminals up out of here. Like, if you're a criminal, you should go to jail.
Ray,
but
I want you to understand something that a lot of us white people wish they would too, because most of those white criminals that they're letting out are murderers and child molesters and rapists.
Facts. I mean, that's a terrible discrepancy, and you're 100% accurate in that specific system. I will never argue that with you, and I'll champion that with you. But my stance on that is we should not be participating in that system. We know what that is. The medical field, you're also correct, but that's also because we do not have a bunch of people from our community, unfortunately, within those systems. Like my family, like I've got very high up medical field people in our system, and like we always cross-reference everything. We're just like, cool, I'll call my aunt up every time I go to the doctor as soon as I'm walking out, because I don't trust that system either. But also, to that point, we have to be educated and have some form of agency over our health, because our medical system in America, period, across the board, is not made to have good outcomes. It's a for-profit medical system. And if you have a for-profit medical system, that means they make money when you're sick. We are the sickest. They make the most money off of us. Also, we're not educated about the options that are out there because we are not in the field. Like, we need to start getting somebody in every Black family needs to put somebody into at minimum nursing, because you can go very far nursing. And we need to have that exposure in that field so that way we know what's going on the other side of that curtain, because there's a bunch of stuff that we don't know, whether it's a discrepancy with how much we're paying for meds, because we're also paying more for medications. We also don't know what grant money's out there for medications if you don't have the money to pay for medications. And you can get the good stuff because they do allocate grant money for those overpriced medicines that we don't know about. Like, there's a whole world that we're not a part of. When it comes to the appraisals, I'll tell you straight up, because I work in the field of high-end appraisals, and I'll tell you what, none of these rich people, regardless of what color they are, have pictures up. Period. And I understand it shouldn't have to be that way. It shouldn't have to. But that is a minor inconvenience to get your $500,000, bro. Like, minor inconvenience. It would have got the same appraisal rate most likely if there were no pictures, because blankly staged houses are how the affluent sell their houses regardless of what they look like. You're not going to go walk through a house and see pictures of anyone on the walls.
Yeah, staging a house is like pretty standard across the board if you want to get the highest amount of money for it. I mean, there is a standard for it all across the board regardless.
But of the three things you listed, because you listed three really good points that are valid now, and I'll give you the validity across the board on all three of them, including the appraisal. It's just people feel like they're entitled to not be inconvenienced when rich people are inconveniencing themselves all the time. But the last one that isn't on here is the discrepancy in financial literacy between. And it's not between cultures, because it affects both cultures, but like not having that piece amplifies all of these three things greatly. We're set up, and like you could say that like you're started out like a couple of steps behind in the race. I'll even give you that, but like we have the internet. We can sit here and have these conversations where we're focused on solutions and actually building and getting to talk to some people with some different perspectives, without actually shutting them down. Because honestly, Snowman, Venus is nicer to you than she is to me.
Yeah.
That is
a lie,
that is not a lie.
Dude, I'll be honest with you.
We haven't had a fight in like a month. I think that's a great thing. It's a great step forward.
I've been growing. But
but
what I'm saying is, like, you know, like these types of conversations that we like don't want to have because we get in these silos. And it's like, yes, all three of these things I can tie back to money. Like, a lack of financial understanding affects every single one of these more often than not. Because more often than not, the people that are getting the worst outcomes in all three of these categories that you just stated, because in California, $500,000 house, you were getting shot on your porch. So
well, the one thing that look, dude, I agree. I disagree with the whole reporting of stuff, to be honest with you, because I'm here to tell you that there are a lot of instances that you were talking about, like black people getting, taken out by instances happening on the media where, for instance, you said the little girl coming up missing or whatever. Oh, okay. The other kid that got killed. Well, Cannon Hennett got shot and killed by a black man in his front yard right in front of his brother and sister, and that was never reported on the media either. There was a actual white George Floyd that happened in Texas 2 years before George Floyd happened, where he actually called at 911 wanting help because he was a schizophrenic and he had taken some cocaine, and he actually called 911 wanting help because he thought that he was having cardiac arrest, and the cops came and put their knee on his back until he died. And that was never reported anywhere. And this man called and asked for help.
Well,
that my point is there's instances going on both sides. What's going on here is this is actually intentionally being done to make it seem that things are one way and not the other, or the other way and not this way. It's done so there is divide. You want to know what's wrong with the healthcare system? The most of the people that are victim of the healthcare system are on government insurance, government paid insurance. That's where most of the deaths come from, because the government can't make money off of people that are on insurance that they pay for. My mom, it's anecdotal. My mom, she was diagnosed with stage 4 small cell lung cancer. I know all kinds of people that have stage 4 small cell lung cancer have lived for 14, 15 years. They also have private health insurance. My mom was on Medicaid. She got it. She found out she had it. 9 months later, she was dead.
Yeah, I mean, and
I know a lot of people that are in that position. See, this isn't about color of skin anymore, man. This is about the haves and the have-nots. You notice that they're trying to eradicate and erase the middle class and make it where it's rich and poor. That's being done for a reason.
Well, it's twofold, because they're agitating both
I
sides.
definitely
Of
agree.
those
Most things about social economics these days than anything else.
Yeah, and that's what I was trying to get at. It's like, obviously people's existence, and I would never discredit someone's experience, but like a lot of the stuff that we're triggered by, and a lot of the stuff that is pushed to us that would keep us from wanting to even talk to a white person to see like what their side of the story is. Because after Jada gets her to her point, I want Snowman, I want you to recant your upbringing. I want you to tell your story.
Jesus, really?
I do. Because like, honestly, like, I want Venus and I want Daryl and I want Jada to hear it, because it's lit. Look, they're going to be more relatable to your story than they're going to think they're going to be. So, but like, it's those things, because they don't want us to talk, because collectively we could be like, well, we want a medical system that is focused on positive outcomes and not extending people's lives with the disease to make money.
I definitely agree, Ray. A lot of this comes back to like commonalities, right? Like, I always talk about BMF White Boy, right? People love BMF White Boy in Detroit and White Boy Rick, since we talking about race and stuff. They love both of them in Detroit, bro, the same way we love Big Meech and everybody else. But that's because they have shown us undoubtedly, man, listen, bro, you my brother, no matter if you white, black, or what. You know what I'm saying? Like, White Boy Rick is known for right now. He's still in Michigan now, bro, like doing stuff after he got out of jail. You know what I'm saying? Like, teaching young kids not to be in the streets and shit. Like, that's real, bro. And he do it with black kids too, in the ghetto. I done seen White Boy Rick in the ghetto, no security, chilling. You feel me? So like, it's some people that don't even want to come to our neighborhoods because they're afraid of us, bro. You know what I'm saying? And that's not cool.
Well, my question is this, and
Well,
like, I mean, we could reference Nipsey
Okay.
Hussle. It's like, what do we feel? What do you feel that those neighborhoods are entitled to if we're so focused on keeping the base level, the baseline, and there's so many people focused on that they'll get somebody like a Nipsey Hussle and they will just kill that man over ego. And I mean, it's ego all around the board. But what I'm saying is, if you've got somebody pouring into the community, and we can't even keep those people like of our own, then why would somebody outside of the culture, especially when the media is telling them that the people in this specific segment of the culture don't like them and don't think it's okay for them to be white? Like, why would you? And like, I've had this conversation. I was like, it's not my responsibility to go die to save some people that like want to stay where they're at. I'm like, just stay where you're at. Like, I'd like to live. You know,
I mean, that when it comes to the white culture, that's what we do with the trailer park scum. You know, some of us, the majority of us, we start there, but we leave. We want better. And if that's where they want to stay, that's where they want to stay, man. We don't associate with them type.
And I mean, it was the same argument that I had with Be Brave and Think, or whatever that stupid Santa man is over on CT's channel. He's self-admittedly, he lives in a trailer park and he's poor. And I was like, well, it's really messed up, because like, I got 5 white millionaires that are pouring into me. Like, why aren't they coming to save your ass if this is supposed to be a race thing? Why are they helping me? Why aren't they coming to save you? And he was like, oh, well, I don't need to be saved. And I was like, yeah, you do. You're poor. Like,
Yeah,
technically
all white
speaking,
people not racist, bro. When I was locked
Yeah.
up, you feel me? Me and my brother, I told you, Ray, my brother was locked up in Kentucky for, I don't want to say like the drug name, but the big
Yeah.
H word, right?
Yep.
You feel me? And
You were
when he
locked
got
up?
out, yeah,
Sorry.
they tried to hit us with trafficking, and they got my brother. And I'll talk about that like on a different stream. Like, you know what I'm saying? Ray actually know me though.
Please
But
do.
yeah, like, listen, Ray, when we got locked up, the woman that helped us the most was a white woman in Mount Pleasant, Michigan, right? She helped my brother get his trucker license for free, bro. You
Oh,
feel
no
me?
joke.
And when I got out in 2018, I think I said this before, like, bro, I was stubborn. I didn't want to live with my people. I didn't want no help. I didn't want no favors. And she knew I was that kind of person, so she would just look out for me, period. You feel me? Hey,
Yeah.
this is what you need. Let me get it. Whatever I needed, bro. Like, I needed help getting my license when I first got back out. Nigga, she paid for all of that. You know what I'm saying? Never asked me for a dime in exchange. Old white woman too. So, and to this day, she hit me up. And Ray, she worked in the jail for free, bro. Like, she was teaching us. You feel me? So I got nothing but respect for some of them.
Well, in my
Okay, so wait,
experience,
Ray.
go ahead.
I
I'm
know
gonna
this
let
your
Jada go.
channel.
I'm gonna let Jada go.
Don't
I
beat
know.
me up. I
No, go
promise
ahead.
I've been sitting
You got
holding
the
my
floor.
tongue for
You
over
out
30
here.
minutes
You
from
out
the
here.
last
Jada,
time
get
that you
to it.
said it. Okay, can
I'm
I
gonna
please
give
put it
this girl
in
a
just
Snickers
real
too.
quick? You say what?
I'm
He
gonna
said
give you
he'll
a
give you a
Snickers
Snickers
too.
bar.
Which one? Oh.
Yeah, dude, you've been acting right, man. So I'm gonna give you a Snickers too.
Thank
You've
you.
really
You
been
know what
playing.
I'm saying? Jeez, I've been sitting here patient. But I understand everybody got their moments, so I get it, to follow the conversation, right? But again, I could not let this go without actually stating these things. I've let it go on by a couple of times because it wasn't really too much relevant, but I feel like I have to make it relevant because it seems like it kept getting pushed to the forefront as if Irish being enslaved was worse than blacks being enslaved. Not only is that not true, but it has been proven to completely be fact-checked as not true. Not only that, the other part that's not true is Irish were not the first in America to become slaves. Or it differs in indentured and slavery, right? Irish people that came here first were actually indentured. The same ones that came with them were black people who were slaves.
Jada, I'm gonna pause you. You're
Okay, go
familiar
ahead.
with the war that's going on, the IRA, which is basically the Irish Special Forces, which is actually a terrorist group it's one of the religious groups, either the Catholics or the Protestants, one of the two. But they're still fighting to this day, like right now, bloody in the streets regularly.
Well,
right.
Okay, bloody in the streets. What does that have to do with slavery?
Because the slaves that came here from there weren't sent here because they were bad. They were sent here because they were exiled. And they were exiled as like filth of the country.
Were they enslaved like us?
Yes.
Yes.
And they weren't as valuable either because they were
enslaved. Okay, so here we go. Fact check it. They were not the first ones here as slaves in the way that they were not treated as humans.
Whenever hold on, and this is a quote, and Casey will follow up on this if you want, because he's the one who said it to me. Whenever they rebelled or even disobeyed an order, they were punished in the harshest of ways. Slave owners would hang their human property by their hands and set their feet on fire as one form of punishment. They were buried alive and had their heads placed on pikes in the marketplace as a warning to other captives, because they didn't come here docilely.
Okay,
they were hard-headed, and they were willing to fight for their freedoms at all times.
From 1641 to
mention
1652.
a place in history where in the act of war this was not done.
From 1641
to
1652.
What I'm saying is the slaves that they had in America,
outside of America, has that been done before?
They were also less useful than black slaves. They were worth less money because they didn't have the skills.
Answer my question.
Well,
the act that was done on them, had it ever been done anywhere else before?
Sure, 100%. They didn't make
Okay,
up
so
torture
at that
tactics for them.
time, that was nothing new. I'm not saying that is not
Okay.
bad. I'm
Well-
saying it was nothing new.
But
But
when
they
it-
were
when it-
they still had more freedoms than slaves. Is that not true?
Ma'am,
I'm going to disagree with you on
Is
that.
that not true?
I'm going to disagree with you on that. Like, I mean,
Okay,
at
so
least the
what
Irish
did
people that
they
I've talked to that have descended
did
from
they as black right? What
Mhm.
did they as black slaves have more than those who were Irish servants?
Hold on, rephrase that question one more time.
What did black slaves have more than Irish servants?
I mean, I don't think they had anything more.
Right,
I mean,
because they were treated still better than African slaves.
so
That was my point.
Do you think the forced breeding with African slaves had them on a higher pedestal so that they could have lighter skinned people for in the house? Because like that
Say
was
that one more time. You said,
they
do I think what?
they crossbred. Like most black people who have white in them, it's Irish. And it's not from Irish people owning slaves. It's because they bred them just like they bred black people, and they wanted a lighter skinned person for the house.
Pause that, Ray.
That happened.
Check. Irish people did own slaves in America. Did they not?
Free Irish people, maybe, but what I'm
no,
saying
it's not
is,
a maybe. I'll tell you since you don't know.
Well,
that
I mean,
is
if
true.
free black people own
Irish
slaves,
people that
free
were
Irish people
here
probably own
also
slaves.
ran successful plantations. They were involved. Let's not take that back. Were Africans successfully involved in numbers like Irish, or was there just a speckle of 2 black people who owned slaves?
I mean, we know that there was
Okay, so to
100 and
answer that
something in
for
Carolina
you,
alone.
then
I mean,
Irish people own more slaves than black people who were here that actually owned slaves, right?
I'm going to guesstimate, and I'm going to say yes, the Irish people own more slaves.
Okay.
I mean, this is
so
a tit
now,
for tat, though.
No, I'm not going to tit for tat. What I'm going for is I'm not going to allow this whole idea that Irish people had it worse than black people when it came to slavery.
No, I said that they were worth less, so like they would kill them sooner.
So
that means
they were actually monetarily
let me
worth
ask you
less.
this, because while we put up pictures of black men who own black slaves, I had no real true problem with it because it is what it is, right?
No, let's pull up. Give me a link. I'll put up some Irish slave owners.
Irish people owned Irish slaves in their own areas, right?
No, they were fighting a war in Ireland.
St. Patrick was a slave, right?
Okay, yeah.
Okay,
no.
so that means you say what?
I don't believe he was. St. Patrick was somebody entirely different.
St. Patrick was done on the History Channel. He was kidnapped by pirates and enslaved. He also became
St. Patrick
enslaved.
was a 5th century Roman British Christian missionary and bishop in Ireland.
Yes.
He was not a
that's
slave.
the same person.
That is not a slave.
That is the same person. Okay, so what's the definition of enslaved?
A bishop. He was a bishop. That is not a slave.
That's really high up in the clergy. Like that's a pretty decent living for free.
Listen.
I mean,
when
he was a slave to the church.
Kidnapped by pirates, he was enslaved.
Okay. I'll give you that. He got kidnapped and enslaved, but he had a cushy job before that. That'd be like if we went down to the office.
I said he had got kidnapped by pirates and became a slave. And even for 6 years, when he went to try and, I guess, fight his way through it, I don't know, however the way they want to pronounce it, right?
Right.
He even spent 6 years up under a person of his same kin. So he was also enslaved by his own, the great St. Patrick, a clergyman, right?
Yep.
So we can get away from all of this. Black people own slaves, and
I don't think we were
Irish
saying black
people
people
had
own
it worse
slaves as
than
though all black people.
That I cannot sit and let it continue.
When you're talking about the
said,
value of a piece of property, you're talking about a Ferrari and a Honda Civic. They're two different things as far as. I said when you're talking about the value of a person who's viewed as a piece of property, you're talking about comparing a Honda Civic to a Ferrari. Like, I mean, people just tear Civics up. It's what it is. Like, That's not to say that there were more Irish slaves. It was just they were of less value. They didn't have the skill set to do the things that the Africans that were over here doing it were doing. They weren't as strong. They weren't as useful. They were rebellious. They didn't take orders well.
The words were Irish
actually,
people.
this
I don't
to me,
care what the
this is,
job was.
to
It
me,
was
this
said
is.
that Irish people had it way worse. Oh,
Why
yeah,
does
they
it
had
matter?
way worse.
Why does it matter?
You're taking
Why
it
does
as
it
people
matter?
and not
It
Irish
matters because
slaves.
it's disrespectful to the point of what really happened.
Do you
That's
believe
why.
that the
What
free
really
slaves?
happened?
Do you
That is
believe that the
exactly
free blacks
why
in the
it
North
is
had it?
important.
What really
No.
happened?
Yeah, thank you. That's
What
what I'm
really
getting at.
happened? Tell me what really
Way more
happened.
than what happened to Irish people for a set of years.
That isn't telling me
That's
what really
happened.
happened.
Way more.
Now
Because
this
to
is
sit up there
now this
every
has
time we
became an
keep saying
emotional
slavery
argument.
is bad, it's like, well, Irish had it worse. Oh yeah, it was way worse.
I mean,
No, I'm
we
not letting that
hadn't
be
brought
said.
that back up in a
Proof
long
is-
time. I just want to know.
What?
I just want you to know that conversation was well dead before you brought this back up.
No, it wasn't. I was still
Yes, it
trying to
was.
talk about it, but I kept getting interrupted 3 different times.
Well,
Never got a chance to say my
Well,
point.
see, this is the thing that I keep talking about. Why is there this big push to say who had it worse?
You know why? Because
Why
when
does
the
it-
Irish
Because
when
you
it
know
came
what? The
up to
truth
the
of the
Irish,
matter-
I'll
the
tell
truth-
you why. Do you want me to answer?
Snowman.
Do you want me to answer? Because I can tell you
Let her
why.
answer.
Because when we were talking about black slavery being bad, I heard nobody say when the Irish part came in, well, why did you bring up Irish? That doesn't really matter right now.
Well, you do realize
Nobody said it. Every time Irish was brought up as being worse than black people in their part, it was never challenged as if, well, you know, why you even bring that up?
Well,
We
I've
ain't
been
even gotta
trying to
bring
I've
that
been
into
trying
the
to give
vote,
you
right?
I've been trying to give you an actual fact for probably about 10 minutes now. Okay.
Well, it's okay. I mean, but I was talking though. I sat back for over 30 minutes.
a fact
So I
that I
figured,
wanted
let me get all my stuff out though, right?
a fact that I would like to give you is from 1641 to 1652. Over 500,000 Irish were killed by the English, and another 300,000 were sold as slaves. Ireland's population in that time fell from about 1.5 million to 600,000 in a matter of 11 years.
Earlier, right?
In a matter of 11 years.
We brought that up earlier, right? So
no, we didn't bring that up earlier.
Yeah, I did.
Somebody
I
did,
quoted
right?
That was me.
I didn't hear you.
You got to listen when I talk. But
see, I be listening.
But what I'm saying is, when if we're gonna draw a comparison,
11 years versus hundreds of years and millions of blacks being taken, right?
Hundreds of years. You realize that the slave trade in America only lasted about 30 years?
So pause. I said how many years?
30.
Well, no. If you go from 1776,
I said how many years? How many years did I say?
From 1776,
you said hundreds.
From 1776 to when was the
hundreds?
Civil War? 1864 is when it ended. So probably about 90 years. 90 years is how long the slave trade lasted in America, because that's how long America was around. Prior to that, America was Great Britain, England. That's who was doing this shit, not America.
So then
Great
we're only
Britain.
going to count America.
Well,
even though America's was still
you can
involved.
only count America from 1776.
Because we're Americans. So yeah, I mean, so
okay,
if you're going,
all right,
if you're
I'll
going,
take
if
that.
you're going
I'll take that.
1776
So
forward,
from 90 years versus 11.
Well, no. But the other thing that you're leaving out,
less than a million versus millions.
The other thing that you're leaving out. Wait a second. The other thing that you're leaving out is post 1776, they were consistently fighting to stop slavery.
What?
So as soon as we had,
I might have heard you wrong.
During the American Revolution, when we pinned out, there were factions during that time period that was like, hey, part of the stuff we want to do is stop doing the slavery thing. We don't like it.
Ray, is that what you think happened? Check the history books. History itself, written by the white folks, did not say it was because they did not like slavery.
No, I understand it wasn't because they did not like slavery. What I'm saying is
right.
those people who were fighting for their independence were not, all of them were not pro-slavery, though. What I'm saying is there was consistently people working to stop the act, up to the point to where we had to have a whole nother war about it. Like, do you think they just woke up one day and they were like, yeah, you know what? We're going down there and we're going to go kill some people over these slaves. No, there was always, there was that conversation. You're right. It wasn't, but that conversation was being had at the onset of the signing of this country. Like, Literally, we have a whole play about it. Hamilton. Like, that dude fought and was there, wanted to fight, and was like, cool, I want the slaves freed too. There's always been somebody going, hey, this is kind of screwed up. Like, we need to work to stop this. That doesn't mean that there weren't factions and people who were profiting from it. That
it wasn't just a few.
Right,
either.
which makes us a bit
but we literally fought a war about it, which means that it was a good amount of people.
12.
It wasn't disingenuous. We had a civil war after we got our independence.
I'm talking about as a whole, not the
12.
people that did not. I'm talking about as a whole.
12
to
of
say
the
that
13.
to say that it rolled that way is disingenuous because it was more so about money.
It was, but that conversation, what I'm saying is the validity of the statement is from the onset of the founding of this country, there were key people that were like, hey, we're pushing for this. And they kept pushing and pushing and pushing. And then they got guns because they couldn't settle it with words. And we fought a war about it.
Well, I'm just trying to figure out why it matters, why it started.
But what I will agree with you, Jada. It
matters because every time Irish was being brought up as being worse than slavery, while we're talking about other things,
you're taking
nobody had a pushback to say, why are you
bringing up the Irish? Why can't Irish descendants feel the way they want about their Irish heritage? Why do we have to sit and kowtow to your beliefs and what you think was the history of our people?
Here's the thing.
You don't know our people,
as I mentioned, that's why I sat back on it.
People's history.
As I mentioned,
that's why I
sat back on it. But what I notice is every time we get to talking about black slavery, I'm hearing Irish slavery was worse though, but they don't get no pushback.
No,
why is it when we are saying that it's bad?
Hold on.
We say it's bad for us.
I got this.
We say it's bad for us. And in return, we get Irish was worse.
No.
So that means forget your feelings. Irish was worse. Don't see it that way because Irish had it worse.
Well, no. Check it out.
The point that went right over her head.
Maybe I did. Say it again.
So, what was said was Irish slaves during their decade of slavery.
It was more than a decade.
Worse because
it was a couple centuries.
The last Irish slave
when they got to this country, which also technically doesn't count under the America though, because that was also pre 1776. So, but I digress. All I said, and the statement that you will hear was those slaves were treated worse than the slaves that were existing at the time because they were of less value than the slaves that existed. So they would kill them before they killed the more expensive black slave that was better.
Okay.
Why does that need to be said when she's talking about? I think that's the issue. Like, not to say which one was
making the argument that we were saying what the conjecture of that was other people were enslaved on this landmass as well. I think that's the only
that's like saying, like, you know what, I hurt my arm, and instead of you acknowledging that my arm is hurt, your immediate response is, well, I hurt my thigh. It comes off dismissive. Wait, let me finish. Please let me finish. Please let me finish.
Hold on.
Let me finish. Then you will understand. The reason she is reacting that way is because, again, you can't relate. This is something Black people run into anytime they discuss an issue. The immediate response is dismiss, and let me tell you about this issue instead. That's the part everybody's missing. And that's why she's responding that way.
Okay. What I was going to say was, I was like, the argument that I would say that would make Black slavery worse than Irish slavery, because there's a definitive answer for that if you just give a straight answer.
But I don't think
Irish people got granted whiteness. Like, I mean, it's not comparable.
I don't think they should be compared, though.
It's not comparable.
That's the point. Like,
because they got whiteness and no one else did. So you're right.
The mistake. Listen, right. The mistake here is even comparing
don't give a
them.
shit, Snowman, but from a historical standpoint, the ability to own property are one of the things that we stand on now. So, like, having that early, yes, it does matter.
There's no generational wealth handed down to my family.
Just because your family fumbled the bag, that does not make it my fault.
There's got to be a bag. There's got to be a bag to fumble first, dude.
Well, okay, but they had the option, no?
Agreed.
Yes.
Okay.
The same as everyone else did.
There was a
no
lot.
one else
Listen,
did.
there was a lot of shit said, and there was a lot of things that are inaccurate, and they all need to be addressed.
Yeah.
So the first Irish slave came over to the Americas in 1619. When was the first African slave?
I'm Googling it right
in the-
now.
Wait, can you
in the
read
early
this comment?
1700s.
This proves my point.
1619.
Wait,
Which
this
one?
comment
20
proves my point
African
right here. Look at this
slaves.
comment.
Oh,
This
you talking
Wait,
about
comment proves
Raven?
my
just a
point.
fact check. The first slaves to arrive in North America, 1619,
Okay, this
were
is
not
getting like
100.
stupid.
Were not 100 Irish children, but they were 20 African slaves.
Yeah.
But why does that
Would you
matter?
like
Like,
to see that?
you guys are arguing over
That's
who
a
had it
fact check.
worse.
Would you
And
like to
listen,
see that?
in the same year, in 1619, the first Irish slaves were also brought over. The last Irish slave was in, 1839. When was the last African slave?
I don't know.
About the same year. It's about the same time. Most of those ships had mixed Irish and black folks, Africans specifically. So the thing
And
is,
how
though,
many were they?
a shit ton.
This argument is really like
What's
doesn't
Well,
make
yeah,
a
sense.
that's what
shit
I was
ton?
saying. I was like, this
Give me
is
a
like
number. What's a shit ton?
I mean, if you want to look at it just from a straight numbers perspective, if you take that 10-year, 500,000 every 10 years for 200 years.
It was 500,000 for every year?
Every 10 years.
For every 10 years.
so you
And how many
divide
years did it last?
200.
Okay, so times it and tell me what that number is.
It's in the millions. It's over 2 million.
Okay, but how many? Over 2 million? Do
Yes.
you know how many black slaves were brought over here in that time?
Where over here? North America or Central America?
just-
I
yeah,
don't
'cause
care.
you
Just
can't-
pick a spot.
Well, no,
I don't care.
because if we're
Way
gonna
more
have a
than Irish.
About
That's the
800.
point. Way more than Irish.
Not North America.
Yeah, North
Way
America
more
was
than Irish.
800,000 total.
Yeah, 800,000 North America was black.
800,000. How
'Cause
many
you're
Irish?
That's how many people.
counting-
No, no,
you're
no.
counting
That's
No,
how
no,
many
it's
people.
more.
That's how many
It's
people
more
were
than
killed by COVID
800,000.
in America in 1 year.
It's more than 800, but let's go with 800, right?
Oh.
So then how many initially were taken from Ireland? Let's try that. How many initially were taken from Ireland?
See, that's
They don't
what,
even have the
this is
numbers.
this is what I'm getting at.
Okay,
Why
so how many
why does it have to
died
be
on
this?
their way?
Why does
How
it
many
have to be a
died on their way
battle
to
on
America?
who had more and who had it worse? Dude, slavery is slavery.
Exactly. That's why I
Every
said,
nation
how
on the
come while
fucking
we talk
planet has
about
been through
slavery with
slavery.
blacks, suddenly Irish had it worse?
Hold
That's
on.
the point.
But that's the other thing I was going to say.
That's the point.
Nobody
Now, by
said
the way,
slavery for
while
blacks
you were
only.
real quick,
This conversation wasn't about
1619, right?
black slavery. It was just slavery.
1619. Did you know that some of them that came over still were not actually slaves? They were indentured servants. Would you like me to send you the
hold on.
fact check link for that?
Do you know what an
Rutgers
indentured
wrote
servant
about
is?
it.
Statement.
The History Channel wrote about it. So
Hold on,
would
yeah,
they
they're
be
wrong.
wrong? Because they fact checked that.
They're hella wrong.
US Today.
Yeah,
US
also
Today
wrong.
did it. Fact check.
You actually
They
So
got
did
believe
the
what
same.
the history?
factcheck.com
You
and
actually
also
John
believe that
Hopkins
legacy media
University
tells you?
fact checked it. It's still the same.
Right. They're all wrong.
But why are y'all arguing about what's worse?
Okay,
They
so
were
they're all
both
wrong.
bad.
All right.
Like, I don't
So-
know.
That's what
All
I'm-
right, so
that's what
in
I
that
don't
case,
understand.
they're all wrong about how many
Well,
black slaves came here
No,
and how bad it was.
no. You're
You
arguing
can get to your next
semantics
point.
because
I
when
apologize.
they talk about how many slaves were brought to the Americas, that's a different number than how many actually came to America that we are the landmass we're currently on, where we talk about ADOS.
Okay, but baby,
That's
did you
all
hear
I'm-
me
that's
say?
all I'm
Yeah,
saying.
see,
I don't care which one y'all want to count
I
for.
just don't understand
Y'all
why.
can pick whichever Americas y'all want to do.
I don't
How
understand.
many of those were taken
12.5 million
and made
total
into
came to
slaves
Americas.
versus
See,
blacks?
this is my
Because if we're
thing.
going to talk about worse, let's talk about the number then.
But nobody wanted to talk about worse, and nobody wanted to talk about specifically black
I
slavery.
think they did because they said Irish had it worse.
No, we
and it
just
was
brought it up.
repeated
It was
more
just
than
a
one time on this
Why
discussion.
is it anytime a white person brings up anything about Irish slavery, black people get all butt hurt and bent out of shape?
No,
and
I
think they
tell you
gotta
what, you
defend it?
could have brought off Irish slavery because remember I said I let it go by because I understand that
But you
some of
didn't
that
let it go
was
by
a
because
bad
we've been.
thing.
But you didn't let it go
heard
by.
it a
We're
third
having this because we've
time,
been having this
after I
45
heard it
minute
a
long
third
from the same
time,
person?
after
Was
a
it from
black
the same
person is talking
person or
about
did different
slavery,
people?
I hear
Because
Irish people
Mike
had it
talked
worse.
about
Why
it.
can't it just be said, oh, yeah, I feel you because Irish people were enslaved too, and I feel what you're talking about. could dig that. But it's like,
I
oh well,
don't
no,
feel what you're talking
Irish
about,
people
though.
had it
I
worse.
feel this situation where you're trying to say
Right.
my people had it worse off than your people. It's like this victimhood race, and I'm
No,
not
no, no.
down
That
with that.
started off with the person who said Irish had it worse.
That was
Why does
Ray.
it- Why does it matter if they said
Yeah.
they had it worse? Why does
No
how
one
he
said
feels?
no
He
one
feels
no
great.
one
What I'm
That
saying
was
is,
old boy that said that, right?
even if he
what
That
didn't
was old
say
boy
it,
that
was
said
they
that.
were less
even
So
valuable.
there goes the
even
Victor Olympics
God
right
damn,
there. See, I
lady.
didn't bring that
No.
in.
You're
What
but the issue is this: when I said they had it worse, it was in the sense that I was like, well, black people were worth more than Irish people. Like, I mean, and then you wanted to just be like, no, like we were worth less. Like, no, we weren't. Like, we were
Oh
very
no,
expensive.
I actually rewind it back. I actually let it go for a while.
Well, but what I'm saying is,
Now,
I
didn't I
said
do
it.
that? I
Snowman
didn't have a
said it. Like,
pushback
it's
for
not
it
it's not the
until
same person who brought
after
it
that
up.
happened.
But it wasn't the same person who kept bringing it up. That's all I was getting at. I was like, you're going to Snowman like he kept bringing it up. He did not.
No,
He
no,
brought
no.
it up once.
Let me say this. This was not directed as like all against the white people. If that's the way
Okay.
it's taken, it's not.
I
It's
think
not.
that's the way it was taken. Like,
No. The problem for me, I was speaking as a whole. That's why I said I had been sitting back and I did not say anything.
But the
And
black
I don't
community
feel
isn't a
right
monolith.
not saying it. So I'm going to say it. It had no dealings with if Ray said it, if Snowman said it, if Mike said it. It was that it was said in the midst of
I
why we're
definitely
talking
said
about
it.
blacks with slavery. And so then it's brought up again. It's like, dang, how many times is going to be said?
I just wanted people to understand that people are Ferraris. That's all I wanted.
Stop it.
I just want somebody to acknowledge me. I'm identifying as a Lamborghini from now on because I'm a super black man.
Real quick, the point of the
As long as I get it
conversation.
for 4 days.
I hate you, Jada, so much.
I'm driving for 4 days.
How
the
do you go from angry to harassment that quick?
Because I be trying to tell y'all I don't be that
That's
angry.
called schizophrenia.
Yeah. So honestly, though, the
No, honestly, I
conversation,
don't be that angry about it.
it really shouldn't have anything to do with who had it worse.
Right.
It was bad
Thank
all
you.
around, and it was bad on
Thank
both
you.
sides, on everybody's side.
That's my
And
point.
that's kind of the point. And again, I
wish
come
that
from both
same
of those
thought.
backgrounds.
I say we go get a flight over to Britain and push over their trash cans or something. I kind of
Right,
feel
'cause
a
they're
type
the
of way about
motherfuckers,
this.
right?
Yeah, fuck
But hey,
them.
real quick, also,
Yeah, fuck them lizard people.
God damn it.
Ray, read
No.
your chats. I mean,
I'm not
read your
doing it.
texts.
Oh, my texts?
Yes, read the texts. They're important to this conversation.
Oh, you ain't even been texting me, you motherfucker.
No, I was
How-
going.
which-
Well,
where do
Cassie
you
Mo
want me
ain't
to
text me
start?
either. I'm a little offended.
And where's that dumbass comment you highlighted? Because I don't see it in the chat anymore.
Oh, don't
That's
mind
it.
Raven.
wait,
He
was it?
just says stuff sometimes. He gets upset.
It was something about black folks crying.
Hey,
I
Jada.
want to see it.
Hey, Jada.
I ain't even gonna pay that no mind. I don't care.
Hey,
Yes,
Jada.
honey.
It's
Yes.
Casey Mo.
You know what? You are so right. I'm sorry, Casey Mo.
That's my city.
Yeah, Cassie's a girl's name.
Yeah,
Right.
I thought about it. I was going to say what? And then I thought about like, oh, I've been saying Cassie. I'm sorry.
So not
That's
only,
Casey.
dude, she thought
Casey.
you identified as a
Oh,
Woman.
quarter black,
Okay.
3/4 white, pissed off woman.
I see what you're saying.
Oh,
Okay,
no.
so okay.
Yeah, so I mean, you
I
ain't
got
even
you.
necessarily need to read those, Ray, out
Yeah.
loud, but it is very important. Those all come from that link. It's actually important reading. I think you should drop the link in the back chat because I think it'll give a different perspective.
Is it that? Is it the same link you sent me earlier?
It is actually. If you read through the whole thing,
I've read through quite a good
it gives
bit
you a
of it.
lot of information. But either way, real
And
quick,
it's actually a neutral place too, which
real quick. I think that the point that I was trying to make over all of this shit, which a lot of it got misconstrued, and I'm pretty sure it has to do with my melanin levels. But
Excuse me, I said Cassie again. Casey.
See what you keep doing to me? Yeah.
You hadn't even got up here by the time I was already irritated about it. So it was not directed towards you.
I know, but
It wasn't even a direct bullet for anybody. It was
Ray
just,
did it as always.
can
It's
we
always
stop?
Ray. You
But
see,
yeah.
Ray did.
Hey, it was me and Ray that shit was directed at because we're the one that kept pushing the shit.
Dude, they be
No,
on my
'cause
neck all the time.
wait a
It's
minute now,
fine.
because the other guy said it too. That's why I said it's been said a couple of times. So it didn't have a direct "I'm mad at you" thing. It's, can we stop saying that?
Right.
No.
I think
If y'all wouldn't want me to say it to y'all, that's why I brought it up in that way. Because see, like it all
It's
of a sudden it's like,
America.
well,
I
why
can
you gotta
say what
say
I
that?
want,
Why are
really.
we counting? Why does
No,
it
it's
matter?
something called
But when
tact
he
and
said it, why
situational
did it
awareness.
matter?
You should not always say what you want. That's a very ignorant thing to say. You
But
should not always say what you want.
you may not shouldn't always say
No.
what you want, but the truth of the matter is in America you can say what you want, and that's something.
No,
that
there's something called
and
hate
that's
speech.
no,
You,
and
you
that's something.
actually can't.
Well,
You
yeah,
actually,
no,
there
no,
are
but
consequences for saying
Venus,
what you
what
want.
was hate speechy about
Like,
what
stop
he
it.
said, though?
No, I'm
What
making
was
the point that
on.
he's saying in America you can't just say anything. No, you can't.
You know what
Go
makes
on a
people
fucking plane and say bomb and see what happens.
you tell
In
me
America, you
what
cannot say
what
anything.
speech has
Like,
hurt
stop
you?
with the
What
ignorant
speech
shit.
has ever
Stop.
physically hurt you?
Stop.
What
Yep.
speech has ever physically brought you danger and harm physically?
My point is this.
When Reckless Ray
I don't
told me I
know.
couldn't have 4 days.
I hate y'all.
Listen, what I was trying to say is there is
kangaroo court.
definitely
Why is it illegal to threaten people? No, you can say what you want in
It's
America.
not illegal
Why
to
is it
threaten
illegal to
anybody.
threaten people then?
It isn't.
Why is it
You know
illegal
what?
to threaten
You
people?
ain't going to
This
get
was my
arrested for
fault.
threatening
Okay, hold on,
somebody.
y'all. Hold
Yes,
on,
you
y'all.
can get
No, you
arrested
This
for
won't.
was
No,
my
you
fault.
won't.
Casey
No, you
Mo
will
was
not.
trying to make his point, y'all.
I
I've
live in New
literally-
That
York.
was-
Yes, the
that was
fuck
my
you
No,
fault.
will. I don't know
caught
what
it.
you're
no,
talking
man.
about.
I've literally tried to get somebody
Oh
arrested
my
for
God.
threatening someone and had actual
And I literally
evidence,
seen
proof.
somebody get arrested for threatening somebody. So again, you can't say whatever you want in this country. That's bullshit. And that's some shit that y'all like to do when y'all want to dismiss people's feelings. No, just because
Hey,
you
you know
can't
what?
say something
Feelings don't
does
fuck-
not mean you should say something.
Feelings aren't what make the world go round.
Who gives a shit? You're talking
And,
about what you should do.
who
That's a
gives a shit?
feeling.
You should
talking about
want your kids
you
to
can
do
say
shit.
what you
Feelings
can
don't
do is
build
a
shit.
feeling.
My
Oh, I
Feelings
should
don't
be able
build
to say
shit.
whatever I want. That's a
Feelings
feeling
don't
too.
build shit.
Ray, does my feelings
You
make your
started
world
this
go
talking
round?
about feelings. You said you
Jada,
should
leave
be
me
able to say
alone.
whatever
Feelings
you
don't be
want.
shit. I can say whatever I want.
Okay,
If-
but
So
then
that's a
that's
feeling.
All right,
since
hold
Ray
on, hold on.
since Ray
No,
says
that's a
that my
statement.
feelings
No,
make
you
his
said
world
I
go
should
round,
be
it
able to say
counts.
whatever I
So
want.
now Casey Mo,
You do realize that the
trying to
First
say-
Amendment, the freedom of speech,
Go
that's
on the plane and say bomb. Go on the plane and say you have a bomb. Since you can say whatever you want in this country.
unpopular
You sound
speech.
crazy.
Okay, hold
Y'all
on.
just
Hold
be
on.
saying
Both
any
of you.
fucking thing.
Listen. It's the okay, so literally anyone can say anything that they want. There's consequences. That's just what it is. So yes, you can say anything you want, and there could be consequences for whatever it is that you said. We can agree on that. That's the baseline understanding. I don't understand why that was an argument, but it shouldn't be, because he's right and you are right, Venus. You're both right.
When are we
In
going to start
context
arresting?
of
He was
how
saying
you
it to
said
be.
it.
He was
you
saying
didn't
it
wanna
to be
say I was right,
dismissive.
but they could be
Well,
right.
yeah, but you
when are
can-
we going to start arresting all the
messing with
media
you, baby. I'm
personalities
messing
that
with you,
push
Ray.
hate speech and misinformation daily to get people
I don't know.
fighting and
Didn't they
arguing?
arrest
When are they
Andrew
gonna
Tate
start-
for the shit he was saying? I don't know.
No, they
What the
didn't.
hell?
They
Didn't
literally
arrest
they
him for what he
didn't.
said. They arrested him
Yes, they
because
did.
somebody alleged that he
No,
had a
they
fucking
didn't.
sex ring. That's
Yes,
why he
it's
got
alleged.
arrested.
It was
alleged that he was
alleged.
doing sex trafficking.
And they still haven't charged him. They still haven't put the case together. The floor of the case for the people who allege that literally have text messages. That chick's mom don't even fuck with her. She's a liar. And they
Why do
literally have
people get
text
fired
messages.
from work for saying shit? You can say whatever you want here.
Being fired
Like,
is totally
stop
different than getting arrested.
Venus,
Okay,
we're talking.
cool.
You're talking about the consequence. That doesn't mean that they literally can't say it. No magic muzzle comes up to stop anybody from saying anything. It's the consequence.
Well, that's
or
obvious,
the
right?
not willingness.
Obviously.
So
you
then
know,
you guys agree.
and not having a job, being able to get a job or getting fired because of something you said is the equivalent of not being able to get a job or getting fired because you're black. Same fucking thing.
No,
Okay.
it's not. You can control what you
Yeah.
say. Can I control my skin? That's the dumbest shit. What the fuck? What?
Okay, I don't agree with.
Here's
Yeah,
a
No,
thought.
it's nothing. It's
Here's
nothing
a
less than
thought.
Are you
fucking.
out of your
It's
mind? Are you out of
discriminating.
your mind?
Here's the thought. You can get in
So
trouble
the things that
for-
come out of your mouth
for your
equate to
thoughts,
me not being
right?
able to change my fucking skin color.
How does the things that come out of my mouth
listen,
hurt?
you
How does
can,
that?
you ain't got to
can
change
be
your
in
skin
trouble
color.
for your
Everybody said
thoughts
you were cute.
because there's something
This is
called
this
mens
is
rea.
this is the difference between this is why it's
You
different
you
when
can
men
be in
have
trouble for
discussions and
your
men and
thoughts
women have
because of
discussions.
men's
No,
reason.
Because
y'all
men
Can we
fucking
agree
men
with
leave their
that?
emotions at the door outside
Well,
where they leave their
yeah,
shoes.
but
Because we are
You
trained
have
to
not
say
been
Can we
that.
leaving your
agree?
emotions
no
at the
Can
man,
we
door.
no
agree
Because
man.
that
if you
you
did,
can
you
be
wouldn't have
arrested
said,
for
"Oh,
your
I can
thoughts
say whatever I
based
want."
on
I
men's
can say
reason?
whatever I want.
Yeah,
I can say
You
whatever I want.
can.
The First
he
Amendment protects
can.
that
In
speech.
technicality, yes, he can. There, I don't
You can
understand why
be
we have to
arrested for
argue.
mens rea. That's
Mens
all I'm trying to
rea?
say.
What's mens rea?
You could be arrested for having a guilty mind, saying something with your mind.
What?
That's mens rea. There's actus rea and mens rea. I've been trying to say it for like 20 seconds.
Hold
So
up,
you
Beans.
can get in
Beans.
trouble for
Oh
your
my
thoughts
god,
based on mens rea.
Beans. Imagine a loud flagrant
Right.
out
No,
woman.
because getting fired for what you say is equivalent to being
The
black.
irony,
I
right?
don't understand.
No,
Okay,
no,
yo,
no.
Flagrant out women who
Wait a
says
second. Can
whatever
we
she
let
wants
Casey
on
Mo
every.
land his plane, please?
no shit. So what I was trying to say is, I think what I had originally said about slavery and its effect on us now got blown way the fuck out of proportion, and it made it to where nobody could even understand the point of what I was trying to make.
Mhm.
And that is
That is where you
that
left off.
we're all okay. Like if you wake up in the morning, ain't nobody, and especially anybody you see, ain't nobody trying to hold you down. They got too much bullshit going on in their own lives. The barriers to
I do that
entry
every morning.
have all disappeared. And they did
Ray has
quite a
been
long time
holding.
ago.
I met him,
What?
but that's another story.
What'd you say?
Nothing.
No, I'm listening. What you got?
At this point, I am let me see. Let me make sure I quote it right. At this point, I am 10/16 offended.
10
Me too.
16ths. Okay.
All right.
I'm 3/4 of offended.
Is
Okay.
that how much testosterone you have in you?
I like
Yes.
that. No, but you know what? I like that a lot because you at least
Say
understand
what?
1/16.
Wait a minute. Did somebody
Hey.
did they ask me that?
He said, "Is that how much test?" He asked me, and I say yes because I don't give a fuck. Next.
I will tell
That,
you, y'all scared my son off. My son was watching the panel.
see,
It's
now he's
okay.
got.
That probably
Oh,
happens
now
a
he's gonna
couple
be
of
scared of
times.
them strong black women, man.
No, it ain't have to. It ain't have to do with the women.
You had to do. You
Because
guys gotta protect the
we were
mamas and the
all
babies.
fussing at that
It
point.
has to do with
We were
somebody
all
telling me the
fussy at
dumb
that
shit that
point.
comes out of their
So
mouth is equivalent to being black. That's what it had. That shit just set me off. Like
And
this be the shit I be talking about when I
well,
say
Venus,
they
if
can't
you would have gave me a
understand.
second, I
Yeah,
would have.
yeah,
I
Like
would
they
have
can't
checked
even
that out.
understand because they would say some shit like
what the
that
fuck
to
you
you
talking
with a
about?
straight
You don't know.
fucking
so
face.
Ray, you
Dude,
gonna
you
give
don't
her a
understand.
second, but I can't get 4 days?
I'd
Oh
like to
my
know what
goodness.
fucking shitty life you lived.
Who you talking to?
You're drawing a. You drew a false equivalency, Snowman. Like dead ass, bro. Like
I
that
missed
that
it.
was a
It isn't
false
a no. It
equivalency.
isn't a
Like that
false
was like the
equivalency.
weakest straw man
I don't.
ever. Like
But it wasn't a false equivalency.
It
Whether it's
absolutely
something you can change or
was.
it
not, but it
absolutely
really
is.
isn't.
You
How offensive
asked
that
me,
is.
it
So
was.
you're
Come on.
saying that? Well, no. Hold on, I got this. You seriously think in your intelligent mind that me going, I don't like what someone said. That's like me going, I don't like it when men kiss men in front of me. They don't have to do that. And them
Bars.
going, well, that's the same as being black. And it's like, no, it's not. Because if I
No,
could just
I didn't
be
say it was the
white when
same
I
as.
left the
I
house
didn't say it
and
was
go
the same.
about my day, I would do
Sure.
that.
Okay.
Sure,
You
I did not say it was the same
literally
as being black. I said
that.
losing your job over that shit is the same equivalency. It's stupid.
And it's
That's
not.
how
Okay.
dumb it is.
No, he's
That is
saying
literally how
he's
dumb it
saying
is that you're
he's
going to
saying-
lose your
okay.
job over speech or whether the color of your skin. That is dumb as shit. Both of them
No,
are
because
equally
you're
fucking
at a
stupid.
professional setting, so some things should be left out anyway. Do your
Yeah.
job. It shouldn't be so many conversations anyway. Just
I mean,
do your
It's,
job.
no matter
it's
how you frame it, it
You know
does
what?
not
You know what? You know. No, I will give you
because
that.
one can
You
be
know what, ma'am?
controlled and one
I will give you
can't.
that as
It's
long as it.
simple.
I will give you that if it's stuff being said at work. But what we're talking about is people losing their jobs and getting fired for shit that they didn't say on the job that they didn't say nowhere around there about shit that they. We got people losing jobs because
How
of shit
does
that
that
they said
compare to
5
being black?
years ago, 10 years ago. When people were thinking different and when words didn't matter so much. You know, back in the day when it used to be sticks and stones would break my bones, but words will never hurt me type shit.
But
I'm rubber,
that don't
you're
mean
glue.
everybody has
Your words
changed
bounce
since
off of
5,
me
10
and stick
years
to
ago,
you.
though.
You know, we used to have, we didn't used to be so weak-minded back then. We used to be able to take
How
words. We used to be able to take words and understand that words only had the power that allowed them to have over us. Period.
I'm
You know,
gonna
this
tell
whole
you what.
fucking shit with everybody
If
getting
there was a
offended over
person, no
words is
matter
the
what
dumbest shit
no
ever.
matter what race they were, even if they were black, if they worked somewhere that
There to
had
be
to deal with
black.
the lively safehood of somebody, let's just say a doctor, and they were sitting up there saying something along the lines of, I can't stand white men. I'm making it specific. I can't stand white men. I hate them. What do you call yourself? Cracker? Is that what it is?
I am a
You say
proud cracker.
cracker?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, cracker.
Proud ass
I don't
cracker.
like I don't like them crackers, and I just wish they would all die. Back in the day, we would have killed them and threw them in a ditch. Now, let's just say the person who said that was a black woman. I'm making it specific.
Okay.
Let's just say it was a black woman. I would want her to lose her job.
Okay.
Does she not have? Then who's going to start taking care of all these people that we deem
the other people?
Ma'am,
The other people.
ma'am, can I
One
finish my
person is
question?
fine.
Can I finish my question?
It would be
please?
the other people. You know why?
Can I finish
Because
my statement? God damn, you don't even know what I was going to say.
Well, I wasn't done with my statement though. So
you asked the question, Jada.
God damn.
And you didn't let me answer.
Everybody.
Okay, so go ahead, answer your question.
Mike, the thing is,
I mean, answer my question. Excuse me.
No, I don't, and no, I don't think they should lose their job, because if everybody loses their job because we don't like what they say, then who the fuck is going to start paying for all these people that don't have jobs? Because I know I sure as fuck don't want to pay for a bunch of people that just lost their job and can't find work because they said some shit that people didn't like, and neither are you.
Okay, so if you rewind it back, I don't remember asking you that question. I said I would not want that person to have their job anymore. And I said, I'll tell you why. Because I would hate to see Snow White, not Snow White, Lord have mercy, Snowman. I would hate to see Snowman walk in and have an emergency, and this would be your doctor. I would not want your life to be in their hands. So yes, when I hear, if there's somebody that is saying certain different things that is targeted in any sort of way, I don't care what race they are, I don't care what race the other person is. If it does come down to something like that, no, they should not. Because that person, one of them type of people could come in and their life could be in their hands.
I disagree.
And we don't know if they're making the best judgment call or not, because they don't want them here anyway.
I disagree. 100%.
Exactly.
I don't. There's movies about real life situations where this has happened.
You can go out and get up in the morning and walk outside and get hit by a bus.
I want somebody to respect me for a second, guys.
You're white. You don't get no respect.
I'm sorry, Ray.
Can I get the 70% of the 70% of the other side respect then, please?
If I can get
that.
Right, Beans, for real. Completely missed it.
Oh my, Beans is killing it, bro.
Dude, and he said completely missed the answer.
Well, so
you know why? Because I didn't ask the question.
Well, this is the thing.
Actually, you did question
what I felt. It was about me and what I felt.
He never clarified. I need to make myself clear because no one's hearing it. You have control over what comes out of your mouth. For you to equate the things that come out of your mouth to being black is ignorant and stupid, and you should have never said that shit.
I don't have control over how people react to things that come out of my mouth.
No, you have control over what you say. So when you say
I don't have control
over saying dumb shit is the same as being black, that's the stupidest shit I've ever heard. You should not say that.
I don't have control over what people think about it, just like you don't have control over what people think about your skin.
This is where you're missing the point. I don't control my skin. You control what comes out of your mouth. What are you talking about?
I mean, I don't understand why that's such a hard plane to land. It's literally. So that'd be like saying if you said something that was racist and I popped you in the mouth, it's the same as if I walk outside and somebody who doesn't like black people just hits me because they're like, well, black. Like that. That's not like it's that. One thing elicits a response. Skin should not elicit a response for real.
Words
like, to be honest,
words should never elicit a response.
What do you mean? What are motivational speakers for? What are preachers for?
We should be more mentally.
What do you mean? Words motivate a lot. What are you talking about?
See, this is why I don't like women on a fucking panel.
So
I don't give a fuck what you like on a panel.
Hold on, Venus. That brings me to my question. I understand words shouldn't, but
why are my words moving you? Do my words make you not want women on the panel? Oh, they're just
the
words.
fact that you don't
Remember
know how
that?
to shut the fuck up.
Remember
though.
that? But they're just words. They don't bother anybody. You said that, right?
Yeah, I did say that.
Oh, okay, interesting.
Right. What the fuck?
I sure did. Right.
Podcast. What's going on is a white man just told me. A white man just told me losing your job for saying something stupid is the same as being black. That's what's going on.
No, I
yes,
did
the fuck
not.
you did. Yes,
That's
you did.
the whole reason we're having
Ray,
this
am I lying?
conversation.
Am I lying, Ray?
No, so I said
everybody's so
losing
upset, bro.
Nobody hear nobody.
No.
Y'all sound like hoes right now. To be
Thank
honest,
you.
All you niggas that's talking over women right now and arguing, y'all sound like bitches.
Nobody can hear anybody.
Yeah.
Because every time I try to make my point, there's a reason certain people don't want me to make it. I'm just gonna say that.
Okay, so my question was, and it still is, because I understand in context what Snowman is saying. He's saying that in the context of how stupid it is for somebody to be racist about someone's skin and have an opinion about it. It's the same level of stupidity it is, in his opinion, to get upset over words. To that point, I don't care about words across the street. I do care about words within arm's reach, and I do handle those situations on a very high scale of fuck around and find out. Like,
so my question is, why did I have to come up here for you to clarify that? You should have been did that. That's exactly what I came up here to say.
Fair enough.
This is exactly why I'm really trying to figure out how to get the fuck off of YouTube outside of just clicking the X and never coming back again. I hate YouTube, bro.
I feel you.
It's people don't come here to actually think and have conversations that causes them to think, right? They find ways to be upset about everything and triggered about everything, right? It's like, even if you hear it and you hear it the wrong way, when somebody clarifies it, you have to accept it the way that they mean it. You don't get to continue moving on forward in the conversation saying that they meant it the way you needed them to mean it in order for you to be upset about it. When he first
That's what happened, because Ray didn't make the statement. So Ray don't get to kind of clean up somebody else's fucking mess.
I had clarified it.
He said what he said.
He did clarify it, Venus.
When he first said it, he did. When he first said it, I'm like, man, why did he say that? And then when he said, I immediately knew. As soon as he started talking, oh, I see what's happening. Because unfortunately, I do the same thing a lot. And you can't compare things in this day and age because everybody, is sensitive about certain shit. Yeah. So it's like, notice, Ray, most of the time, when I use examples, what do I always use examples of? Something happening to a woman's vagina. Because I know it's going to get people in their feelings. I know it's provocative. You know what I'm saying? It's going to get the conversation riled up. And it's like, I know if I don't use that kind of example, then you're just going to keep making excuses and pretending like you don't understand what I'm really saying. So, yeah, I get what you're saying. I wouldn't necessarily agree in totality that they are equally, maybe they are equally stupid, right? But I don't think the effect is the same. I think the effect is way different because there are some things that you can say that you might actually need to be fired for. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I agree with that. But also, Beans, that's also why I put into context also that there's a difference when you're saying something on the job that can actually be a reflection of the job. You know what I mean? And them,
but
equating something that you said in a conversation with somebody, a couple weeks ago, somebody gets mad, so now they're going to call your job and try and get you fired because you had a discussion and they didn't like what you said.
Yeah, that's different. I don't necessarily agree with, but I will say this. I can't 100% disagree with it because the reason why is because if you get caught on cam saying something, it matters. You know what I'm saying? So even though somebody called and told them, it's like if you imagine, and now I have to do this, bro. I have to use this extreme example, so please don't be offended by it, right? But just imagine, because I think somebody else was using the doctor example, right? Just imagine I was a doctor and I was like, me and you were friends. Let's just say I just said, yo, the next fucking immigrant that comes into my goddamn hospital, I'm gonna make sure that motherfucker leave not breathing. Yeah, I think I should probably be fired behind that. And I think it's okay if you call them and fucking tell them I said it. I think it's okay if you record, especially if I meant it, right? Not like I'm saying it in jest. You know what I'm saying? On some funny shit. But like, you know, for a fact that I really mean to do harm to somebody based on the fact that they're an immigrant. Yeah, man, I think it's okay if you tell on me. I think it's okay if you record me and get me fired and all of that. You know what I'm saying? And get me out of that situation so that I can't do harm to somebody else. So that's why, even though I do have to go to an extreme measure, I can't just say 100% across the board that I don't understand people being terminated from positions based on things that they say even away from the office.
Well, bro, if just to give a little bit of pushback on that, where I kind of understand what you say, a little, where you're going with that a little bit. You know, I ain't gonna give you 100%, but I'll give you about 75, 80. I understand. But with that being said, that case being, every single one of us should probably be locked up and put in prison right now, because I know every fucking one of us in America right now threatens somebody in a political office. Threatening, man, if I got the chance to kill that motherfucker, unalive him, you know, whoever it be,
Never did it.
whether it be the president, whether it be
I've never said anything like that in my life ever.
Never.
So even, I mean, to what you're saying right now, I'm saying something specific, like a person is actually.
I get. That's why I said I agree with you about 80%.
Right? If I say it, because I don't like politics at all. I don't like no politicians, right? White, black, red, it don't matter. I hate all them motherfuckers, right? So if I said that, it wouldn't mean like here's the thing. I actually probably have access to weapons if I wanted to, right? But I'm not actually gonna go do that, right? It's in the, I'm saying like, yo, I wish I could, like you said, if I could unalive them, right? I said on camera once before, I wish I could, you know, kill my baby mama. If I could bring her back to life, I would kill her. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But
hey, I've said on camera that if I could drop a tornado on my baby mama, I would.
Right. So, but I don't actually have the power, right? So I can't go forward with that. Right. So that's what I'm saying. That's different. I'm not just talking about people's opinions. I'm talking about somebody that's actually in a position to do harm. That's why I specifically said I'm going to use an extreme definition. Now, what I'm saying is this: if
look, I feel what you're saying, and you're right. You're right in that in that aspect. You are.
Yeah, I don't. Let's say you somebody that run a water plant, bro. You make sure everybody got healthy ass water, right? And at the same time, you said, man, if I had the Thanos glove, I would snap all the immigrants out of this country, bro. I don't think that's something you should lose your job over. You see what I'm saying? Like shit like that. It's like, who gives a fuck that that's
right? But you know, right, and that's where I'm at. Beans. But it seems like that's the stuff that people are going after, and they're overlooking the situations like what you're talking about. In all honesty.
Well, yeah, I mean, now what's happening is
example.
I'm sorry, y'all. Give me 1 second. What's happening is a lot of the content creators have been talking about those teenagers downtown Chicago, right? And you know, the fact that they was down there jumping on cars and they beat up some white lady and her boyfriend and this and that. You know what those same black content creators have been talking about? The Ralph Yarl shooting in Kansas City.
Yeah.
The what?
Yeah.
The 80-some-year-old man that shot Ralph Yarl, 16-year-old boy, was trying to pick up his brother, his siblings. He went to the wrong house. He rang the doorbell. The dude saw he was on the porch, shot through the door, shot him in the head. Right. And he went to court and pled not guilty. Right. So all these content creators, right, I could be right now upset trying to get them canceled. Motherfucker, you talking about these teenagers, but you don't care about this white man that shot somebody in the goddamn face. But you want to
he shot him twice. Right? He didn't shoot him just once. He
shot him double tapped him, huh?
He shot him after he was on the ground, after he fell.
Yeah.
Like that.
And then the kid crawled.
He was shot in the head and in the arm.
And then had to go to like 3 houses before anybody helped him and like somehow survived. You know what else they're not talking?
And he's actually sitting in home today.
I live here.
Shout out to that.
Yeah, I've been.
Oh yeah, I forgot you live there.
Yeah, and they also because Snowman, your boy, did talk about it.
Who's that?
Blumpkin.
Oh yeah, what did he talk about?
He talked about it on his own stuff.
He had it on his own stuff. He's talking about it on about how it's race baiting and it wasn't racial. I was like, that dude, they actually confirmed it here that it was racially motivated. And he was like, and they just couldn't disclose any further, but they were like, yes, it was racially motivated.
Bro. So
well, look, dude, I'll be the first.
So, white supremacy sympathizing bullshit.
I was going to say, I'm the first one that'll sit and admit that there's racist.
He has a bad take on shit. He's a kid. He has a horrible take on a lot of stuff, and he jumps the gun without knowing stuff. Like I live here, like I followed that story.
I want to say this. I want to say this real quick to all the people on YouTube that will ever hear this that's under 30 years old and younger. I'm sorry that I don't have patience for you all.
Yes.
I really mean this sincerely. I don't want you to think that this is me being facetious, because it's not. I know the saying, be careful of judging people for what they don't know, because there was a time when you didn't know it. And so I know that. And there was a time when I was in my 20s and my 30s. It's hard to remember it because you grow up, your mind starts perceiving things differently. You become more aware of things. You have more wisdom. You process things better, right? And you're less offended because you understand how much energy it takes. And then at the same time, you have less compassion, less sympathy, less patience for people when they're younger and they haven't reached where you are yet to process things the way that you do. And I have very little patience, and I be going off on people on YouTube. And so I just want to say that I sincerely apologize for the past when I have lashed out at people. And I sincerely apologize for the future, because I'm not going to stop.
He said it's going to happen. I like it. I respect that. I respect
it. A fact. It is not going to stop.
I feel you.
I'm going to continue to be frustrated by you know, your lack of maturity, your
inability to listen.
And that shit is going to continue to stress me out, because I'm not going to stop having these conversations, because I think they're important. I want to thank Venus. The other sister, I forgot her name. I seen Daryl Long was up here.
Jada.
Yeah, Jada, Casey Moe. I see my man Youngblood pulled up. Definitely the homeboy Chuck Black in here. I want to thank
Snowman, bro.
Up and even being a part of the conversation. And like I said, I'm sorry that I'm an asshole, but I'm not gonna stop. I'm going to be an asshole.
Beans, be the best asshole you can possibly be, brother.
I want to hit this comment real quick. He's talking about gang graffiti on the old dude's house and increased violence in his area. So Kansas City, like, we don't play. Like, this isn't a city where you're just going to pop somebody's brother or somebody's kid. And like, we don't forget stuff. I've told everybody that. I'm like, you don't want to come here. Who's that? Who got the echo? I think it's gone now.
I was asking what does he mean by that though? What is he saying?
Well, he's like trying to equate that, like, oh, it was an unsafe area. That area is not unsafe. I live here. Again, like I said, like, you guys are talking from where you're at, and no offense, but y'all need to shut the fuck up. Like, the dude himself, when they questioned the authorities, was it racially motivated? Yes. Can you elaborate? No. It's an 86-year-old senile old white man in Kansas City, bro. That's not even surprising.
Done deal to me.
I heard that he said there was 0 words exchanged.
Exactly. He shot him within seconds. He saw a black person at the door and shot him. Right. But and before they get upset, because I'm going to give them a story that they haven't talked about, because they like to pull this like race grifty shit to get me mad to comment on their shit. But they didn't talk about the white girl who up north, another 76-year-old. These old men need to have their guns taken away. I don't think everybody should, but these old senile dudes, like, we got to start getting the guns away from them.
Hey man, I'm gonna tell you what.
There was a white
red
woman.
Flag my dad.
Hold on. I know you told me about that, but there was a white woman it's up north somewhere. I think it was Jersey or New York, something like that. She pulled into a driveway to turn around, lost, and the dude came outside of his house and unloaded into the car and actually killed that woman. Like, I'm not, like, y'all weren't talking about that. Like, where were you at on that?
Yeah, that's why.
Well, because there's no angle, but the guy who said I shot him because he was black at 86, like, we know what that is, bruh.
Dude,
why he's gonna have graffiti on his house. He might have his house burnt down, but like, like I said, you can say and think whatever the fuck you guys want, but there are consequences. And every once in a while, you find a real one, or you find someone connected to a real one, and then those consequences come and find your ass. And that's the way the world's supposed to work. You don't get to be weak and pathetic and have a dumbass opinion.
Thank you.
I'm gonna leave it at that. Like, if you're gonna say what you gotta say, get your shit off, but be built for it.
Right.
That's all I'm saying. Because the world's not fair, it's not right, and no one's coming to save you. No one's coming to save all of us. It's our jobs to save ourselves. And be prepared for when you might need to do that. And if you're going to have a strong opinion, make sure you can stand on that shit.
I damn near hate all these black conservative YouTubers at this point. I mean, I was on Bernard Riley's show the other day. And I was getting into it with them because, like I said, they was doing the show about the teens downtown Chicago. And it's like I said, all y'all gonna do a show about this, but none of y'all gonna do a show about Ralph Yarl. And I'm like, and the reason why you do that is because you're trying so hard to show everybody who's watching that you're different. You're not like the other blacks, and you're conservative, and you're Republican, and you don't believe that racism or white supremacy or systemic oppression exists. And even if it does, it don't really have an effect on anything. But feminism, yeah, that's destroying the whole world, but not white supremacy.
Okay, amen. Come
Right?
on.
Feminism really is destroying the world, though.
Oh,
but okay, but what I'm saying is this: I would agree with you that feminism, I'll speak for my community, did a number, fucked us all the way over. But the problem is, even feminism is a birth child of white supremacy. There is no feminism without white supremacy. So at the end of the day,
I can't argue that.
So at the end of the day, that's my point, is that these niggas, and I mean Niggers, these niggas want to be on here making it seem like I'm so different because, I get to make $5,000 or $10,000 a month on YouTube, and, I got a white wife, and I got a Rolex, and I got,
hey, bro, there ain't nothing wrong with having a white wife.
10 years, and all these other different things. It's like, they try
Ray about to have a white wife.
Snowman got a white wife. Leave him alone.
He really white too, like really white.
All these reasons to show, like, oh, yo, I'm so different. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, at the end of the day, think about it like this. This is why I want you to think about this. Because I know you support a lot of these guys, Ray. This is what I want you to think about. Is one of the things that they complain about the quote unquote left, about the quote unquote woke, right? One of the things that they complain about is that all they talk about, right, is black people from a standhood of victimization. So what the fuck? How do you combat that, right? By saying all you're going to talk about is black people victimizing. That makes absolutely no sense. You can't say that somebody is wrong or a piece of shit or whatever else, or not trustworthy or all this other stuff, because they only talk about blackness from one point of view, which is victimization. And then you only talk about it when the black person is the victimizer. Who is going to create the balance? What program is going to say, over here, we're going to talk about everything. We're not going to just talk about the black people who commit crime, and we're not going to just talk about crimes committed against black people. We're going to talk about all of it. We're going to talk about everything that affects black people in general that we think is something that needs to be addressed.
That's what we're actually trying to do on the Mosh Pit Beans, but we're trying to do it with black and white people.
Yeah, I mean,
that's cool too, to have that kind of platform, because as a person that lived in Iowa and currently lives in Kentucky, what I can tell you is it's po white trash, and the white people don't like them either.
Facts.
Straight up and down. I see more white people who talk, maybe it's because I'm a big black guy, but I see more white people who talk crazy about poor white people than they do about anybody else. About immigrants, about blacks, man, they can't stand them. Oh man, I hate those crackers. Right? They talk cash shit.
Fucking dumbass hillbillies over there in the backwoods, fucking inbred.
Trailer parks, all the different stuff. I mean, when I first moved to Kentucky, When I got to the area we first lived in called Fairdale, shit, I thought we was winning. All I was seeing was white people. But then every time I told somebody where we was at, they was like, it'll get better.
That's terrible.
Vegas told you moved into the white hood.
Right,
Oh,
exactly. I'm
man.
thinking we
So,
like,
so this
straight
was
up.
like this was a moment of realization, right? And what's cool about it is that it
Damn, I
seems
ain't
like
even cut the ladies off either. My bad. Go ahead, bro.
I'm sorry about that. Yeah, so the real deal is that we're getting to a point. These conversations always get to a point where everybody starts to realize the real thing. And the real dividing thing has nothing to do with race. It's got nothing to do with gender. It's class. And the difference in class is going to be a larger deciding factor moving forward than it is right now. So the deal is, and instead of just talking about it, what we need to do is talk to each other. Everybody needs to talk to each other so that we can find out how to raise everybody up from that problematic area. So, and I don't mean geographically. I mean with your bank accounts. Like,
but see, that's to me that. So listen, as I'm getting older, my memory ain't as good as it used to be. So if I say a word and it sounds like it's offensive, and this, I'm saying specifically for this conversation, just know that it's not. Now tomorrow, I probably am being offensive on purpose, but right now I'm not. Right now, I want to say that what that conversation that you're talking about having to me is pretty asinine, because you cannot expect for people to change who they have been historically. Right, you're gonna need the working class, and nobody's really gonna ever want to pay the working class. Most people are working class because they don't have the capacity, the mental discipline, the fortitude, the drive. You know what I'm saying, to practice entrepreneurship or ownership. That's why most people really want to go punch a clock. So we cannot expect for most people to reach a higher level to a higher class. It's just not going to happen. We had something in this country that I only recently found out a lot of other places did not have, which is called a middle class, right? And so we had that, and it was thriving. And the fact that everybody is saying, particularly in this space, even niggas that I like, bro, and it's like it's hard for me to continue to like them because they say dumb shit like everybody just needs to get rich. And then when you have a conversation with them and you're proving that that can't happen, then they want to get upset and want to make it personal. But then when I have a conversation with a white boy or a Mexican guy, like I used to do on the old show I had for a couple of weeks, they literally would say, okay, we can have this conversation. And I'll be honest with you. Yes, if everybody just did what they had to do to get to six figures, $100,000 would be worth just as much as $40,000 is worth today. Then everybody gonna be saying, well, you need to get to 500,000. Then when everybody get to 500,000, well, you need to get to 1 million. It's like, at what point do you realize that ain't the answer? The answer ain't for people to need more money. The answer is for people to need less money. That's the answer.
So no, I agree with you to an extent, but I don't think that it's necessarily about. I don't look at people's paychecks. I said that earlier in the show. Like, I don't care what you get paid. I care about what you're capable of stacking. And there's no excuse, in my opinion, that somebody should be stupid with money, regardless of how much they're getting. Like, that is the common denominator here. Because realistically, you ain't even got to get $1 million. If you save up $600,000, you can go live like a king down south forever off of getting 10% interest off that, which isn't hard.
It ain't even really about those
all.
numbers.
But I mean, my deal is though. if you're looking at it from the issue is most of the black people in this space, or I'm gonna say most. I'll go with Beans is what Beans said. Most of these niggas, including the ones I like, are giving y'all half truths. That's the issue, because I have my shows like Future Financial Strategies. I've had one of my clients who is a multimillionaire go through that and be like, I can't believe you're telling people this shit for free. You should charge for this. You should take these episodes down and you should charge for it, because that's an actual game.
Right.
So
right, and that's great. Though.
But the deal is, these people who are making money, I'm not making money in this space. Like, I don't get my paycheck from here. I own a business. I and when I say that, I mean I actually show up there every fucking day and work my ass off. Own a business.
Right.
I'm not getting paid here. Like, when me and Casey are talking offline, he's running his business. He actually owns a business, and he makes more money than I do. And he works his ass off. But the things that we're talking about building. Like, we're talking about how to flip money. We're talking about how we can make something that matters and like actually pour in with people that we fuck with. You know what I'm saying? Like, most of the people on here, Beans, you have my number. If you ever needed to get a hold of me, you know I'll respond. Snowman, you have my number. If you needed to get a hold of me, you know I'll respond. Daryl's wild ass. Whenever he hits me up. I make space for y'all because I actually give a shit about you as people. We might not agree, but I don't fuck with people that I don't see potential in. And I've told you that 100 times, Beans. Like, to you, I've told you every which way. I think you have a lot of potential in you, and I think you're very much like me, which is your ass is going to complain the whole way until you get to where you need to be, and then you're just going to be good, and you're going to be like, oh, okay, whatever. But you'll have complained the whole time you got there.
Yeah, I'll still find something new to complain about once I get there too.
But you know what I'm saying? Like, I think it's more about maximizing what you have and actually having a plan. Beans, you are working a plan. That's the reason I'll never judge you. You have a plan. You're working your plan, and I'm like, cool. I can look at that and be like, cool, he has a plan. He's going to at least get to here. And you know what? If I see somewhere where I can pour into him or help him out, I'm going to get him even further than that because, like, I want him having what I'm having.
Yeah,
at least having the option.
Yeah, I definitely, let me tell you something. I'm going to be honest with you, man. I was sitting up calculating all of my debt. And it really, it made me hate Anton Daniels just a little bit more. You know what I'm saying?
Bruh.
Hey,
no, because he was on the show one day and he was like, let me show you my expenses for the month, right? And it was like 90,000. Like, nigga, I spend 90,000 a month, right? And I'm sitting here thinking, like, bitch ass nigga, my complete portfolio of debt is 25K, nigga.
Right.
If you just gave me 20 cents, you just got it to give, right? You just got it to throw away. If you just gave me 25K, you would change my entire existence, right? I would be able to clear up all of my fucking debt, and it would make it so much easier for me for my plan to go faster, right?
How old is it? Beans, quick question. How old is the debt? Like, what's like, is it like credit card? I'm not trying to get personal.
Well,
but is it like some of it credit cards?
Debt, no, I'll be specific because it don't matter. My credit card debt is 4,600. My child support is 11,000.
Oh, you can't get rid of that.
My student loans is 8,300. And I think that's it.
Have you filled out any of the loan forgiveness
11, 8, 19.
Beans, have you done the loan forgiveness?
23.
Have you filled out that paperwork? Did you
I ain't got it.
I'm gonna fight you, bro. You gotta look into that.
They sent it to my girl, got rid of her shit. They didn't send me nothing.
Bro, you want to know what debt's holding me and my wife back right now? A grand total between us both of $12,000.
That shit's crazy, bro.
So hey,
$12,000.
It's crazy. Imagine all these niggas out here be talking, and that's what I be saying. All these niggas be talking all this stuff on the internet. I be like, nigga, if you got the bag like that, do you know how you could change people's lives? Like in real life, I know, but see, I know what people say, right? They say shit like, all you're gonna do is reincur the debt. It's like, well, you find the people who work in a plan to not reincur the debt. You see what I'm saying?
Well, I always thought wealth now for the upper crust was based on how much debt you had. That was what wealth was.
It's a tool.
But that's not for poor people, right? That is used differently.
It's changed.
Arguing with my mom about that because I'm like, you investing way too much money in this house just to live in it, right? It's different if you was investing in it to flip it. But you invest in way too, and you watch HGTV all goddamn day, and then every time you see any little thing, now you got to go hire a construction person to come in here, and now you finna spend another $3, $4, $5. It's just like it's too much. You know what I'm saying? So, but whereas the people of means, right? What they like I said, they're gonna be building it up and making it look good because they're gonna be selling it, or it's gonna become rental property. You know what I'm saying? Airbnb is somehow the property is gonna be an asset and not a liability, and that's
But
the
Beans, it's a liability to her. But if she's looking forward, since she has more years behind her than she has ahead of her, she's probably doing that for you.
Right.
It's not gonna benefit me.
How isn't it?
How is it gonna benefit me?
She's gonna leave you the house.
Yeah, I don't believe that. I ain't gonna lie.
Is your mom a Gen Xer, or is your mom a part of the baby boomer generation?
She
Probably
is right at the end. Yeah,
yeah. You're like me. You ain't getting nothing left to you but a bill.
Yeah.
Oh Jesus!
Like
Y'all got no
if
faith,
it was
man.
any one of us, if I put you like this, if she had to pick me, if she had to pick one of my brothers, my mama got 3 sons. It's probably gonna be my youngest brother because he's the one that's the worker. He got the job and he's a beautician. So it's probably gonna be him just because he's the one with the financial situation to maintain.
You can
right?
you can fight that in court though.
Now, if let's just say I was to get my stuff together the way I'm trying to, then it would probably be a different outlook. But as of right now, like if something was to happen right now, it's like, nah, my first thing is gonna be, I don't want to live here. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to get rid of the spot because to me, this is, you know what I'm saying? Again, it's a liability. I'm trying to get out of my car note right now. It's like, do I like having a newer car? Yes. But at the end of the day, guess what? I don't want no note right now. I'm at a space where in my life where I'm not moving around a lot. You know what I'm saying? I'm barely driving. So I don't need no newer, fancier car. I just need a car that I know when I start to go to the grocery store, the laundromat, or go eat my woman's ass, it's going to start getting me over there.
This motherfucker talk about eating someone's ass all the time.
Give me that.
That's because women are amazing, man. I'm sorry. I could
Yeah, but butts aren't.
Yeah, no. You gotta
That
have
booty
a black
hole
one.
is not. That booty hole is not amazing, Beans.
You must ain't had a black one. I'm trying to tell you, they different, bro.
Hey,
dude,
Hold on. Let's bring this back. Let's bring this back for a minute. I'm sorry. That's all fun.
Women's booties are amazing.
Exactly.
So, yo, Beans, do you remember when we were talking on your podcast and what I was saying on there?
I just told you about my memory, so no.
I know, I got you. But what I was saying is, not everybody's gonna be in the same spot, and not everybody's a bag chaser, right?
Yeah.
Something to that effect, right? So, but the deal is though, is that the people who are bag chasers, just because you're not a bag chaser right now, doesn't mean that you're not gonna get to a point where that is a thing for you. And once that is a thing for you, the people who are bag chasers can become an asset to you because they can become a resource. So for me, I'm doing all right. I don't need to throw my information out there, but I'm doing all right. But I ain't a bag chaser at all. Now I'm a hard worker. And I got my shit in line. Like I know what I'm trying to do. So that's all I'm trying to say. And remember when I was saying, like, if you're making 20 grand a year, but your expenses only come out to like 5 grand a year, I mean, you're able to put away far more than a lot of people that are making 60 or 80 grand a year.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So it's not really just about the money, the number necessarily. It's about what you're doing with what you got.
Yeah, I mean, that's the same thing. That's the same thing that Ray, even though Ray, he wants everybody to be 6 figures too, but
I don't want wait. I don't want everyone to be 6 figures. I want you to be the best version of yourself.
You want everybody
when you were trying to be self-deprecating, I'm always going to be there and I'm going to tell you to just do a little bit more. That's what I'm here for. That's why I'm in your life, Beans.
Right. Whatever that thing is you don't want to do, just do it.
No,
you know what I mean? When you wake up in the morning and you're like, man, I ain't trying to go to the gym. Just fucking do it. You know what I mean? When you get a paycheck and you're like, man, I could save a little bit of this, but I don't really want to. Just fucking do it.
The only thing, like most of the stuff, the only thing that I'm able to really like consistently say, I don't want to do this, but I go ahead and do it, is like when I like go down on my girl. That's the only time.
Bro.
All right. All right.
That's
Well,
the
hold on
only
real
time
What
quick.
you
that
May
gotta
I?
do is you gotta save up an
wanna
investment
do it.
Seriously, you
account.
don't want to go down on her, but you'll eat the ass. What the fuck is wrong with you,
because the ass
dude?
is
My
clean.
favorite dessert is my wife's strawberry pie.
No,
Okay.
this is the thing, right?
All
This is
right.
the thing, right? This is how I look at it. This will explain to you why I'm on Section 8. It's because when going down on your
Because you eat ass instead of pussy.
no, because the thing about it is that when you eat coochie, that's like work, right? But
Not if you know what you're doing.
when you eating booty, that's like cake. You know what I'm saying? It's for you.
What?
You know, yeah,
It's for
like
you. He said it's
yeah,
for
it's
you.
for you.
Yeah, you know what? Most cakes are dry as shit, dude, and you need something to
for
wash it
you.
down with.
The point is this:
Oh
it's
my
for
God.
you more. It's damn near for you more than it is for her. You know what I'm saying? You get to clap the cheeks on your face. You know what I'm saying? And
Hey, and you know what? If you eat that pussy right, dude, you'll get you get to eat the pie and you get something to wash it down with when you're done.
yeah, but
All in one shot.
that shit is like a
So
job.
wait, real quick. I'd just like to say good overall convo, y'all. Hope everybody has a great weekend. I am going to step out. Shout out to y'all. And
About to be
please make sure that y'all like this video. Oh, I'm sorry, what'd you say?
Yeah, make sure you
just
go over.
realized like it really is about to be Friday. I completely forgot about it.
No, it is
Yeah,
Friday.
It is. It's
It
about
is
to be a
Yeah,
weekend.
it's
So I
Friday.
hope
Yeah.
y'all have the greatest weekend ever. Looking forward to other conversations.
Facts.
I am not mad at anybody. I like everybody. So
That's what it
y'all
is.
don't
Thank
have
you,
to worry
Jada.
about y'all don't have to worry about him. I'm going to be targeting y'all next time we have a conversation.
I wouldn't be worried about it anyhow, man. I've been pissing people off since '92.
No. In all honesty, Jada's being 100% authentic about that because she yelled at me once a week.
Absolutely.
She yelled at me once a week, and then she still come back, and she's still my friend sometimes. So,
Well, look, if she's going to be coming over here and I'm going to be here, she's going to be have to get used to yelling at me too because, like I said, I've been pissing people off since '92, bro, and I don't think it's going to stop anytime soon.
But I don't like to yell though. I don't like yelling, especially with men. I don't like to yell. I don't really like to argue. That's why I had to pause myself for a minute because I'm like, man, I feel like I'm arguing and I don't like arguing. So, I'm not a big arguer. I just don't like it. It's not a big deal. If it ain't that important, I try to just sit back. But if I feel like it starts to feel important, then I do. But outside of that,
You got to understand, I grew up around a bunch of redheaded females, so I had to learn how to defend myself.
all they do is scream.
Yo, I don't like to try and talk over nobody, but I do love it when somebody's got a different point of view or perspective from me. So anytime you want to talk, I mean, I'm ready to listen and I'm ready to learn too.
Give me a wave, lad.
Yeah, I like being challenged too. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, if you ain't challenged, you
yeah,
ain't
that's why I had
going.
to tell y'all. Like honestly, I was not angry. It might have seemed that way because I don't really get as loud or as aggressive. People don't really see me like that often. Not even in my real life. So I didn't want y'all to feel like, oh, Jada is probably ranting and raving and mad. I'm
To
not
be
actually
fair,
mad.
you was boiling like a kettle for like 30 minutes. Like
I was annoyed. I mean, truth be told, I said that. I was like, I'm annoyed. I'm not, for me to be upset, that means I no longer like you. I'm not talking to you. So I wasn't upset, but I was annoyed. So if that matters at all, I was just only annoyed.
I wanted you to speak too.
Oh, thank you.
I'm glad it wasn't me this time.
No.
And
And listen, like I said, I waited patiently over 30 minutes. I was just chilling in the cut. Like I swear I was supposed to go next, but I was just chilling in the cut. I'll wait. My patience is virtue. It's no big deal. But
Right,
okay, so listen. You guys have an awesome. No, you didn't say F your couch.
Oh, it was
Take your feet off my couch. Take your feet off my couch. You got shoes on. But okay, so look, I will see you guys next time. Ray, continue to do what you do. Continue to bring different people together. I am liking it. I completely like it. So shout out to you.
Then you should come
shout
to
out to you. And of course, I'll see you in the mornings for money tips. Shout out to the bag chasers and everything. We got to figure out what to call Ray De Niro's people. He needs a tag of his own. So hopefully y'all can help him with that.
the
And
reckless rats.
The reckless rats. Jesus
What is he
Christ.
called, a rat?
Bruh. No, bro. It's a dog
But all right,
pound
good
over
night,
here.
you guys. Bye.
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 Later, Jada.
I think we should call them the reckless racists.
There you go. I like that. I dig the shit out of that, dude.
Bro.
Who is
Yes.
this dude in the back calling himself all right, lad?
That's
Hey,
what
I'm
I was
finna jump
asking him. I
down,
thought
don't
it was
know
Jay
who that
Rillo. I
is.
saw his face for a second, and then I was like, "Is that you?" But he hasn't responded, and it's just a black screen. And I don't know. I saw one of Bumpkin's people over here, so we could have some dick trolls.
Hey, you know what? Anywhere I go, man, they follow me
I'm
around. I can't help
be
it.
in the chat though.
Hey, what I want to say, what's up, Bing?
Who is that?
Your favorite black man.
It's Youngblood.
Is that Youngblood?
What up, Foley?
No, Youngblood, you've been down there silently this whole time, just
Bro,
listening
he's been
like a good
hiding.
person.
I thought he had dropped down. I didn't know he had came back up.
And I was filling out some paperwork, and then shit, my bad. And y'all were in y'all speech. I didn't want to break it up.
Why you always come out when it's dark and no one can see you?
Because I'm in the truck, and if I turn my cam on, I mean, you can barely see me in this motherfucker. And if I really sit back, then I'm gone. Boom.
That's what I'm saying. Why do you only come out when no one can see you?
Hey, I'll be busy, man. This is like the only time I like to check, especially when Ray on. You know.
Hey, we definitely need to do. Hey, who put the do sign up in the back, man? Who's
All
that?
right, lad.
Hey.
Give us a peace sign.
Hey, but
All
I want to chime
Two
in on
fingers
that.
in the camera. Two fingers in the camera going
In a
once.
second, man, they're doing recon.
Two fingers in the camera going twice.
Oh, there we go.
3 strikes, you're out.
No, he did the deuce. Hold up, let's see what we.
4 strikes, you're out.
Turn your camera off for me.
All right, Youngblood, cook while they're doing that.
Okay, yeah. See, Beans, know I got love for him. I think Beans is very smart. He has a lot of good insight and he listens, and he's really trying to have an honest conversation. Right. Those are the kind I want to have, dude. Like I don't want to sit up here and try and prove my point right by just beating you down. That's why this shit got a little wild tonight. I ain't gonna lie.
It did.
But yeah, I mean, because everybody don't got to be a back chaser. That doesn't even have to be your goal in life, because it's rough. That takes a lot of time. You can be working a lot of hours. You got to make a lot of sacrifices.
Mm-hmm.
And you got to make a lot of hard decisions. And then at the end of the day, you still may not get there. So, I mean, I'm not saying I can't say that Beans is wrong, because he may be taking a way more practical approach, way less stress. Because shit, dude, all these motherfucking accounts I got between business and personal, I got to do all these fucking payments. I got to keep track of all this shit and all these appointments. And it's like, man, if I just shut the fuck up and just did my regular job to make enough money to get most of the things I want and just, live decent.
Right.
There's still nothing wrong with that. You know what I mean? Because
Just
think about it, dude. Like,
wait. Imagine this. Imagine I want to own property, right?
Right.
Now imagine I get some property and somebody coming to rent my property, and I say, what is it that you do for a living? And they say, oh, well, I do such, right? Whatever. And I'm like, that's it? Nigga, you need to be trying to get the 6 figures, nigga, And it's like, well, nigga, if I get that kind of money, I'm not going to rent this apartment. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You won't have me as a tenant.
You won't have no tenant. Well, I know. Why we're trying to push everybody to be, but even if you do push everybody, it ain't for everybody, because, dude, it takes I'm noticing things over the years it takes. I mean, you got to have it all. You got to have mental. You got to have a high risk tolerance, and you got to have a unbelievable work ethic. Like you don't. If you need motivation, you're not going to make it.
Yep.
I mean, it got to be something that's innate in you already, or you will not make it. Because if you need to be motivated, you're going to get fucked. Of course, there's here and there. There's always a couple people that get lucky, but you have to be extremely motivated, extremely dedicated, and you got to get lucky. It's a lot that's involved.
I think the important piece of it with what we're currently going through, though, is the maximization of what you're doing. Like, things are they're gonna get bad. They're gonna get worse. They're gonna get much worse. And so, like, from my perspective, it's not when I'm like, you can't, like, average isn't good enough anymore. Like, that means that, like, the average person goes in, they put in their 35 to 40 hours a week, they go home, sit on the couch, either beat off or play video games or get on here and
Or
scream at
both.
modern women, or
Or all
both,
three.
or sometimes they do all of them at the
Do
same
all
time.
of them.
I've seen facts, but
I got clips of that. That's definitely for sure.
Yeah, that's a
Angry,
lucrative
Angry
business
Snowman
these
said
days.
he was going to the bathroom the other day. He was gone for 20 minutes, bro. I think that's what he's doing.
No, I wish that's what I.
He
I wish
went that
that's what I
bathroom real
was.
quick and just,
Left
Dude,
us,
I
left
was
us on the
gone.
stream.
I was gone for 15 minutes, mind you. It was 15. I'll give you that.
It was me and Casey by herself, and then I accidentally got kicked off.
I figured you guys would have kept talking, but I come back and nobody's there. I was like, well, fuck all you guys.
I kicked myself off on accident, and then you were gone for so
said
long.
all my friends left.
But look, dude, I'll be honest with you. You know, the one thing that I think that we got to look at too is wealth and success are very subjective things.
Yeah.
You know, not everybody's idea of wealth and success is not the same.
Exactly.
That's kind of not true though, bro. Especially when you got inflation and all this stuff going on. There is a definitive line.
Thank you.
No offense to that. Like if you don't want to hit that mark and keep up with inflation and all that, that's completely fine. But I get what you're saying, but it's kind of not true, because if you're at a comfortable spot, but you're getting your ass whooped by inflation, then the whole subjective wealth thing is kind of it's moot, because that inflation is eating away at your capital.
True.
Yeah, look at all the old people right now who, like, if they retired 30 years ago, it was cool with their Social Security, but now they're getting fucking wrecked. And I'm look my coworker right now, he's 66 and he's thinking about retiring, but he's doing the math and he's gonna take like a 60% pay cut.
All I'm saying is I know some people that live their entire lives completely dirt fucking poor. All right, to our standards, but in their mind, they were wealthy and successful as shit because they had a successful family, a successful home life. They didn't want for anything. All their needs were met. They were just poor according to everyone else's standards.
Yo, so here's the thing, though. In terms of what you're trying to strive for, if you're trying to strive for success or wealth, that shit can be taken away from you. That's why I always tell people you need to be striving for excellence. Don't worry about what other people's idea of success is. Now, what I will say is we're coming into a time when Ray's right, like average ain't gonna cut it. Now, not everybody's gonna make it. And my whole deal is that if you want to make it, there are resources available to you. And I want people in my circle and my extended circle to make it.
Right.
And that's the real
Right.
Well, the thing is this, it's like this is going to come down to like pockets of people that are grouping up, and it's not going to be based on race. They're grouping up in tribes, because like I've got a tribe, most of my friends are wealthy in real life here. And I'm the broke one. So they're like bringing me up to that level. The thing is, there's stuff that like the way that people's brains work when it comes to money, like I've got roommates. So like, you know, everybody shit on Ray. I got roommates. But you know what else I don't have? My largest expense, I don't pay it.
Rent.
I get to live for free. I get to invest all the money that I would be paying in rent.
You can eat a big old pile of dog shit, sir.
Well, I'm just saying, but like that's the way that like my brain works. And like when my chick was like, "Hey, I want to move in together," I'm like, "There's not enough room at this place."
I hope you choked on that dry ass dog shit cake too on the way down.
Hey, bro.
So check this out. When I was young, I was all about the money. I was money motivated.
Same here.
I just wanted to just make money. So when I started my business when I was 18, fresh out of the army, that was my whole concern.
How the fuck were you fresh out of the army?
What the fuck?
At 18?
Whoa. There was a lot right there.
Well, people who know me know I got a medical discharge. A piece of glass went
fell
through
off
my
a
wrist
truck.
with some shit.
Gotcha.
You're one of them white guys.
Gotcha.
That chew gum
You got food poisoning and they say you can go?
No, they put him in cargo largo for the military when you fall off the truck.
So check this out. And anybody who's ever seen Mayo talking about geopolitical stuff will understand what I'm talking about. So I was in the 418th Civil Affairs Battalion. I was a 38 Alpha. That's a civil affairs specialist. I was a specialist when I went into basic. That's an E4.
You weren't
I
when
had
you
the
came
highest clearances you could possibly have. I had a $50,000 signing bonus, and I'm going to tell you something. At 17, because I was delayed entry, at 17 years old, $50,000 in your pocket, I felt like I was on top of the world.
You're right.
Yep.
Yeah, they took all that away from me. Everything.
He didn't even get one order of cocaine and strippers, not one.
No, in fact, when I healed up and they told me I could re-enlist, they were like, "All right, so you'll go in E1 infantry," and I was like, "I'm not going to get demoted." No signing bonus, nothing, and they took away the GI, like they took away the GI Bill, they took everything.
Damn.
So that was when I decided, all right, I'm gonna have to do this all on my own. So I've always done that. I've worked average 20 hours a day, 7 days a week, ever since then, and I'm 44.
Damn, that was that 16th in you that got you fucked on that GI Bill, wasn't it?
Yeah, they told me that too. No,
wait a minute. So you say you've been working? You said 20 hours a day, 7 days a week for 24 years?
Pretty much. I'll take a day off here and there, but
anytime you call him, like literally, he's either working or he's picking up his girl dinner on the way home from working, and it's like always dark. And he gets up when I get up, basically.
But what do you do if you don't mind?
I run a business painting houses.
He pimps hoes.
Painting houses?
Yep, I've been painting houses all that time. Last year was a shit year, man. I hired and fired 26 people last year.
Dude, how much does the cost of supplies went up since 2020?
I actually since I've been dealing with the same company, I've been dealing with Sherwin-Williams that entire time. So what'll cost you $80 off the shelf cost me $30.
Oh, damn, that's a hell of a price.
Have you heard of this place called Finish Master?
No, where's that at?
I think it's all over.
I mean,
I've never heard of it.
It's not around here.
Yeah, I've never heard of it here in Kansas City.
I just found out about them a few weeks ago because I did a job over there. I had never heard of them either. I put some lights up for them, and I'm like, what do they do? They do paint and shit.
Oh,
so they're what did they used to be that they bought out and changed the name to?
Yeah, but you know what? They're probably one of them big companies like CertaPro. So them big companies, they hire anybody. Doesn't matter if they can paint. Most people who try to paint don't know how to paint anyway. So, but here's the deal. I started chasing the bag. That was my idea. But it got to a point where that wasn't enough for me. And I realized that I wanted to be the absolute best at what I do. I generally want to be that anyway, but I can very confidently right now tell you I am the Michael Jordan of the paint game. Period.
And then that wasn't good enough for him, so he started messing around with women on the side to emasculate him because he needed that rush again.
Yeah.
I ain't never been emasculated by no woman.
I couldn't do it. I couldn't let my wife do none of that shit to me, bro.
Not even a little.
He said, "Fuck out of here! Fuck out of here with that bullshit."
Yeah, I saw that shit on that show Billions.
Never happened.
Y'all ever see that show
I ain't
Billions?
let no bitch cuck me.
You know what I'm saying? Never happened, man. Fuck out of here.
Yeah. So check this out.
Thank you.
So now I'm at a point in my life. You know, I'm at that halfway mark, right? So, and at that halfway mark, I still work like crazy, but I'm getting old. I got scared. I went for a year. I took a whole year off and tried to do something different to try and save my body. And actually working with Ray's company now.
Yeah.
Right. So I did that for a year. I think like at 3 months, I was like, hey, just so you know, what y'all have paid me to this point, I have turned down 3 times that just in paint jobs. So we need to get this moving or I got to move on. Right. And I ended up a whole nother situation, ended up getting run over by a fucking car. And it brought me brought me back to painting anyway. So, but
there you go.
So at this point, I've put 2 of my exes through college. I've raised 4 children. We own 2 houses and a lake property. 1, 2, 3 cars. I own Bitcoin. I own gold.
You own too much shit.
But see, here's the thing that bugs me, where somebody will the guy that's doing all 3 of those things that we were talking about earlier, being mediocre online, being this whatever, wasting time, will look at someone like you and say it's not right that you're able to have access to this and access to that. And it's like, bro, what are you doing? You're not doing shit. How the fuck are you gonna? It's like the people who complain that the corporations are taking money and profits and all that stuff. And it's like, okay, well, why don't you start a business? I'm not even gonna say corporation. Why don't you start a business? You know what I'm saying? And I understand that everybody can't do that, but you can't be the same one not willing to take the risk and blaming the people who are taking the risk, even if they are.
Well, now,
What's up?
hey, what's going on, Lady Novoa? It goes back to it's very similar to the Manosphere of the Red Pill, man. Like everybody who is existing right now knows that they're getting a rawer deal than the people who are telling us to like suck it up by our bootstraps. Now that doesn't mean we shouldn't do it, but it hits a little bit different when you're like, man, everybody, like your parents, everybody on this panel right now, our parents got a better deal than what we got. You know what I'm saying? Like they could actually just be average. And a lot of people, because like, and this is the thing, I don't blame the people that are existing now. It's the generations before them that made them this way.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They saw people be average and mediocre, and they saw it work.
Bro,
so if you see it work and then it don't work no more, I understand why people are upset. Now, as a man, we are problem solvers, and we have a very terrible problem in which we have found ourselves entered into. We have to solve for that problem because it's that deal is gone. It's gone. And I mean, perfect example. I remember when the internet came out, how many people were getting those AOL discs and the Netgear discs?
Yeah, dude, I remember you.
And just getting free internet for like 6 hours, dude.
Well, dude, they had them in PC World every month.
Yep. Oh, what's going on? None of your business. Oh, Lady Novoa, what's going on? But yeah, no, I used to go through those all the time. And so like I saw the internet boom happen, and like I literally asked my grandmother, I was like, dude, like you getting in on that? And she's like, oh, we don't do that. Okay.
Right.
And then I saw and so like as I grew up as like a preteen, I'm like, man, I would have bought AOL if I would have had money. And like all these motherfuckers got stupid rich. So you saw through that, but like I saw her not invest, and then it was still all right. You know what I'm saying? Like she didn't make those extra decisions. She didn't maximize the income she had coming in, and she was making good money, like damn good money. And she wasn't doing it. Like I saw, like I'm working with my aunt right now. She's making $250,000 a year, and her savings is disgustingly low for how much money she makes.
Well, that's because if you think about it, most people in general, once they start raising once their money starts raising, then they end up raising their expenditures right along with it. Their taste in life, their cost
Is somebody
of living
using
starts.
dial-up right now?
Nah, bro, come on, man.
Whoever sounded that,
That is beans. I know it is.
And see, during that time, people would wait for that dial tone just to get on the internet and do dumb shit. You know what I'm saying? Like they'll wait for that dial tone so that they can get on AOL, get on Uvu or all that stuff, and just chat with random people instead of making shit happen.
And you know what I'm saying? So I don't blame your grandma, because like I always tell people, don't do anything you don't understand.
No, 100%. But I mean, also when she died, like she left us in a bad spot, and then like then the next generation fumbled that bag that was left. Like it's just
hell yeah.
But it's because my family is what I consider, and I think it's most average people. You work hard, but you don't know how to maximize what you're doing. So you can go put in the hours, you'll get the money, you'll spend all the money, and then you'll have nothing. And then the next generation just sees you work hard. But the deal is, the reinforcer there for the reason we have a generation of people that want to talk about like, oh, I'm not a bag chaser, I don't want to maximize these things, was because they saw it work for someone. They saw somebody go, I'm just going to go put in my 40. I'm going to go home. I'm going to watch a movie. I'm going to have a beer. And like, that's just going to be my day. And for generations, it worked. It did work. You could be average. The issue is you have a bunch of people who saw people successfully be average or mediocre or even a little bit less than average, and they saw it work. And then it gets to their turn and they're like, cool, I get it. There's going to be some people out here doing this. There's some people out here doing that. That's cool. I don't want to do that. I saw my grandparents, I saw my parents just do some basic ass shit, and it worked. My turn.
Yeah,
And then
right.
they said, and the government literally said, no,
Right.
not your turn.
Right. Think about because remember, let's just say just our parent generation. Like I'm thinking about my uncle. My aunt worked at the bank. She wasn't a manager, nothing like that. She worked a bullshit like a clerk or something. And my uncle was a janitor, and they lived perfectly fine.
Yeah.
That shit ain't happening nowadays. You need both of them, and you need a side bitch living in the house with y'all.
Facts.
But here-
facts. And they didn't have to. They didn't have to save. Like there was something in place for them where they were just like, "Cool, this money comes in. I can do what I want with it, and it's gonna be all right. Like I'm good." So
yeah, that's what I'm saying. The whole thing about the retirement, like we're not gonna get Social Security or nothing like that. So they didn't have to put into the retirement like us. What broke my heart was when I went to that financial advisor and she told me, "We're gonna start at $1,000 a month of you saving on top of your pension and your annuity." And then you'll be able to get this certain amount a year. And I was like, if that's what I got to do for the next 40 years, that's when I was like, I need to start my business. I have to, because I'm not going to do that. Because at that rate, with the price of rent and shit, I'm be broke for pretty much the rest of my life.
Can one of you tech guys out here answer a question for me real quick? Just a real simple one. Why can I log into my YouTube on my phone, but it won't? It will not let me log into it on my computer.
Huh? The password's supposed to be the same, and then like
every time I go to log in, it takes me to the inquiry page, like you just got your channel taken down. But I can get on my YouTube on my phone.
Maybe they just don't want you using your computer.
What you got a jail or something?
No, dude, I don't have a jail. I have a fucking SkyTech gaming computer.
Bro, Snowman be getting them weird community strikes, bro.
Your shit hit different, bro.
Hey, I want to ask Casey one question before when he was talking. Because are you still there?
And what's that supposed to mean? My shit hit different.
That means you be getting them weird community strikes.
I'm still here. Yeah.
I am the only person I've ever seen that got a hate strike for post showing someone else's hate fucking speech.
Bro, you know what's really messed up? It was probably that dickhead that purported your shit.
Yeah, it might have been. Yeah.
I'm exposing hate speech, and I got hit with the hate speech.
Okay, hold on.
And the hate speech was about me.
Young blood, what you got, bro?
Are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
Fuck Casey Mo.
Okay. Hold on.
I love my city.
hold on. Stop you make me laugh. Okay. Because like I said, I'm doing the same thing. I still have my job, and I do my contracting on the side. So I'm working like the same thing, like about 16 hours a day, almost every single day. So so I want to ask you this question: like, how much vacation time do you take?
Very little.
That's the thing. People don't get that. Like, even if you could take time off, you kind of don't want to. Because every day, I missed 4 days when I went to North Carolina at one time. Man, that 4 days, it sets you back like 2 weeks almost. Just missing a couple of days.
So
bro.
I am currently scheduling for the second week of August right now.
Bro,
Yeah,
I've been telling this dude. So
Yeah.
you know how bad this dude doesn't like money? I've been telling him for years for how much he's booked out. The easiest way to optimize his business is to just raise the rates. And then he would have days off and he would probably make more money. But
You don't want days off though.
I know. No, that's what I'm saying. And but I'm in the same boat. Like when I go on vacation, you can ask any of these chicks. Like when I went on vacation with Kelsey, it was because she was at a work conference. She was like, "You should come down and take a vacation." Bro, I was down there with stuff to study. I had a schedule. And then like when I was having my leisure time consisted of about a 5 or 6 mile walk where I would walk out like 5 or 6 miles in a direction in New Orleans where I didn't know anyone, just to go explore and see if I could like die or something. Then if I made it 6 miles, I would get drunk and then walk back.
Damn, you were trying to die and then get dehydrated.
Hey, bro,
I hate walking down the block and you walking 6 miles.
Oh yeah, dude. I like when I'm in a place where I don't like a place like New Orleans is very walkable. So I was like, dude, I'm just gonna go explore. I really wish I took my skateboard with me. There were some good spots down there.
Like, oh yeah, dude.
My
Take
guy.
the board.
Hey yo, so
There you go.
yeah,
There you go.
last year I took my first real vacation as an adult. I took 7 days and I went down to Florida because I'm a huge Harry Potter nerd. So I just like did the whole Universal thing and just stayed in the Harry Potter set like that whole time.
Yeah, 7 days, that's a long time.
It was a real long time, but I had to schedule it.
Oh,
So, and here's my other thing. So like, I'm leaving at about 7 in the morning, going down to Clinton. That's about 2 hours from here because my mom's getting married tomorrow. I just found out. So,
oh wow,
yeah. So I've got to take.
Congratulations on the new stepdad.
Yeah,
bruh.
She's been with him.
You gotta tell him. You gotta tell him straight up. Be like, you're not my dad.
Right, I already did. But but no, I gotta take that. I gotta take all of tomorrow off in order to make that happen, and it's gonna fuck my whole day. You know what I mean? Like it's gonna fuck my whole week.
Them last minute ones, that's what gets you. Like it's like, what okay, dude, I want to talk to you one day about a lot of things. But that'd be my thing. Say if I got a job and I'm planning it, okay, it's 4 hours for today, but then I'm there for 8 hours. Now it pushes back the other job and it pushes back the other job. I'm having that problem right now.
Man, I'll tell you what's worse. I don't know if you've got the problem I do. I have severe ADHD. So if you set yourself on, like, say I'm gonna run 4 hours at this job and I'm gonna run 4 hours at this job and I'm gonna run the rest of the evening at this job, what I've found is if you start doing that, those jobs will like lag and drag and drag and drag, and you won't get the shits done for a long fucking time. It got to the point I had 4 jobs running like that where I was running between 4 different houses. And each one of them probably should have only taken about a week, but I ended up on all 4 of them for over a month and a half.
Hold up. So Youngblood.
That's exactly.
Yeah. Well, no. But Youngblood, for what you're doing though, you're horribly underbidding your time.
What do you mean?
So like you're not only because like if you, so how are you taking longer on your side jobs and those are the ones that are spilling over, or is it your regular job?
No, the side jobs. I'm not. It's not that.
So,
it's the things you can't account for that pop up. Like, okay, let's say for example, like let me finish.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'll account for things like, okay, even if things go wrong, it'll take this long. I do account for that in there, but there's always things you can't plan for. It'll be something as simple as like, first off, I'm never doing cameras again. Like right now, they're struggling with these Ring cameras to set up the fucking Wi-Fi. So I have to keep going back and shit like that. That's what I mean. Like things like that. I'd never put that in there because I'm like, a Ring camera is the easiest fucking thing to set up. Yeah, and they're struggling with fucking Wi-Fi. That's the one thing I would have never thought to put in there. But now I got 2 jobs where that's happening at the same fucking time. The one lady's mad. She don't like the privacy shit. I'm like, bitch, you better set this thing up. Or I'm not. Or I'm just gonna stop coming.
I would blame that shit on Shaq's goofy ass for helping fund that shit,
bro. Well, so if you're running into, so you should probably, I mean, after this experience, I would raise the price on the installation of the Ring cameras to account for the worst case scenario of how many times you've gone back.
Oh no, I said I'm never doing them again. I'm done. No more cameras.
He said, put them up yourself.
And Ray, the theory of what you're saying is correct, Ray. The problem is that, again, this isn't in a vacuum. There's a million other motherfuckers out here who are trying to do the same shit. And
100%, 100%. But what you're saying is, but if you're good, the deal is this: you're not going to price yourself out of the market, because if you're good, then that's going to speak for itself. Like the issue. So, like for instance, the issue our business has is they spec out all their bids based on my speed, and 2 people aren't as fast as me. 3 people are not as fast as me. So they start burning money and they're like, well, why aren't these times right? And they're like, well, Ray can do it.
Who changed my fucking name?
See, what you're doing is a little bit. So think about something like that. Let's use that Ring camera for example. How good could you install a Ring camera? You know what I mean? Like you put the 2 screws in. It's only, I mean, almost anybody can do it.
Yeah. But I mean, but the deal is you're an electrician, and I actually my company handles the Wi-Fi too. Like we make sure it works. Like we're the whole the whole phase of it. So like when I go to install a Ring camera, it is the easiest thing in the world because I'm like, I'm gonna set your network up as well. Like I'm in control of all that.
Because you know how to do it.
Yes.
Okay.
So
okay, that's one thing I'm learning right now. I'm gonna tell you that. It's like the thing I gotta understand in my brain is they don't know how to do it.
Mm-hmm.
So they
the issue is the cameras that you're installing as an electrician, you're doing the high voltage ones, right?
What it's just 120.
Yeah, you're doing the high voltage rings. So I don't install those, but the issue is they're expecting you as an electrician to also know the networking, and like that's outside of your purview, more or less, right?
Not anymore in electric.
I can set up a Ring camera.
They're trying to do what we do. They suck.
What I realize is that most people don't even know what electrician do. They think that anything with a wire, you do it.
Yeah,
I don't work on AC units. I don't work on garage doors.
Like there's an outlet by
There's a specialty.
You run that thermostat though. You run that thermostat.
Oh yeah. Good God.
No, I don't do that.
You don't run the thermostat?
No. I could do it, but I don't do it.
No, he's talking about run the line. You can run the line.
Oh yeah.
Well, are you doing residential or industrial?
I stay away from residential because first off, unless you're doing like big shit like Ray, it ain't enough money there. So I do commercial pretty much strictly in industrial. That's it. They write the check, no problem. Bam, here you go.
Well, see, then most of the stuff that you're doing, and when you got to pull into the network, if it's industrial, most of the lines are already laid for you, aren't they?
It depends on what you mean.
Well, as far as like network and hooking up any kind of network cables, most of that should already be ran down.
No, industrial. I only do power stuff. It's the commercial where they kind of these are like a business owner. It's one guy who owns. It's not a big multinational company or nothing like that. So and they'll kind of want you to do. Hey, can you do these lights and can you also do hook up these cameras, this camera system or. You know, they want
doing ring cams though in industrial because when I did it, they were doing straight up the whole coax system. You know, where you had the powered coax running to a regular camera.
No, that's what I'm saying. This is for a commercial where I'm doing ring cameras.
Bruh.
Because they would have to have ring chimes all over the place.
You got to hang ring cameras. The last commercial job that we did where I had to put up cameras, I had to learn how to drive a boom lift the day of.
Oh, hey, no, the last one I did, I was on a boom lift, dude. I was on a boom lift. Dude, that's the one I worked from 7 a.m. till 2 a.m. on a fucking boom lift in this huge commercial building by myself, changing out like 50 fucking high bay lights.
Dude, boom lifts, I don't mind. It's scissor lifts that I hate.
Ray, drop the link.
Boom lifts are scary.
The hell they are, dude.
You bouncing around and shit?
Scissor lifts are way worse.
How? They teeter too much. Scissor lifts are terrible. Like I don't like them either.
Dude, for real, dude. And then they got that little slide out in front. As soon as you get in it, you put 1 foot on that thing, and you feel like you're about ready to tip the whole damn thing over, especially if you got it all the way up.
You ever hit? No, dude. Being up high,
dude. I've been 85 feet in the air on a boom lift.
Dude, I've been on a 125 foot on this industrial project. When it was on the coast too, so it's windy as fuck. I was on a boom lift at the airport on the runway. That's windy as fuck when the plane take off.
Nah, that's baby
that
stuff.
Shit swaying like a motherfucker, ain't it?
Dude, what we did was we tied it with a rope to the building.
Probably to your fucking flag line for your safety,
one of you
right?
guys drop the link for Patriarchy because he's on one of the other channels. That
hey, if I could get on my YouTube, I would, but I can't, so I won't.
Send him over to mine then, or somebody else's.
I can't do any of that.
I'm streaming too.
It's on your actual YouTube page? Hold on, I'll go give him a link.
Hey, let me ask you a question regards to the conversation from earlier because y'all were talking about how it was easier for the, let me see if I remember, it was easier for the generations before us to just make money and be cool,
right?
But my take on it is now
Patriarchy isn't on your channel either.
So prior, like we now have the access. Like you cannot know how to do something, and easily have access to the information on how to do it.
Right.
And they didn't have that before, which I think gives us now an extreme advantage in the game because the information in regards to wealth and stuff that they were seeking before is now easily accessible to us now.
That's true, but the rules have changed, and that's kind of what Ray was getting to. So,
well,
what you break that down? Go ahead.
So oh, do you want to go?
I mean, I
can go second. I'll go second. You can go first. I'll be polite. I'm a polite host.
Right. So
That's all cap.
Hold on. Patriarchy. Go to either I Seen Your Little Podcast Network or at Reckless Ray De Niro, and I can get you the link on either one of those. I'm sorry, I don't know who shared the stream, but they can't get to it to give you the link. But like, if you come over to either of those channels, I got you, bro.
Is he on? Is he on? Whose stream is he on? Is he on Snowman?
No, no, he's not. I checked Snowman's because I'm a moderator over there too. But there's like 2 YouTubes, and one of them I don't know whose it is.
Okay.
Gotcha.
So
go, Jeremy. You break it down, and then I'll go after you.
All right. In the 50s and 60s, the come up was easy. The cost of shit was far more in line with what people were getting paid. So one of the biggest mistakes that a lot of people make is they think that inflation is just a natural progression, like with the years, and that's not reality. Like milk didn't go up in value. They're just charging more for it, right? So we're getting to a point now where all that, like, you can save money and put it away in the bank and get a few bonds and that kind of shit, the Dave Ramsey type shit, that won't work for us, and it definitely won't work for anybody coming behind us. So we're at a point now where the diversification has to be, it's got to be pretty intricate. Like I was saying, like the things that I own property, I own gold, I own Bitcoin, I own silver. I'm in all these different places. I don't have any money in paper because paper ain't shit. You know what I mean? I do all my business dealings in cash, and then I convert it to assets. It's the assets that are going to run you to the next point.
Facts. Yeah, that's what I do. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, don't save shit. Like, if you got a business invested in there, or like you said, buy some assets, something other than just having the cash if you can. Or spread a little bit. What I do is I spread a little bit of money across. I got so many damn accounts. Like, even I tell people, like, do something small like this. So you put like 500 in your Cash App, put 500 in your PayPal, put 500 in your Stripe account, put another 500 in whatever bank accounts you got. Leave some money in your Robinhood or your whatever your brokerage account is. Just some little bit of cash there. And then if you ever need the money, you can always just, quickly transfer it all over.
One real smart thing is that Acorns. I've been looking into that Acorns thing. And I think that's a pretty smart little deal too. It basically rounds up every purchase that you make.
Yep.
And it invests that shit. So
Cash App does the same thing now. Just so you know. What I was going to say, I just want to tap in on this real quick before we get too far away from the point. I just look at it as like, people don't understand how money works. The ideas that people have about debt, the ideas that people have about renting, the ideas that people have about home ownership, they give you half truths that benefit them. And like, a lot of people don't do things from like a very, very basic math based perspective. Should you rent or should you own a home? If you're going to be, most people, no one's getting a job offer for tomorrow that's for real packing up and going, oh, I got to get up out of here today, because if you did that, you have to pay the rest of your lease.
Right.
There's a cost ascribed to that. But it's a simple math equation of should you rent or should you own? If you're going to be there, you assume you're going to be most places for 5 years. Base assumption. Look at the rental rates and look at the mortgage rates. Here's the half truth on that though. They'll tell you, oh, well, like you might as well just rent. The thing that they don't tell you about home ownership is your insurance, your collective expenses go down about $300 or more depending on what neighborhood you move into. Collectively.
Right.
So if they're the same, it's $300 less a month to own, barring the off chance that your house catches on fire or the roof falls in. You know what I'm saying? Like, because you're still responsible for all the maintenance stuff. But you also get to reap the benefits of that because like you have something that you can leverage. Poor people are told not to leverage anything. Rich people leverage everything.
Right.
Like
with the house thing. See, like if I would have got around the pen.
Hold on,
I'm
1
sorry.
second. I want to welcome Patriarchy to the stream. Thank you for coming up, man.
I came up here
PSP.
for a specific reason.
Okay, go ahead.
Is Beans actually here, or is he just in the
I
background?
think he fell asleep. He was kicking it earlier.
Oh, okay, all right.
I'm sorry.
We're not good enough for him later.
Yeah.
He came to get at Beans. I already knew.
Yeah, because he like tagged me in a post. Like,
oh, are you serious?
Yeah, he like tagged me in the post about something. So I don't know. It is what it is.
Boo.
I try to like reach out to him on I don't know if he even has an IG page anymore. I try to actually reach out to him on IG. So
oh man, I'm sorry, dude.
Hey,
yeah, that's how it goes.
You missed it though, because Ray was talking about getting on his skateboard and cripping earlier.
Yeah, he was.
Oh, you remember that guy?
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Remember that guy? Yeah.
That was so
Oh my
funny.
God.
I was
Nah,
watching,
bro.
I was
It's just
like,
these.
this
It's these
dude.
like it's these pro blackers, bro. Like I just can't. I don't know, bro. Like I just think that y'all come across some weak, light skinned people, bro. Because like I'm definitely not the one.
Dude,
And
Prince kicked me out of blackness a couple
well,
years
then,
ago.
bro, like stop. Like honestly, but that's the whole point. Because that's what Beans like tagged me in. Like, bro, like I'm all down for like separating from y'all, bro. Like I'm 100% down with that. Like, and it's crazy because I got a friend of mine who lives in like Liberty, and I was talking to him the other day, and I talked to him like 2 days ago, and I sent him a video, and he's like, "Oh, from my TikTok," but I was like talking about like Jay Prince and stuff, just as a joke or whatever.
Yeah.
And he was like, "Bro, you know Angry Man?" And this is like a random white guy from like Liberty, and I'm like, "Do I know?" Yeah, bro. He's like, "Bro, I watch all this stuff," and I'm just saying, like, I don't think that. I think that all of this like pro black stuff, bro, it's causing more damage than it is doing good. I'm sorry. And it really is putting a lot of people off, and it's hypocritical, unproductive, not rooted in any sort of history or science at all. It's all like pseudo fake history, pseudo science. But
Can I get an amen, white man?
it really man.
Yeah.
It's like I'm just kind of over it, bro. So like the skateboard and crip guy, like
Yeah.
I seen him on like a bunch of other like it's funny because I started to have some of them like pro black streams like jump up in my feed, and I seen him like talking on there, like talking and that's what I'm saying. Like you're not a part of. Like, if this is what the quote unquote manosphere, that's not my flow. If that's what y'all on that we was Kangs type, we victimized by the white man stuff, you got the wrong dude, bro. Sorry.
We're successful.
Hold up.
figure
Casey's
people.
about to dip out, but I just want to let him get a word
Oh,
in
my
real quick
bad.
before he goes. Because I have a question for you, Patriarchy, actually.
Hey, you know what? Fuck him. He's black.
Listen to you. All right. So yeah, I'm about to jump out of here. Everybody who like Youngblood, you wanted to talk a little more at some point. I'm gonna be on here Thursday nights. Ray and I are getting ready to start a show. Patriarchy. This is the first time we've actually been on a panel together, even though we live in the same city. So
Facts.
Where
I
you
was about
from?
to say
What
all
part?
three of us are from the same area.
All right, so let's just go ahead where people grew up. Where'd you grow up?
I grew up off of 22nd and Hardesty.
Okay, I grew up. So that's basically north. So I went to Northeast for middle school.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
So like that
Okay.
was before it became predominantly Hispanic like it is right now. I went to school when it was like the beginning of the race wars between blacks and Hispanics.
Oh,
Okay.
wow.
So yeah, and then after that I moved deeper into the city in the 40s or whatnot. But yeah, bro, like I actually started up in Northeast, like not too far from Northeast Middle School and all of that. So where did you go? Did you go to middle school? Like where did you Hardesty, what would you go to, like Van Horn, or where would you go to school?
No, Van Horn's over in Independence.
Yeah, but some of the people from like Hardesty is still a little further east. I knew some people that would still go to Van Horn. Like I had a cousin who lived in the 40s and went to school at Van Horn. He played football for Van Horn, but they just didn't want to send him to school. I mean, Van Horn's technically in Kansas City School District, but it's still a nicer school. because it's in Independence. But like, where'd you go to school?
So I went to Satchel Paige, and then
Okay.
I went to Volker.
Okay.
And then when we moved to Ruskin, then
Yeah, so you moved out south.
Yo, is that PSB or Ray? Y'all niggas sound the same.
Yeah.
Are y'all from the same? Y'all from the same spot? Like what?
We are from the same. Everybody's from the same.
Dude, don't let them lie. They're fucking
Like this.
twins. They're twins.
Like the same house right across the street, and then Casey sound like y'all from like Casey don't even sound like he from the. That's weird, bro. It's crazy how that is, bro.
When you survive the hood and make something of yourself, this is what you sound like.
Exactly.
Gotcha.
And I
Gotcha.
I got jokes on why we sound like that. It has. Never mind. Let me be quiet. Because I'm gonna say it has to do. I'm gonna say I don't want to get canceled, but I'm gonna say it has to do with your family history, and you know, I'm gonna just be quiet about that. But but yeah,
weird ass nigga.
There he is. The whole time.
Hold on.
Uh-oh.
Y'all can get it in a second. I'm about to jump out.
Talking out the side of his mouth again.
Yo, the reason I sound different though is because of we called it Operation Whitewash, and that's a whole nother thing. Because
so you went to school at Ruskin. So you
and then I ended up going to 7 different schools for 5th grade because
fifth grade elementary. Okay.
Yeah, because I was whooping people and getting kicked out and whooping people and getting kicked out. So
yeah, I mean that's how I go. I mean it's it is what it is. I had to go to like alternative school for like a year, so it happens.
Yo, they almost put me in Ozanam, and I don't mean like just the alternative school. I mean like actually living at Ozanam.
Oh shit.
Yeah. What about you, Ray? Where'd you grow up?
I grew up. I was off 31st in Bales. I'm a Bales baby.
Okay. Yep. So 30s, yeah.
I didn't.
So where would you go to Central? Did you go to Central?
No, they had me go.
I went to Central for summer school, bro. I was scared as fuck. In Central, man. I don't know Central because I went to Westport my first year in high school, and Westport Central is the worst school I've ever seen. But Westport was technically worse, and they closed it down.
Yep.
But Central is the worst school I've ever because they built a whole new school and the kids destroyed it in like a year or two.
Yep. Yeah.
So
they can't have nothing nice down there, man. Like it's hell. You know, you want to hear something crazy though? So the guy that I bought my car from, I went to this car dealership and he also lived over off Bales.
Okay.
And I was like, are we the only 2 people who made it out? And he was like, yeah, probably. And he was like 30 years older than me.
Yeah, that's like, I mean, it's so the city's changing.
Yeah.
Like I actually booked a trip to Brazil because since we got the new airport, all of the like if you can book internet, I booked a trip to Brazil from MCI and the tickets were so cheap. Because the new airport, they're trying to like get as many flights out as possible. So if you book right after the draft, right?
Mm-hmm.
So like I booked right after the draft, I'm going to Brazil.
Somebody canceled his family reunion already. God damn.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Kansas
Bro.
City, it's all love, man. Like,
go ahead, man.
This is how
Don't nobody give a fuck about this Kansas City ass goddamn.
Yeah.
Oh, here comes this crybaby right now. Right. Why you tagging me on shit, nigga?
I'm out,
bro.
Why you tagging me on shit?
Cause y'all scared. Cause y'all scary, bro.
Nigga, I'm not joining your little pro-black death cult, nigga.
Nobody
go
cares
about somebody else, nigga.
Nobody cares about any of that shit, nigga.
Yeah, you do. You do care, which is why you tagged me. You was in there crying. We so oppressed.
I tagged you because
baby ass nigga
and the rest of y'all conservative douchebags are some pieces of shit.
Okay, I'll be that nigga.
Today, bro.
I'll be that.
As long as all y'all. Well, you know what?
I'll be that.
I
ain't joining your little death cult.
Funny about it,
nigga. I didn't. What's funny, bro? Hey, you want to hear some wild shit? You talking about the kids? I didn't make no video on the kids in Chicago. I know. But I got. Hold on a second. I got in trouble on TikTok because have you seen this woman from North Korea? The woman who's joining all these shows. She's like from North Korea. and she was on TikTok, and she was like, she's a refugee from North Korea, and she's like, when I was in Chicago, the black people beat me and they called me racist because I wanted to call the cops on them. And no, hold on a second. She's like, oh, we have to stop. I know that we have to stop them and fight this because this will turn into North Korea. I'm like, bitch, why don't you go fight North Korea? The black kids in like you trying to blame the black kids in Chicago for the reason why you had to leave North Korea? Like, get the fuck out of here. Like that, like so.
Now you get to see what it's like to be blamed for everything, like Whitey does.
Nah, bro, that shit was like you are from North Korea, lady. You are from the like the fact that you think them kids, whether they're doing
white privilege for you,
whether they're doing right or wrong, they're still Americans. And for a woman who is from the country that is diametrically opposed to the United States, for you to come in here and say, because I got jumped by some kids. Everybody on this panel has been jumped or robbed or something like that. So for you to think you special and like, well, I have to fight this because this will turn into North Korea. Like, well, why don't you go back to North Korea and fight North Korea?
Bro,
worried about it turning
that's
into
the
a South
reason
End
I
Lima.
always tell everybody that I fuck with you, bro, because you got smoke across the board.
Oh yeah, bro. Like, dude, when we had, I'm telling you, that's the first race war. I'm telling you, them black and Mexican wars in Northeast in Kansas City. Oh my, we're gone. We had to move. We had to move that whole neighborhood. The whole neighborhood is Hispanic now. That whole neighborhood. So when I was in middle school, it was probably 70% black. No, it's probably 60% black, 10% white. 20% Hispanic. Now it's like 70% Hispanic. And they built those kids a new school for English as a second language. That was when I really began, and this was probably 2004. Like I was in middle school. So that was when I really started seeing like the immigrant. This is long before a Donald Trump. This is long before a Barack Obama. I'm like, why do they get a new school? They're not even born here. And we
gentrifying the community, man. Damn,
bro, I'm telling you, I swear, bro. And like it would jump off between people would get jumped, bro. In the locker rooms, they get jumped. And what's crazy is it's funny that we got this boxing match this weekend because when I did my little comedy skit the other day, I roasted this dude in the audience for having a Blaxican shirt on. We would have big issues right after if a black person fought a Mexican person in boxing in middle school, we would have big issues like after that. So Northeast is
how long you been doing comedy, bro? I seen that on the community tab.
3 weeks.
How you liking it?
It's pretty dope, bro. It's pretty dope. I mean, I drink a lot of alcohol before I get on stage, but it's pretty dope.
Are you so you're doing them around town then, right?
Do you do the stuff on You do the stuff on panels that you do on stage? You do that?
Even worse.
Oh,
bro,
damn.
I can't even post.
Shout out to the hecklers.
I can't even post what I do. Oh, yeah, you can heckle me if you want to. I don't even post. Like my last, yo, check this out. My last post, my last comedy set, I can't even post it because I was like making comparisons between, because I did it on tax day. So I was making comparisons between tax day and since April is Sexual Assault Awareness Month, I was making comparisons between the two.
Oh, you ain't shit.
Yeah, like you know what I'm saying, it's like it's both consensual and by force, not consensual and by force. So, you know, as a joke, right? As a joke. So, but yeah, bro, like I couldn't even post some of the stuff I say on YouTube, but it's cool, bro. I mean, I do it at there's an improv in Kansas City. Occasionally they have an open mic, and I'll go down there and do the open mic. But yeah. And then there's one in Kansas too, if I want to make the drive.
Do you well, dude, you gotta freaking let me know. I love comedy, so
I'll come through, and
well, let me know when you gonna be there, bro.
Bro, there was this white dude.
You go, make sure you let me know so I can make sure that I send a bomb through that motherfucker.
Allegedly, bro, you can't be talking. You can't be talking like that on stream, bro.
Listen,
allegedly,
since y'all wanna.
Allegedly.
Since y'all wanna shoot black 16-year-olds in the fucking
nigga,
face.
Shut your ass, nigga. Bro. If this is Kansas City, Missouri,
the Korean lady, like
what are you talking about? The nigga's in jail. The white guy went to jail. Shut your crying ass up,
And
nigga.
that motherfucker.
Hey man, he was on your side against the Korean female David Duke.
Yeah.
Listen, and he pled not guilty. Why
So?
y'all not stomping his guts in right now?
Nigga, why don't you go stop and say, hold on a second, time out.
Cause you
Why don't
live
you
there,
go
nigga,
stomp?
not me.
Why don't you go stomp him out, nigga? Why don't you be the
live
next?
there.
Why don't you be the next nigga to knock on his door?
Why would you? Why'd you have
Nigga? Yeah,
That ain't shit, dude. That's fucked up.
Why don't you go knock on his door next, nigga?
It's your job. I
I
beat up Reginald Denny's cousin in 1991.
This nigga old, bro. You was old as a nigga that shot him.
You know what I'm saying?
You that nigga.
Don't nobody listen. Ageism is that only
You old as a nigga that shot that.
All I know is no, but again, like I said, like I text you because you love white people, and I'm tired of you pretending like
Okay.
they're not the evil specimens.
Okay,
that they are.
nigga, have you been to
But-
Kansas? Have you seen how many kids have been shot in Kansas City this year? Y'all niggas is
I
hypocrites, bro. Y'all niggas is hypocrites, bro. You only going after this dude because he's white and you jealous of white people, bro.
I'm not
Not
going
saying,
after him.
not
I ain't
saying,
did
not
the show at all.
saying, not saying that what happened was right. I don't.
What up,
want
Lawrence?
I'm glad that the kids survived. It's a messed up situation, right? But y'all putting extra mustard on this when we got little babies that been dying in drive-bys like 3 or 4 times this year in Kansas City.
I don't hear
We got
you
a kid that they found in a lake dead. Don't nobody even know what happened to the kid, bro. We had a girl. The most famous thing in Kansas City. We had a chick that got her head cut off. Little girl. Nobody even knew who she was. It took like 20 years to solve the case. And so,
did you do a show on that?
No,
on
I ain't
any
doing
of those
so.
stories?
My shows suck. I ain't good at YouTube, nigga. You know I
Okay, so
can't.
this is what I'm saying.
He's just good at
So
fucking
this
up
is the
YouTube.
point, right? is
Exactly.
that- so this is the point, though, right? Is that like like I said, when I tagged you in it, it was really just addressing your love for the white man. But like a chaotic
Don't
truth,
nobody love white people more than you.
listen, chaotic truth. Now I'm finding out Bernard Riley.
Okay.
All of these.
Why
other
you
content creators?
okay.
Right? Hold on,
What's
man.
your problem with white
All
people?
of these other content
He
creators. This is what I'm
jealous.
saying. The thing is that they do this. What I'm saying. If you're
So?
telling me on one hand
So?
that the problem with the woke community is all they ever want to talk about is situations when black people are victims, then how do you make that better by doing the exact opposite? And all you ever want to talk about is situation where black people are the victimized.
Listen. I'm
Right?
just
That
saying
does
this.
not make any sense.
Okay. First off, let me just say this, right? We all know one of those happens more than the other. We all know it's more victimizers out there. Well, no, I disagree because most of the victims are. Let me finish because most of the victims are black, right? From other black people. But the thing is this: I just can't fuck with y'all, bro. I can't fuck with the woke. I can't fuck with y'all. It's too hypocritical. It's too divisive. And the thing is this: most of the people out there protesting in Kansas City were white people.
Facts.
Like most of the people out there protesting, when I saw the images of out there, it's not black. I don't. In the kids, let me finish talking, bro.
No, because you just
Okay.
contradicted
How did I
yourself.
contradict myself?
Because it's either it's niggas complaining or it's white people complaining.
Bro,
Which one
if
is it?
white,
Take your pick.
it's both.
No, because you just
If
said
white
it was
people,
all white people
no.
out there.
I blame the white people that enable y'all more than
Who
I
the
blame
fuck is y'all, nigga? I don't
the
give a fuck
pro-black
about
death
this
cults. The people that
Nigga, I ain't
use
fucking
the
pro-black.
people. Yeah, you are. You use black.
I'm literally on YouTube every day
You
threatening black people, nigga.
yeah, but that's exactly
I'm
like a
literally on
pro-black.
YouTube every day
That's
threatening
pro-black.
black
You a
people, nigga. I don't
hypocrite.
give a
You a
fuck
hypocrite.
about being pro-black.
That's exactly what being pro-black is.
Nah, I don't
Being
give a shit
destructive to
about
other
being
black
pro-black.
people. That's exactly what it is.
I'm pro-righteousness.
That's exactly what
nigga.
it is.
No, I'm pro-righteousness,
No,
nigga.
you.
I'm pro.
Yeah,
I'm
you
pro
gonna hit
whatever
somebody
is
with a right.
And to me, like I said, like you again, you at least you ain't just you know, every chance you get doing shows about something that can make black people look bad. But these other conservative douchebag ass niggas, that's
Well,
all they
then take it up
do.
but both y'all niggas, like, okay.
I tried to, Joe, them niggas don't want no smoke with me because all they
Okay,
gonna
so
do is
then
try to
stay.
drop me down.
So then
Because they know
stay.
at the end of the
Okay.
day, they can't argue logic.
But
There's
what
no
is
logic
arguing
behind
gonna
it.
do with y'all, bro?
Oh, I just
We
want to
pat like I'm gonna be
I'm just
honest
being
with you,
honest.
bro.
I
I'm gonna
just
be
want to
honest
beat
with you,
niggas
bro.
up.
When it comes to that BLM shit, you notice how less people are arguing about that shit. It's not getting nowhere.
Because don't
It's not going
nobody
nowhere.
fuck with
Because
that
nobody
faggot ass-
cares anymore.
Exactly.
Bro, nobody cares about that alphabet ass shit. Nobody cares.
Okay. Well, I'm just letting you know this, right? I'm just letting you know I don't think feel sorry for the kid. Glad he survived, by the way. But like at the end of the day, white people enable people like y'all. Like when I say y'all, it's the pro black. If there was if all that was out there was protesting was black people, then I could say it's black people complaining. But these BLM, like, so for example, I have a grandma that lives in North County in St. Louis. I remember the first BLM protest for Michael Brown. It was mostly black people. That shit did not take off until white people started joining that shit. So for me, when it comes to Chicago, I can't blame the little kids for doing what they're doing. I blame the white people that voted for that fucking mayor and felt sorry for them, for like the people that listen to y'all. The people that listen to y'all, well, maybe we do need to give them a chance. When deep down, some people want to do is just riot, loot, steal, and kill, and they just need to use racism as an excuse to do it.
And you know what's crazy about that? What you just said is all these self-hating white people that go out and claim that they tell all you black folks that they got white privilege and they're aware of it are really the racist ones doing it.
Yeah.
So you got racists pretending like they're helping fix the black community when all they're doing is going out there and they're tearing your shit down.
No, bro, I seen the people in Kansas City, bro. I looked at the people who was outside of that dude's house, and I'm telling you this right now. Probably 60 to 65% of people was fat white women. And I can't stand them.
How many of them had purple hair?
Probably a couple
Probably
of them.
all of them. Infinity wigs for whites.
So,
like that's what.
So literally, it was a kid that they found his body floating in North Kansas City. I think that happened in North Kansas City where the 14-year-old got shot. I don't see nobody talking about this. Is an unsolved crime, bro. And I don't see nobody talking about this at all, But it's because they don't know who killed him. If they find out if it was a white person that did it, then everybody's gonna riot. See, your black death don't matter unless you. This is racist. This is racism. It's like my death don't matter unless I get killed by a white person. Unless I become a martyr.
No, your death don't matter unless a white person tells you it does.
No, it's like no, and that doesn't matter unless a white person kills me.
Yeah,
so it's
that's
like
because a white person, dude, a white person is in essence telling you on the news.
It's like
I mean,
immortality. Hold on a second. It's like immortality. It's like if I get killed by a white person, it's like when Darth Vader got struck down by Obi-Wan Kenobi. I live on forever.
Hey, Darth Vader was a G though.
I live on forever if I get killed by a white person.
That's so messed up.
I mean, at the end of the day, the truth.
But did you build a Death Star?
The truth of the matter is, there ain't nothing I can do about it. But threaten niggas. That's all.
You keep doing. That's a pro-black. That's a very pro-black move of you.
It's really not.
Listen, bro. Beans, I'm just letting you know this right now, bro. Beans, if you made triple the income that you made right now, and you went into a Vineyard Vine store one time, and you got a white Tesla, you would never go back. So you can keep on talking that same. That's what it looked like. Beans to drive. He's a white Tesla driving ass nigga, man.
Hold on, look. This is the thing that y'all don't get about me, bro. I don't have a soapbox, right? Where it's this particular issue and I'm standing on it. Like that's what conservative douchebags do. Right, that's what niggas.
So you got a problem with conservative douchebags?
I do have a problem with douchebags. I do.
Like who?
What I'm saying. This what niggas do.
Like all of them.
Like let's take Mr. Let Go.
I don't know that nigga.
Okay,
He
his
caps
whole
for women
platform.
online. I've seen
Hold
him.
on, bro. Can I talk?
Oh, sorry, my bad, Beans.
Why
His
don't you just
whole
stick with Angry Man,
platform
bro?
is listen, his whole platform is women are children, right? Okay, I don't disagree with you. However, everything in every conversation, that's what you're gonna try to push, right? It's like we can't have a conversation without you bringing in your talking points. This is my, and that's what I'm saying with these particular groups of people on the YouTube. What they do is this: they pick this one thing that sets them aside from being blackety black, right? So it makes them look more conservative, and they say, I'm only going to do shows on subjects that make black people look bad to show that I'm different from the other black people and that I'm not blackety black. And I'm saying, I don't give a fuck if it was whitety white, Mexican. Nigga, I want to whoop all you motherfuckers' asses that refuse to be able to have a conversation from both sides of the spectrum, especially people who went to fucking college.
But the thing is,
you've
all
ever
these
debated before. They
yes,
literally
you have
tell
you have to
study
to understand both sides. Yeah,
exactly. So
Yeah.
that means that means if you doing a damn show, right? You on here doing a show, you got 50,000 subscribers, you got people sending you $5, $10 super chats and shit. Bitch, nigga, the last thing you should have is a goddamn echo chamber.
But
that's the last thing you
that's
should
a
be in support
podcast.
of.
No, you should, because what is their goal?
Well, yeah, I know
is
you said
hold on a second.
you're a fan of
But the thing is this: their goal is to grift, right? They got a particular audience. They audience want to see a particular thing. And honestly, bro, that's where we're moving to in America. That's the consequence of cancel culture and doxing and reporting people's pages and getting people's YouTube. Motherfuckers don't want to interact anymore.
But
And that's
patriarchy, but
okay.
you're somebody that understands propaganda and how that shit has been
But
used.
I do understand. Okay, first off, but I understand fragmenting too. I understand where we are in America. I'm just letting you know this. As we move forward, when you have stuff like what we see in Kansas City, where people are just going and graffitiing people's houses and stuff like that, and shouting people down and all of that, what that causes is it causes people not to want to express their opinion and not to want to have these conversations, because at the end of the day, they just realize that no matter what I say, I'm not going to get anywhere with this person. Then when there becomes consequences attached, see, people fuck me up with this. It's not freedom of speech. It's freedom of you can have freedom of speech, but it's not freedom of consequence. It is freedom of consequence, because anybody that can talk can talk. When you start penalizing people for saying jokes or having bad, this is the thing. Real discrimination and evil when it comes to race, for me, was not words. Lynching and slavery and that stuff is completely different from me saying I'm making fun of somebody, or I just don't choose to be around somebody. That's different. That's different from me saying I'm going to take this person's life and property and labor from them for their entire lifespan and subjugate them and not let them read or anything like that. That's different. Now, what has happened is white people can't do anything middle of the ground. They either got to go all the way left or all the way right. So now where we are, since they went all the way right, now we got to go all the way left. And now we need 50 black transgender little mermaids on TV, and everybody needs to right now we just going completely the opposite way. And so what I'm saying is I understand what you're attempting to do. You want an open place where people can dialogue and share ideas and arrive at a conclusion. That's not going to happen here, bro. I'm telling you, podcast, that was probably the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, and some parts of the 90s. Even maybe the early it's gone, bro. It's gone with cancel culture and social media. That shit, this stuff was meant to promote open ideas. It seems like it's done more to censor and divide than it does to for people to come to common agreement, bro.
That's because feelings matter more than anything else now.
Facts.
But I agree, people do need to understand both sides of the argument, and there's no problem with saying, hey, well, this is the pro-black side, this is the grievances, and these are the counterpoints to that. There's no issue with that.
Well,
so for me,
I'm not even saying that. I'm saying this. If you if you're gonna do the show about the black teens and
Yeah.
talk about how fucked up black teens are and talk about how fucked
I didn't
up
do that
Chicago
show.
is, not you. I'm saying people have.
He's
They
just
had the
in
truth,
general.
Bernard Riley, a few other
Yeah.
people, right? I've seen so many people. I just so happen to click on Bernard because I know I'm usually welcome on his panel.
Well, I
But
got kicked off.
but this is the thing though, right? What I'm saying is this: if I do a show and I talk about Ralph Yarl being shot in the face, I'll also do a show and I'll talk about them fucking teens.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. I'm not gonna
Listen.
just stay on one side. Look, it would be different if it wouldn't be different because I think it's stupid because you just clearly. One thing I like about you, patriarchy, and this is why I hate sometimes when you be trolling, is because I know you understand shit.
Okay.
And you process shit very
So-
quickly. And the way that you just broke down what it is that you know I won't,
Yeah.
and the
So-
fact that was from the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, that shit probably ain't gonna happen
But
now.
let me give you my opinion on the 14-year-old,
Wait,
right?
wait, hold on.
Yeah.
I'm almost done.
Go ahead.
Let me land the plane. This is what I'm saying.
Hey, I'm gonna drop off. I'll be in the clouds. Y'all take it easy, fellas. Great conversation.
You too.
All right, peace.
You have a good one, man.
The way that you understand exactly what it is that you know,
Yeah.
I'm looking for, how I want these conversations to go.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying, is that for me, in this space where a person is saying out loud that one of their main problems with the quote unquote woke blackity black sector is that all they do is talk about one side of it, you're an automatic hypocrite when all you do is talk about the other side of it. If my complaint about you is that all you do is talk about one side of it, what I'm going to not do is only talk about one side of it, because I want to show you exactly why I'm saying you're wrong. I'm going to give you a more balanced approach to it, which is exactly why I stopped doing all that the black woman ain't shit shows. It's like, bro, I had all these issues with my mama. I got that shit out. I'm past it now. Guess what? I want to have more conversations where we include everybody.
Yeah, the thing about it is this. So if you want my opinion on the kid, right? I don't like the fact that a kid got shot, right? Okay. The first thing that I look at is this, right? He, in terms of what happened, right? He has, according to the law, it's castle law, from what I understand. You have the right, if anybody's on your property or whatever, right? That's what I do know. But I know that that's not how it always goes. Is there some things I would have done differently? Of course. Number one, I would have called the police. That's the first thing I would have done. But I do know that we don't know everything about this case. We know that it will be investigated, but we don't know anything about this case, everything about the case. I would have probably called the police, right? From the very beginning, probably given
Someone just knocking on the door.
So the thing is, they say that he knocked on the door and he stood there. Number one, I wouldn't have shot through the door. Let's just start right there.
Right.
Okay. All right. Let me just start right there. I would not have shot through the door. If anything, if I felt threatened, I'm calling the police, right? Because I know that the police is on nobody's side, and the police, obviously, in my opinion, do more harm than good anyway. I'm not a big part of I don't believe in the police, and I don't think that they solve anything or do a lot of good. I think sometimes they can, but other times they don't. So I'm not one of the back the blue people. So I wouldn't have shot through the door, but I know that I don't know everything about the case. The thing that I have an issue with is the priority that the people, that it's the audience that latches on to this kid, right? That's my issue. I don't have an issue with the police investigating this. I don't have an issue with them detaining him or questioning him at all. I honestly don't, right?
I take issue with the narrative-driven people.
Exactly. And I think that they use these things because deep down, this is about equity, right? Like, this is about, I want other people's stuff, and I can just get further on the anti-white narrative. So my thing for the kid is I wish him nothing but the best. Hopefully he returns to full health, but you know, these situations are crazy. But I do know this: Kansas City is a very dangerous place, not that area. We have a lot of kids that are getting shot, and I just need to see that same priority, because our mayor is a fucking disaster, bro. And our mayor is black. And you know, the pro black people want him in there, and we've had the highest murder rates under him. So it's the priority that people take over this. And these people have ulterior motives. They're just using this kid as a tool. But yeah, bro, like I wouldn't like as a gun owner, you're not supposed. The thing is this, that guy. I don't know everything about the case, but if what I'm hearing is true, I don't know why you're shooting through the door. Like that's just stupid.
Somebody just knocking on the door. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's just dumb. So, but he's also
real quick too because
he's 85 or 86. Like,
that's why he don't need guns.
He's old as shit. He shouldn't have a gun.
Just in case anybody is confused, right? Because I know I'm very complex, so I know that probably fucks with people, right? But watch this. If anybody ever thought that I was blackity black or pro-black or any of that shit, let me show you why you know I'm not. Chicago and patriarchy fucking knows this because he the one who did
it's safer than it used to be.
Out of here.
It is.
Hey, Chicago's safer than Indianapolis.
It is. So that's what I'm saying. Everybody using this. Well, Chicago's much safer than it was in the mid 90s or early 90s and the 80s. That's just a fact.
Wait a minute. Okay, wait a minute. Yes. Is it a little less murder? Yes. But what I'm saying is this. The dumber, and I get soon. Look, I just came up here. I'm in Chicago right now. I just came up here for my mom and my son's birthday. And I was back there debating with my aunties about this shit and my cousin. I'm like, why the fuck did y'all vote this black dude in? Oh, you just wait and see. He gonna make changes.
Oh, my goodness.
And Paul Vallis was the same old guy. I'm like, all y'all did was vote for the black dude. Y'all don't know nothing this dude gonna do.
Worse than
y'all
Lightfoot.
Understanding about how politics really work. Nothing, right?
What I always say, new boss.
Patriarchy came up there and told me that they voted for the black dude, and I was upset because I wanted them to vote for the white man because my whole thing is this: put the white man in place. So if the shit is going bad, now it makes sense for you to blame the white man. But if you want all the black people
doing it out of hate.
I know he do.
Alderman, you want black mayor, you want the police superintendent to be black, you want everything.
You got to take that responsibility.
Still going wrong, you still want to say white people.
But look, Beans,
eventually, good point.
When Obama didn't get nothing done, what did they say? They not letting him do nothing.
He's got Snowman. He's actually got a valid point, bro. Like you can push back. He's actually got a valid point. The thing about Chicago is this, right? The majority of Chicago's voter base, it's not black. It's like this is what I'm talking about.
It's white privileged whiteies.
Exactly, man.
Yep.
And I'm letting you know this. I hate. There's no way I dislike them. There's no way I have more disdain in my heart for those kids than I have for the people that vote. Them 16, 17-year-old kids ain't the one that put that mayor in charge, and they ain't the one that decided to defund the police. They're not the ones that have decided to enact legislation. I don't. It's like this. It's like if I take a pit bull off a leash, and then I'm mad the pit bull you decided to change the law. Them little kids can't change no laws. It's like, bro, like I agree with what you're saying, podcast. I think the people, it is low key. It is. I'm not going to disagree with you. It is punching down. It is punching down. You're punching down. A bunch of kids looted. Who changed the laws? Who changed the laws to say them cops couldn't go down there and start being a little bit more aggressive? Who took away who changed the city of Chicago? I'm sorry, bro. Chicago has had some black influence, but it is not a majority black city, and people have got to stop. People have got to stop.
Well, and the thing that people need to understand, especially when they're talking about the kids, and the reason that I think it's punching down is because children are going to do what they're allowed.
Yep.
Remember, just like women, they're going to do what they're allowed.
Yeah.
So
get away with
to go, why did these kids go take things after we said, oh, well, we're not going to prosecute you for taking things? Like you literally told them that it was allowed. So they went and did it.
Hey, let me ask you a question. I hate to say this, but they showed that white woman getting jumped on, right? You think that white woman voted for Donald Trump?
Hell no.
Nope.
Because she's another one of them. Look, dude, there's a growing movement of white conservative women that don't like Trump and shit.
And that's what I'm saying, bro. To me, white liberal women. I can't. Bro,
Dude,
like Beans.
Bro, they're the,
like
they're
Beans.
the most
Hold on,
racist people
hey,
on
Beans,
the planet.
Beans. It's just the fact that you ain't heard me come up against. I came up one. You ain't heard me come up against one yet,
brother. I could introduce you to some in real life.
I prefer not.
Listen, I'm gonna say this though, right? See, because I understand the point that you're making, but here's the thing: you really gotta understand. Yes, between the ethnicities, it's more white people, but when you combine the blacks and the Hispanic, they outnumber white people.
But in Chicago, what's give me the demographics right now? First off,
hold on. Patriarchy. It's more Hispanics in Chicago.
Who let him in? Who let him in? Who let these motherfuckers into Chicago?
Whitey did it.
Who wanted? Let me ask you a question. Who wanted to? Well, we just need to build a world for all people to get along. We want all different groups of people here. We just want to become this guy. Who said that shit?
Who pushed the sanctuary city status?
I know. Hold on a second.
But that's literally the mantra of America.
No, that's not the mantra of that. That's
Indiana ain't having that sanctuary shit.
That's what they brainwash you to believe.
What is written on the Statue of Liberty?
What is written?
Your tiled, your poor, and your huddled masses.
Yeah, that's what's written.
But it doesn't say anything about jumping the border to get here.
What's written in the Constitution?
Well, bring them from where?
What's written in the Constitution?
Okay, which part are you talking about? You got
which part?
We had a national origins ban on people from certain countries not coming into America.
Yeah,
did you know that
there was a Muslim ban for that?
No. I'm talking. No. Hold on a second. No, hold on a second. I'm not talking about Muslim ban. I'm talking about like back in John Adams' day. One of the things that they noticed was America could become like messed up through immigration. So that they changed the immigration laws to have national origins quota with so many people. Like, think about it, podcast. If you are from a non-white country, you are not allowed to immigrate in here up until after the civil rights movement.
Mm-hmm.
Really?
Yes. Go look up the national origins quota.
I did not know that.
Go look up the Hart-Celler Act. They passed that in the 60s, right after the civil rights movement, and that's what allowed think about it. There was no massive free flow of Africans trying to come into America when blacks were being lynched and hung. There was no
Hart-Celler Act.
Hart-Celler Act. Hart-Celler Act.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm gonna dig into that, man. Thanks.
Yeah, bro. No, bro. It was like, bro, immigration was one of the first things. It's a big thing that was debated after the Constitution. So it's like, nah, bro. Like, I don't want to create a world for everybody. That's not how it. If I got a house and I got a cage with a lion in it, and then I put a chicken in the same cage, and I said, hey guys, you two need to get along with each other. And then I throw a shark in the cage. Like, we all just want to come together and get along. Like, that's not what this. It can't be like that. You can't. For example, Indians and Pakistanis. These people were literally ready to blow each other up over Kashmir goats. Are you telling me America needs to be a place where those two live next to each other side by side?
No.
No.
Dude, and to be quite honest with you, you know, the whole when Texas flew all those what they call them fucking not undocumented, but what they call them asylees, political asylum, people from up into what was it, Martha's Vineyard?
Yeah, Vineyard,
yeah, and they got all pissed off about it.
Bro, they removed them people within a day, bro.
Dude,
like
Democrats
have absolute power.
That right there should have told you how much they really believe in their own shit.
Bro, the fact that I was on TikTok and I saw a North Korean woman complaining about kids from Chicago, bro. Like, and she's like,
you leave North Korean who go Chavez alone.
Bro, have you seen this like Asian North Korean woman? No. Like, she's on every show now. I think she a spy, bro. And you on here, you think you got the nerve to? I don't give a damn what the black kid. They Americans. Who the fuck do you think you are? You a North Korean. You need to go hang out with Kim Jong-un in the demilitarized zone. Yeah. So
he just wants to come over here and sell you Cuban cigars, man. That's all.
Yeah, you can keep them, bro. You think a podcast? You think I like seeing cities like Miami in America? You think I like that? You think I like seeing a place where this is a shopping mall, where we got Saudi princes living next to cartel kings, flying in OnlyFans girls from Venezuela? You think I like seeing that here? You think that's what my ancestors got beat for? You think that's what we went to war for, was to build a fucking city like Miami? You think the people in Overtown who can't afford to live there anymore, you think that's what they went through this for? Fuck out of here. Fuck out of here. No, I think you got me all the wrong way.
I never thought about it.
We got Midwesterners in your town, in places like Pennsylvania and in Indiana who have factory jobs, who can't afford to pay rent.
That's a fact too, man.
Yep.
Facts.
Like, nah, bro. Bro.
Yeah, I never thought about it. To be honest with you, it wasn't until I started watching some of that woke content that everybody wants to hate on that I started realizing that it's a problem when the country is for sale.
Facts. Yeah, it is. Yeah. It's a shopping mall. It's a shopping mall.
It's been for sale for a while.
But do you remember one of my first arguments, like on Fight Club, when JB's my guy, but when me and JB got into it, and I said, or Fatty, and I told him, I don't trust you because you have family that lives somewhere else. If America falls, all my family is here. We all fall. I have no allegiances elsewhere.
Yeah.
I could get, dude, I can relate to that.
That's facts.
So that was, and I Fatty, me and him are cool now and stuff like that. But I'm just saying that's what brings my and then when you travel, bro, what, like podcasts, I don't know if you got a passport, bro. When you get your passport and when you travel, like I'm not one of these dudes that travel and become, it makes me more of a raving nationalist, bro. Like, it makes me more, there's nothing that fuels my patriotism more than traveling. And it's not because I see.
You got to be careful. Patriarchy, nationalism, and patriotism means that you're a racist now.
Okay.
Well, I guess you're racist then.
Okay. So the thing is this, right? Like, when it's so fascinating to me, right? When I go to Latin American countries, right? Like, if you've ever gone to Colombia, or if you ever gone to Mexico, right? You notice certain trends, right? Like, I notice if I go to California, there's only rich and poor. There's no middle class, right? That's what California is becoming. And I notice when I go to Mexico, it's almost like it's the exact same thing. It's almost like the people that are immigrating in are making, like, they have these natural tendencies to make the country like where they can. It's like they can't help it. Yep. It's like if I had a cold, I have to carry my cold somewhere else. Like, so for example, like I'm telling you, Latin American countries, bro, the idea of a middle class is like, there is none. It's like, in the rich people are so segmented from everybody else. And like the police, right? The police are the biggest criminals in other countries that you have ever, like, I'm telling you, that you have ever seen in your entire life.
I swear to God, though, if I hear one more of you black motherfuckers brag about fucking flying overseas on vacation, I'm gonna cut you with my broken white privilege card. I'm sick of it.
Shut your ass up. We're gonna sell your white ass into slavery over there. Sell your white ass to
I'm
them
so
damn
fucking
Muslims.
sick of hearing about you motherfuckers flying somewhere.
I'm a box you up.
Dude,
Send you to the Taliban.
I'm
nigga.
tired of you motherfuckers talking about your fucking passports and flying overseas.
Yeah, no, it makes me more proud of America,
I got on a Frontier plane, dude, that flew to Florida 2 years ago. That's the farthest I've ever flown.
Well, it's not our fault you not cultured. Lead a Cracker Barrel sometime. But let me just say this, right?
There, man, those are my peoples there. I feel safe around other crackers.
The thing is this, right? I'm telling you, bro, it'll fuel your the only place I feel like I could definitely live outside the United States is England. And I'm telling you, when you realize like how much of you is actually, like, I was telling somebody this the other day, even something as simple as getting your food on time. Like, this is why I know, like, I can't imagine 6 black kids from the south side of Chicago going to eat at a restaurant in Columbia. And these people are on like island time, and it takes you like 30 minutes to get your food.
Damn, that's worse.
I swear, bro. I swear it's crazy, bro. And the island time is the reason their countries look like that, because y'all have no concept of time.
That's worse than waiting on the dope man to show up.
I'm telling you, gonna be on that person gonna be on time. But yeah, bro, that's my flow on what's going on. Yeah, I don't understand 85-year-old. I mean, but like I said, it's definitely people trying to use this kid's death to further an agenda, bro. Like,
I'll be honest with you, patriarchy. You just earned a little bit more respect from me today, even though I still hate you.
What did I do to you?
The best conversation is old people with guns. To me,
yeah,
that's the best conversation that can come from it. I mean, we don't need to talk about race. You know what I'm saying? Like, at the end of the day, guess what? I don't give a fuck what your race is. You can be violent in this country.
But see, that's the thing, podcast, is I think that we do there is a discussion that needs to be had about race. There really is.
I mean, they're making everything about it. I mean, now it's
not
like,
this though. Not to me, not with this situation. You know what I'm
this
saying?
situation
Even though this situation might have been based on race, I just don't think this is the.
I don't know if it was that. I don't know. I don't.
Well, I wasn't talking about this situation in particular. I'm just talking in general. There needs to be an honest conversation about it, and that's what hasn't been had yet.
But it can't be, bro. It's an exploitation, bro. These motherfuckers are using the conversation to get shit. They're using your they don't really want. Dude, what is it like on Batman when Ra's al Ghul told Bruce Wayne, like, criminals indulge on society's understanding of them? Like, they use I'm trying to understand to eventually like exploit you. That's just what it is. What it is.
They're agents of chaos.
Like, it is what it is, bro. Like, I'm kind of just over like even talking about it, bro. Like, I'm not gonna get anywhere with some people, and I'm just trying to do more of my comedy, bro. Like, cause this world is going to hell. Hey, bro, you should have. Hold on a second. Hey, podcast. If you want to see me cook up some people on some shit, you should watch Chaotic Stream from this morning. We had that Saudi Arabia guy come on there and complain about America colonizing. I'm like, oh, we learned it from you.
Oh, you talking about that white raghead that comes up there?
I don't know if he's white. I was like, tell me why they speak Arabic in Morocco. Tell me why they speak Arabic in them countries. He was like, well, because, yeah. I was like, because what? Because you took them over. So don't fucking lecture me. Bro, it's crazy because, like, I used to study, like, the Arabs actually had a lot of dope contributions, right? Like, our university system comes from the Arabs. Our university system, our hospital system, like the way that they did that comes from the Arabs. And they were actually the ones to preserve a lot of the Egyptian artifacts, right? Mm-hmm. Like the Arabs really kept a lot of that shit like intact. And I'm just like, so me and him was like debating the benefits of colonization, because I think when the Arabs colonized Northern Africa, now they did a lot of slave trading, but I think that there was some benefit to, like, because before the Arabs like took over all of Saudi Arabia and even like parts of Northern Africa, when people would have babies that they didn't want, they would like bury the babies in the sand and leave them there. And some people was still like trying to like eat each other and stuff like that. And so the Arabs put an end to that. So there is some positive things behind like colonization. And, you know, me and him like had the opportunity to talk about that. Then he's like, well, I don't like America, you know, meddling in other countries' affairs. And I'm like, what are you like? You Saudis, like, you buy all these weapons from us and you fund other groups in other countries. I don't understand what the difference is, but that shit was like a really good conversation, bro, with a guy that was like, I've never talked to a Saudi on. That was like the positive thing about college. I don't know if you can hear me, Beans, but bro, I remember. So like in DC, there's every embassy from every country in DC, and every embassy has an open day where they give you free food and they'll do community relations, bro. And I never forget the time I went to the Saudi embassy in Georgetown. Now, the Saudi embassy is like one of the best embassies in DC, bro. It's like 4 levels. It's in like one of the best neighborhoods. And I never forget, bro, it was a full-blown fight in the Saudi. Like, I'm here, like I'm just eating like my Arabic food, and I see like people like fighting. And the reason why they was fighting was because it was a dude who came in, and he was Arab, and he was trying to tell them, you guys need to do something about human rights for women and gays. And the Saudi people in the embassy wasn't trying to hear that shit, bro. They wasn't trying to hear that shit. And
They said nope.
And like that shit was actually pretty funny, bro. Like watching people like get into it. But yeah, bro, like I had the opportunity to learn a lot. And I've always been interested in like Christians versus Muslims in terms of like the Crusade. So that like led me to studying. Because the Muslims had a dope empire, bro. And when they were actually all together and when they weren't like fragmented, they actually did a lot of dope shit, right? Now they still lost to the white people. The white people, they still couldn't fuck with it just was different, right? I can't even describe it, bro. It was like the Europeans had their great civilization, right? But the Arabs, bro, the Arabs had just as dope. It was different in every way, from like the horses they rode to like the weaponry to like all of this. Yeah, like that shit. It was like I can't even describe. It was like
if you look back in history and look at like how the Arab cavalry, how they would ride their horses and shoot bows and arrows.
So they have smaller horses, right? So the English had big horses,
right?
But the Arabic horses are small and fast. So the English, the white people relied on power the white people were like big in power. The Arabs were small in speed. So it was like
guerrilla warfare.
Yeah, it was like more speed. Now the Arabs still lost though. I mean, the white people fucked them up.
But dude, they had some real snipers on them horses, dude. That would, like twist all over that damn horse.
Yeah, so that's why one of my favorite times in history though is the Reconquista, when they beat the Moors, when they kicked the Moors out of Spain, because that shit really took like white people was like down. It's almost like the 2016 series with the Cavaliers. Like white people was down. I'm telling you, if the Muslims, the Moors would have taken over, bro, the world would have been completely different. And the thing is, they took over like 90%, and white people only had 10%, and still beat them, bro. Beat them. Like it took a long time. It took like 100 years or something like that. But they beat them and then they kicked them all out. They expelled them all.
That's what happens when you lock a culture up in the mountains and tell them.
That's true. That's true, bro. Like that's literally what happened. And then they kept pushing. They could have probably kept Spain, but they kept pushing. And bruh, it was the Charles Martel guy blocked them off, and then after that, they slowly pushed them out. And then after that, they said, "Hey, listen, we kicking y'all all out. This ain't a place for you. Y'all need to take your asses back to the desert where you belong." Yeah, that's some like good history though, bro.
That's awesome. That's dope.
Nah, bro, the Crusades, Christians and Muslims, like low key, some of my favorite stuff to study.
Yeah, me too, man.
But I do think the Saudis are a good ally of ours. So I think people don't understand. You a good ally as long as you stay over in Saudi Arabia.
You know what actually got me?
Right.
You know what actually got me into studying the Crusades? Looking into it was playing the first Assassin's Creed. After playing the game, I wanted to know more.
Yeah, bro. It's like yeah, bro, that shit was dope, bro. My favorite thing is the Reconquista, though. Like that shit is absolutely. And the thing is, if you study Spanish and you study Arabic, and I've studied both. Like I took Arabic for a year in college, right?
Yeah.
If you study both, there's a lot of similarities. Like the way that the Arabs conjugate their verbs is the same way that they do in Spanish. And you know how like Spanish is el for the Arabs is al, right? Like instead of el, it's al. Like Al Jazeera or El, you know, and so it's the same. Like they have some of the similar, and that's because the Arabs were in Spain so long that they actually influenced a lot of the Spanish language.
Oh wow!
Yeah, bro. Like people don't know that. Like the Arabs was in Spain. That's how long they were in Spain. So that shit, like I don't know, bro. It's history. Low key is
the Mediterranean, dude. The Mediterranean around there has got so much deep rooted history.
Yeah, bro. And that's why a lot of the Spanish women, especially in like Barcelona, they're all like more olive skin with like green eyes and shit. Because deep down, you from Morocco or some shit like that. But I can't lie. They did wipe in Egypt. They wiped out all the black people. I'm sorry, bro. Like I'm telling you, like I'm sorry. Like it was cops. I guess they're technically cops. But other parts of Northern Africa, like Libya, there's no way you're telling me a Libyan naturally looks like Gaddafi, bro. Like stop. Like you're not telling me like somebody from the continent looks like Gaddafi. Like you literally wiped all those people out. So that's who you should really be mad at, podcast.
Right. Oh my God. You got to book a flight. No. So Eric, did you hear? I don't know if you like ever catch any of Team Fatty's shows, but they were talking about dialect. They did like a language one, and I thought it was going to be really good. So I tapped in for a little bit. They were arguing over accents.
Oh, geez.
Okay.
And he's talking about, well, like Spanish, that's an accent. And then they were like, yeah, in Portuguese, the reason they speak Portuguese in Brazil, it's different than in Portugal. It is an accent. Well, no. But do you know why they have a different accent?
Bro, I'm looking at Portuguese right now. It's a lot of it is the same as Spanish. Like there's so many words that are the same as Spanish.
But the dialects. So like I was like really into language when I had to go to private school for 2 years, and I learned how to.
Did you go to foreign language? That's a school in Kansas City. Foreign language?
No. I went
Did you
to
know
O'Hara when O'Hara still existed.
That's a really nice school, actually. That's actually a really nice school. O'Hara's a really nice school. Yeah.
It was. They mixed it with another school. It's St. Michael's now.
No, I know that, but I'm saying when O'Hara was existing, it was a really nice. I had a cousin that went there.
Oh, no shit.
Yeah, so O'Hara, Bishop Miege. What year my cousin come out? Like 2006?
Ray's really a white guy.
He was a little bit younger than me. No,
it was a girl.
Oh, she was a little bit younger than me. I was 02. So.
Oh wow, yeah, you OG in the game.
But
all right, what's your favorite barbecue spot? Let's hold on a second. We gotta ask this. What's your favorite barbecue spot?
Hey, salute y'all. I'm tapping out.
Hey, take it easy, podcast.
Okay. You were talking about food. You sure you want to leave?
That's dirty.
Bro, got him. You shaked him in the back on the way out the door.
Go ahead. All right, let me.
Damn, Debo, leave him alone.
Oh, favorite. Okay, so my favorite meat. I like the meat at Arthur Bryant's. I hate the sauce.
Yeah, meat is good. I mean, Arthur Bryant's I'm over it. My favorite brisket is Q39.
Q39 I'm gonna hop off here too, man, because I'm gonna let you guys go ahead. And,
I'm gonna get off after him. But what's fucking barbecue cover?
Your little fucking bro thing going on. So do.
Oh my god.
Okay. All right. So
carry on with the bromance.
All right. So Brian. I mean, what do I get at Bryant's? Yeah, I get ribs at Bryant's. I'll get maybe a sandwich. Well, my favorite sandwiches is actually else. No, bro. The best. No, bro. Best burn-ins is Gates. Gates got the best.
Gates burn-ins are good too.
Yes, bro. With the sauce on them, thinly chopped on hoagie. On a hoagie, bro. Thinly chopped fine. Then extra sauce on them.
I'm gonna have to Well, so when I moved over, so I lived over in Northeast for a couple of years, and like when I moved over there, I discovered Arthur Bryant's because I'd been at Gates my whole life.
Yeah.
So when I moved over there, I started trying other places, and I was like, "Oh, Arthur Bryant's, that's classic." And I went over there, and I was like, "The sauce is so bad, like
it's terrible." You got to bring Gates sauce.
Was good, so I was just like,
Gates got the best. Gates is the best sauce. Like I won't.
Facts.
I can't eat another sauce. I'm not eating another sauce outside of Gates, bro. Like I won't even try. Like I won't try Jack Stack. Like I'm not trying any other sauces. Gates is first off. Gates has like 5 different sauces, so it's like, why do I
also true
to try anybody else outside of Gates anyway? So Gates, let's see, Gates, Arthur Bryant's is good for the meats. LC's is good for. I mean, people like Joe's. I don't really like. Yeah, it's a hoagie. Yeah, they put it on hoagies. By the way, this dude like hoagie. Yeah, that's what they put it on. They put the burnt ends on hoagie. And only at Gates they put it on hoagie. On Arthur Bryant's they just do bread. But people go to Joe's. It's not really my thing. But Jack Stack got the best wings. Also, Q39 got good wings. But Joe's has a restaurant called Char Bar, which is downtown, which is which is decent,
awesome.
and slaps too is what everybody likes. But
I haven't
there's
been
a
to Slaps.
famous Dave's or whatever. Like my barber really's into Famous Dave's. He swears by it. I mean, but it's just too bland for me to go.
The LC's over off of Blue Ridge. Oh, I love that place.
That's the best sandwiches. And then across the street, you got to go to Big T's. It's funny because Big T shot somebody like last year. Somebody walked in Big T's and tried to rob him. Big T shot somebody, bro. So yeah, LC's is dope. LC's is dope. And then for soul food, like I just go to Nisi's. There used to be a Nisi's over by. There's only one now. It's across from where the landing used to be, off of like 70th and Truce. But let's see. Yeah, but those are all my favorite barbecue spots, to be honest with you.
Yo, I dropped my email in the back. Just make sure to tap in with me because I would like to come see one of your shows.
Okay, I got you, bro. I definitely.
And then you gotta let me know when you're up roasting people.
Oh my god!
Because I do enjoy. I'll be sitting there. I'll be like,
when's
man,
the last time you seen me, bro? When's the last time you seen me like annihilate somebody?
Bruh. Well, I remember when I first ran across you. It was like I'm pretty sure it was like on God damn it, whose panel was it on? Because it was you were going in the whole "We Was Kangs" thing, and I was like, bruh. Because like at first I was like, man, I don't think I like him, and then I was like, wait a second, I see how. Because like the way that you present. It's very shock value, but like if you actually ingest the information,
old boy
and
said
think about what you said.
Hold on a second. I'm like, old boy said Pete. How could I forget about Peachtree? God, I forgot about Peachtree got the best soul food. Yeah, my bad.
Wait, so Jeremy's dude. That's what I'm saying. I was like, me, you, and Jeremy can go grab drinks because like Jeremy lives here too. Like I've known Jeremy since I was 16.
Oh wow.
Like I've known him a hot minute.
So I go to the one out south. I don't think they don't have one anymore. But they used to have, bro. They used to have a Peachtree restaurant over by 18th and Vine. I know because my cousin worked at the one. Yeah, no, bro. There used to be a Peachtree restaurant over by 18th. They closed it though. It's not there anymore. There was like a fine Peachtree had like a sit down restaurant. My cousin used to work there. Whatever. She worked as a waiter in high school. It was over by Parade Park. But yeah, bro. Also, bro, you got to go to the stuff. Like, there's also the old, like, stuff like that my grandma eats, like humdinger. Nah, bro. Like, I'm talking about them black restaurants that's been in Kansas City forever, bro. Humdingers. Texas Tom. I don't eat that shit, man.
Texas Tom's. I've been to Texas Tom's.
I don't eat that fucking shit, bro. And then occasionally, I think Jamaica's. Does my grandma still go to Jamaica's? That's like a Italian spot. Like that. Kansas City got good Irish food too. If you're into like corned beef and cabbage. Garazzo's for Italian food is dope too.
Yes.
So yeah, it's good. What's all these dudes making emojis in the chat?
I don't know. It's a new thing, I guess. We're gonna have to start doing it. Question. So do you on Instagram, do you follow Travis O'Gwen from Strange Music?
No, I need to. I need.
Well, no. So if you add him, all the pictures of his house, his current house, my company did that house.
Oh wow.
Yeah, he bought one of our clients' houses, and like he's been posting pictures.
Where does he live?
He's over. It's out in. Hold on. What is it? It's like 159th.
So he's the south.
Yeah, it's way out south. But it was like. It was
I'm looking to buy something, bro. I'm looking right now, Martin City. I know that's far.
Yeah.
I'm for damn sure not buying that fucking Kansas City, bro. I mean, I could. Man. I mean, you can buy over on the east side, bro, but you gotta wait it out for gentrification because it's gonna happen eventually.
Oh yeah.
I'm looking right now at Olathe, at Overland Park, Martin City, North Kansas City. And I think that's it for me. Leawood. That's it for me.
Dude, Leawood,
I can't.
Overland Park, Prairie
dude,
Village
the
area,
worst areas now is, of course, east of the Truth.
Yep.
But like Independence, nope.
Oh yeah, terrible.
Grandview, nope. Raytown, nope. That's where they all moving out to, bro. Like that
Facts.
Walmart
Well,
over
no,
by
no. If
Raytown
you're
is like the
if you're
worst
looking over
thing
in
I've
Overland
ever
Park,
seen. Yeah.
oh, I was gonna say if you're looking over in Overland Park, 75th and Neiman, don't be there. It's cool to go to the bars,
Are
but
you
like don't
telling me
live
there's
there.
bad areas of Overland Park like that?
Bro, so I worked in mental health before I got into the business that I'm in now, and like
When you
over there
work
off
at research?
435. No. I worked for a nonprofit. I did treatment for children with autism.
Okay.
And so like I was back office, like I was really good at finding people stealing money. That was a skill set that I had then. But those hotels right off 435 and Metcalf,
Yeah.
they were so overrun with child sex traffickers that they
What?
literally raided the hotel room by room one day and like brought out like 60 kids
Wow, that's
that
crazy, bro.
got dumped into the system, right?
Yeah.
And then no, it gets worse because the only reason I knew about it because it was like a very covert op was one of the kids who they rescued, the original center they sent her to, one of her clinicians was her John also.
This is crazy, bro.
So they had to remove her from
Kansas
that place.
City be having some wild shit. Like I said, when I brought up like the Precious Doe situation, that Precious Doe situation was fucking crazy, bro.
Yes.
What's funny is like nobody talks about it. Like this girl had her and her parents did it. And she's black. Her parents did it.
Yeah.
And left her in Kansas City in the woods. Nobody talks about that, right? And it's crazy. So that then there's people getting kidnapped. It's like it's bro. Have you been seeing all these? They've been shooting it out with the police, like the fentanyl people.
Yeah. Well,
bro,
that's because
crazy.
That's because the issue is they've been so laxed on our immigration policy that we have cartel coming up here.
Bro, and it ain't nobody with a Johnson or a Marshall last name. It ain't nobody with that. It's always. And what's crazy is they're getting deeper into the city. They're in like the 30s. They're in like the 40s and stuff now. And I'm like, what the like these and they're not going down. Like I'm seeing these reports on KCTV5. It's like, bro, like they're shooting it out with police officers.
Yep. Yeah.
100%.
Well, one of our clients is a retired chopper pilot, and he was telling me he was like down in El Paso on the Mexican side of the border. They're getting military escorts for cartel people to bring fentanyl in that's coming from China because that's where it's all getting made.
Yeah, bro. It's
like,
America.
It's so bad, and people don't get it. Like we're sitting here arguing, like you were saying, the whole this pro-black argument and stuff. I'm like, bro, like we are getting set up for the biggest okie-doke ever. Like they're,
bro. I tell you that I'm telling you, when I drive through like the east side of Kansas City, right? When I drive to see relatives or whatever. I really want the death penalty for drug dealers, bro. Like, because when I look at, like, when you drive to some parts in the city, stoplights don't work, sidewalks are cracked, like, churches, like, bro, Kansas City schools, bro, like, how many high schools are just there? Like, Southeast. Yeah, Southeast is a high school. It's just, bro, there's nothing. I know they turned it into, like, Ace Prep Academy. Bro, this school has been around forever. And like the churches are falling apart, and it's like I want somebody. I like I said, Kansas City, bro. The East Side reminds me of like East Side High and Lean on Me, and I want Mr. Clark to come in. And bro, Mr. Clark's best line in that movie, I'm gonna end with this, was when he said, he's like, "This is not a democracy. This is a dictatorship." He's like, we're in a state of emergency, and my word is law. And I just that always stuck with me. It's like, bro, you can't have the luxury of having people decide when things are so messed up.
Yeah, you don't have an opinion anymore. You let it get to this, like your opinion's gone.
Yeah, true. Yeah. So, well, all right, bro. I'm gonna holler at you later, bro.
Bet, dude. Shoot me an email. Like, keep in touch, bro.
I got you, bro. I'll be on there. I know. Occasionally you come to Bean stuff. I just think the only person you got to rock with is Angry Man, bro. Like, I just think Angry Man Angry Man's the guy, bro. Like Angry Man is doing all the right things. I'm glad to see him do well. And like, if he going on the other panels and people throwing him off, like I'm getting thrown off, it's like I don't even be going on a lot of panels like that anymore because it's dumb. It's just dumb. Like Fight Club, like I'm gonna come up here and say something for you to pay money to get me thrown off, so I can make you more money. Like,
right.
Bro. So yeah. Larry, bro, I'm
Well,
gonna holler at you.
no. I mean, I'd hope that you'd like come around and rock with us because, like, I like having these conversations because,
Nah,
like,
bro.
even if I don't agree,
Beans had a great one the other day, bro. Beans, like the one with the fake gangster skateboarder from Oklahoma or whatever.
Bro, that was
Like,
so funny. I was like, this dude done drag you so far away from your square, you're never getting back.
Yeah, bro.
Never going back.
Like, bro. And actually, the white dude, he was making some good points about the law and like libertarianism. And I don't know if he's a libertarian. He sounded like he just didn't want the state. And he was making some decent points. Well, for me, it was like, how did we get there? But well, all right, bro. I'm gonna holler at you. I'm gonna watch this episode of Beef. I don't know if you. Oh, bro. Speaking of kids wilding out, did you see that shit at Worlds of Fun like 2 weeks ago?
No, they're
Like
100.
No, like 100 kids, bro. 100 kids at like Worlds of Fun just out there tripping. So it was like crazy news. But well, all right, man. I'm gonna talk to you later, bro.
All right, bet. Holler. All right, everybody. I'm going to give shout outs to everybody who came through and hung out tonight. Sorry for y'all having to hear me, Patriarchy, and Casey Mo talk about barbecue in Kansas City, but that's what Kansas City people do when we run into each other. We talk about barbecue in Kansas City. This was such a good show, though. This is really good conversations. I know it got a little bit hectic. Beans came in and reeled it in, got my ass a little bit, so I'll be better next time. Every time he gives me a critique, I try to improve. I hope that I've been consistently improving for you guys. But shout outs. Sugar Bum was in the house tonight. One of my personal trolls. Thank you for stopping through, Sugar Bum. I hope you enjoyed it. Black God Monolith was in the house. B-Rad was in the house. He was definitely on these ladies' necks and not believing anything. The Raven rolled through. Decent guy. I actually enjoyed him. He took some negative feedback really well over on another panel. So I respect him. Man to man, we got that mutual respect, which is what all men should have. Mutual respect for your brothers. Who else was in here? I mean, Jesus, you guys was going hard in the chat. The Red Illusion was in the chat, kicking it. Mr. Youngblood City, obviously. Your boy, Roy Boy, was in the building. Thank you for stopping through. I'm going to apologize to Beans as I'm reading this off. The Little King was in the building. Definitely saw him. You Ain't Wrong was in the building. I'm apologizing to Beans because we went 30 minutes over, but the conversation was so good. So good. Angry Snowman, always welcome over here because he's going to give you that business. He's going to give you the work, whether you like it or not. Good Lord. The Raven and the Black God Monolith was just going in. Y'all is making this whole chat. That was just like y'all, and I appreciate it. This is awesome. Okay, so I'm going to tap out, get some sleep because I got to go to work in the morning again. Black Watch tapped in twice, took a break, came back, and we were still here. Anyways, I hope everybody enjoyed it. I definitely hope that those of you rewatching it definitely like my my breakdown that I had over on Modern Renaissance Man when I got to close it out. Shout outs to Modern Renaissance Man. I appreciate him as well. Really good dude. But we're going to try and start having some more constructive conversations and hopefully throwing out some solutions and a little bit more game. I think if I try to stay focused on solutions, I'll be given a little bit more game because there was definitely some financial game to be had. Definitely going to continue having these conversations. I would like it if we could help as many people as possible that are rocking out with us. So, as always, it's your boy Reckless Ray De Niro. And until next Thursday, thank you for tapping in to Guns and Butter. And we'll see you then. Don't fumble the bag this weekend, people. Peace.